The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on into a Monday night edition of BetMGM Tonight. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. We're with you every Monday through Friday, 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern. I hope everybody had a tremendous Mother's Day and a great weekend. Happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there that may have not heard the show on Friday, and you think, all right, now the next 364 days, I'm just a slave to my kids and my family. No, you're special today just as much as you were yesterday. You can watch the show live on YouTube, by the way. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talking text line to join the show, 310-840-4910. You can call or just text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics we dive into, any of the big weekend takeaways. But Brad, how you doing, brother? How was Mother's Day in the Casa de Evans? And how you feeling after a weekend full of sports, man? And we dive even head first deeper into a very jam-packed playoff schedule.
Oh, I feel refreshed and exhilarated, my man. I didn't F up Mother's Day for once. I went and visited my mom. She lives right around the corner from Casa de Evans here in Central ILL. Brought her some flowers and some salmon burgers, which are her favorite from a local grocery store establishment. So
wow.
Check that box, and she rewarded me with some freshly baked cookies. Doesn't get much better than that. Took the grandkids with me as well. They said hi. We all caught up, which was amazing. Saw my sister, talked to her for a little bit. And then, of course, got my wife an outstanding bouquet of flowers, cooked her a nice dinner over the entire weekend. She got 3 straight solid meals handmade by yours truly, and poured a few libations and celebrated. So, yes, belated happy Mother's Day to all the outstanding moms. We thank you for your love. We thank you for all the sacrifices and everything that you do, including my beautiful wife. And hopefully you had a splendid, spectacular weekend, because here at Casa de Evans, not only was it Mother's Day weekend, but the weather was pristine. Temps in the 70s. Sunshine galore, low humidity. Man, I was out hustling and bustling all weekend long. I could rinse and repeat and do that every single damn day of the year.
Yeah, it was a damn good weekend. I'll get into some of the details of mine as we move along here. But Brad, I'm still in shock yesterday that Victor Wembanyama, the guy that's going to be the next face of the league, the guy that's going to carry the Spurs maybe to a surprise title this year. He's going to carry the Oklahoma City Thunder, or he's going to carry the San Antonio Spurs, past the Oklahoma City Thunder if that's the Western Conference Finals matchup that we do get. I just couldn't believe Wemby, a guy of such high character, intentionally drills Naz Reid in the jaw with an elbow last night in Game 4. Gets himself ejected in the second quarter, costs his team the game. Minnesota still had a rally in the fourth quarter, but thanks to Ant-Man, they did. More on his heroics in a little bit. But Wemby basically cost the Spurs the game last night, and I think it could end up costing them the series, because now Minnesota's got a new breath of life breathed into them. They lose that game last night. It's 3-1. Series is over. Now it's 2-2. We know they can beat them on the road. They already did in the first game that Ant-Man came back from with that hyperextended left knee. As this series goes on, he looks like he's getting healthier and healthier and stronger and stronger. And I think San Antonio missed a massive opportunity last night, and they've got nobody to blame but the 7'5" alien that's supposed to be the greatest player on the planet already. Well, he cost them the game last night, I think, and that ejection was absolutely 100% warranted. That was about as intentional as an elbow as you could get. Above the neck, right to the face. See you later. You're gone. Wemby better find a way to make up for that in Game 5, because he cost his team the game last night.
Yeah, it was definitely calculated. It was premeditated. That elbow swing, and man, it was an early one. Getting Naz Reid straight in the neck as a result. The neck snapping back in recoil fashion. And I'll be honest, in that brutal moment, I couldn't help but laugh. And the reason why is because on the camera pan out, did you see Dylan Harper's reaction behind
Yes.
the scene and the gas? And he's like, oh, bleep. That look on his face. He couldn't believe it. And they caught that perfectly on camera. And it was something. And I was rolling, man, because we all kind of felt his just utter shock in that moment. And you're right, man. Wemby getting tossed in the game was completely deserved. What wasn't, or what was, that went down today, something that he did not get as a result, and a repercussion I think should have happened, is either a 1-game suspension or at least a fine, Pat. He got neither of those things as a result of that blatant elbow that he threw last night. And you could say, well, it's preferential treatment, it's favoritism. He's one of the faces not only of the San Antonio Spurs franchise, or the entire NBA. He's a superstar. You cannot take that superstar power off the court if you want to, draw ratings during the most important time of the year here in mid-May at the peak of the heat of the NBA playoffs. So, I think rules are rules. I think, the decision makers have got to be consistent and what they issue. If that were an elbow throw in the regular season, I guarantee you would at least drawn a fine, if not a 1-game suspension. But he got nothing. Absolutely nothing for, again, what I feel, and you feel as well, was a calculated maneuver last night. That one took me aback, to say the least. I could not believe, based on the Shams Sharane report earlier today, that he suffered zero extended consequences of what occurred last night. So merely a slap on the wrist for really an ugly scene and situation that, you're right, cost the San Antonio Spurs that game.
Yeah, and look, I think he should be suspended for Game 5. Let's just look at a brief history here of stuff like this that has happened in the postseason. Let's start with Meta World Peace, a.k.a. Ron Artest, who basically kind of pulled the same elbow to James Harden when he was on Oklahoma City, and Ron Artest, I think it was the Lakers. That was back in 2012, 2013, and he makes a bucket, and he's fired up, and Harden bumps him, and Ron Artest basically in his midst of his celebration swings his elbow right into the temple of James Harden. He got suspended 7 games for that. 7. Now, I know you want to say, oh, come on, it was Ron Artest, this guy that was involved in the malice at the Palace, his history, come on. All right, that's fine, right? You want to pull that card? Okay, it's still 7 games. Wemby's getting 0. He's getting no fine. How about Draymond Green? Draymond Green stomps on Domantas Sabonis' chest. He gets a game suspension. Oh, well, Draymond Green's got a history of this, a history of that. Come on. I mean, where do we stop the excuses here? He intentionally elbowed Naz Reid right in the neck / in the jaw, right in the face. I mean, that's intentional, like you said, meditated as it gets. We're going to do the whole NFL thing that, it was early enough in the game where it basically counts as the suspension itself. Nonsense. It was in the second quarter. It's not like he did it in the first 5 minutes. I mean, come on. If this is not Victor Wembanyama, if this was Kelly Olynyk who pulled this off, or I'll even give you one better because Kelly Olynyk's not playing unless it's a 30-point game. If Luke Cornett did this, Luke Cornett is getting a game, if not 2-game suspension for that. Because it's Wembanyama and God forbid the NBA can have this series go on without Wemby. When he literally, that's assault, brother, what he did on the floor. If that's in the street, he's getting prison time. And he takes an elbow and nearly knocks Naz Reid unconscious. And like you said, Dylan Harper's reaction said it all. He couldn't believe it. He's like, oh my God. Because he realized in the moment what had happened. Victor Wembanyama is lucky that he's not getting more than the punishment that he rightfully deserved. He should be suspended for Game 5. And I think Adam Silver in the NBA, just because we can't have a Game 5 with Wemby not in it, that's the reason why. Not because of the rule book or anything else, because they've pulled out the rule book plenty of times in the past to give out multiple game suspensions for the same exact thing we saw last night, and he gets no suspension, no fine. I think it's a joke.
Yeah, they're a bunch of cowards. I totally agree with that sentiment, man. You got to keep it consistent. It doesn't matter what last name is emblazoned on the back of the jersey at all. It doesn't matter if it's a superstar. It doesn't matter if it's a bench warmer. In that moment, in that situation, when an elbow is blatantly thrown, and it was clear and obvious and evident that was premeditated and calculated, you have to suffer the proper repercussions. I mean, not even getting a fine is what I found absolutely astonishing about this. Completely baffling, just dumbfounding, and downright idiotic. That the NBA could even issue that, couldn't issue like 50,000, 100,000, 150,000, whatever the normal number is in those instances. They couldn't even do that. I can understand the suspension side of it because we got to draw the ratings, yada, yada, yada. But what I stress and what I am emphasizing, Pat, more than anything else, and this is across the board for all sports, if somebody goes out and basically commits a crime on the court, and that's exactly what that was, there is a penalty by the letter of the law, by the rule book, that blatantly states in black and white what the consequence is going to be. And, there's always a degree of, how the elbow was applied in whatever moment. I understand there's a conversation for that, but you have all the video evidence in the world in front of you. Just stand by the letter of the law. If it says this, you do that. If it says this other thing, well, you do that as well. Wemby should have been suspended and at a minimum should have got a hefty fine. So it's just an outright, you're correcting your adjective that you use. It's a joke, an absolute laughable joke. He got nothing. And this is coming from somebody who's a bit of a Spurs sympathizer. I think Wemby should have suffered some sort of consequence. Him getting nothing is just downright wrong.
Yeah, I mean, and again, and I'll even give you, because I gave you a Draymond Green and I gave you a Metta World Peace, Ron Artest, so guys with the history of doing this. Hassan Whiteside didn't have a big history in 2016 when he elbowed to the neck of Boban Marjanovic. He got a 1-game suspension, and again, in the rule book, a punch is legally, in the NBA rule book, throwing a punch comes with at least a 1-game suspension. This is better than a punch because it's his elbow that it can actually, you can make the argument that can do more. Yeah. That could do more damage than a punch. That was meditated. Correct. There was a wind-up and everything. It wasn't even like you could even Spurs fans that are blind to the reality or the truth of things because they just want to root for Wemby and the Spurs. That even Spurs fans can't even make the claim that it was incidental, like he's trying to clear his elbow. No, he literally wound up. He knew Naz Reid was right there, and he clocked him. But you're telling me that if it was his fist instead of his elbow, it's an automatic 1-game suspension. But because it's an elbow, we're not going to suspend him. I mean, are you freaking kidding me? And of course, Mitch Johnson, he was asked about it. And the credit on this is to ESPN on the Wembanyama ejection after the game where, again, he gets tossed last night for elbowing Naz Reid in the jaw/neck.
Every single play on every single part of the floor, people are trying to impose their physicality on him. I get it. We get it. That's part of the game. But at some stage, he's gotten chucked. He's gotten pushed down in transition, running freely, all the stuff. He doesn't complain one time. We don't complain because we're just going to play. We don't really give a excuse my language. But at some stage, he should be protected. And if not, he's going to have to protect himself. And unfortunately, stuff like that happens.
Yeah, he's going to be he's going to have to be protected, or he's going to protect himself. Getting pushed down in transition, getting knocked over, getting harshly fouled is one thing. Winding up and intentionally crushing somebody in their jaw with your elbow is a completely other thing. Mitch Johnson also went on to say that a suspension would be ridiculous for Game 5. So, again, I've still yet to hear one person make the claim that Wemby should not be suspended for Game 5, other than this fugazi, well, his ejection was penalty enough. No, it's not. Because, again, if it was a punch, not only would he be ejected, according to the rule book, he would also serve a 1-game suspension. So the whole, his ejection was, no, it's literally not. He should be suspended for Game 5. This is preferential treatment, and this is ridiculous. And if you needed a reason, again, I've been a doubter of the Spurs, Brad. You've heard it here most of the season, all postseason. If you needed a reason to not want to align yourself with Wemby and the Spurs. And oh, this is such a great story. Look how this team rebounded after they basically tanked the last couple of years. And oh, yeah, as if they were so likable when Popovich was their coach and Tim Duncan and Manu Ginobili and all the titles they won then. Like, we really need to see another Spurs dynasty. This is the moment to align yourself with the right side of history and root for the T-Wolves to win the rest of this series. It's a best of 3 now, and I think they can. And I think Minnesota can do it. And again, Wemby should be suspended for Game 5, but even though he'll be out there, I still think Minnesota can win that game, or they can win the final 2 games of this series because they've already beaten San Antonio on the road. And at what I saw last night, backs against the wall, Wemby in there or not, the way Anthony Edwards played, and Ant-Man is the number one reason I think Minnesota can pull this off.
Well, yeah, I mean, he erupted for 36 points last night, and that's the key. Anthony Edwards is capable of doing that every single game. He can really stuff the stat sheet and just catch fire and carry the team on his back. Obviously, he had support last night, as Julius Randle had a dozen, along with 8 rebounds. Jay McDaniel scored 14. Rudy Gobert, had a double-double, 11 and 13. And 6 offensive rebounds. Ayo Dosunmu finally showed up and shook off the rust after missing a couple of games. He had 10 points in 30 minutes. And then Naz Reid scored 15 on the bench. Mike Conley, Old Man River, had 8. And my ILL standout, much like Ayo, Terrence Shannon, who's been, key, whether coming off the bench or in the starting lineup, he had 8 points off the pine, although he was only 3 of 12 in the game. Of course, Minnesota out-rebounded the Wemby-less San Antonio Spurs 49-41, but the 3-ball was falling more consistently than the sporadic splashes that San Antonio had. Try saying that like 5 times fast. San Antonio just 6 of 26 from way downtown. The T-Wolves 10 of 27. This series is going to go limit. There's no question about it. It's not going to wrap in 6. It's going to wrap in 7. And I think Game 7, San Antonio, Minnesota, it's going to be a coin flip. I'm kind of with you right now. My lean is to go the Minnesota Timberwolves. Obviously, getting the road split to open up the series was colossal. And they're still, the thick of it, of course, knotted up at 2-2 in this series. So I think Minnesota, me being a betting man, I give them a slight advantage over San Antonio, largely due to the depth, and they've just been better from outside, and they can match board for board with or without Wemby.
310-840-4910. Do you think Wembanyama should be suspended for Game 5, and do you think the T-Wolves can win this series now that it's 2 games apiece? Yeah, look, just to follow up on last night, to give a shout-out to your Ayo Dosunmu, the T-Wolves put this game away for good when Chris Finch put Ayo Dosunmu back on the floor, and they took Gobert off the floor. I think they were running at the end of the game. It was Randall, Jaden McDaniels, Anthony Edwards, Naz Reid, and Ayo Dosunmu. That's who they closed with. And, they had some success running the double big lineup, right? With like Gobert on the floor and Naz Reid as well, especially with Wemby off of it, because that forces San Antonio to gang up on Rudy Gobert. You don't have 7'5" Wembanyama defending him. I know Rudy Gobert is not the biggest offensive threat, but man, all the dribble drive handoffs to him, and then it's just an easy slam. Like he was hurting them bad. But Chris Finch could have stuck with that. Instead, he said, you know what? I want to get my most athletic guys, and I want to get a little bit better of an offensive lineup out there. And he put Ayo Dosunmu back in the game. It was maybe like 3 or 4 minutes left. And that's when Minnesota took over and really put the pedal to the metal and put this thing out of reach. They were down 8 points early in the 4th quarter. And I was like, wow. I'm driving back from my sister's house last night for Mother's Day. And I'm thinking, wow, wasn't watching it. I wasn't distracted driving, but I may or may not have the broadcast on. And I was listening, and maybe the occasional peek down, maybe. And I'm thinking to myself, wow, they are really going to lose this game when Wemby gets ejected and they're at home. Like, this would be classic T-Wolves. And then Anthony Edwards stepped up. And again, Brad, I think the biggest reason that they can win the rest of this series is because of Ant-Man. And going into this series, we didn't know what he was going to be like. Game 1, he comes back. First 2 games, plays off the bench with the hyperextended left knee and the bone bruise, and he looked pretty damn good. He took that to a new level last night. 40 minutes, 36 points, 13 to 22 shooting. Like, he looks close to 100%. He'll still mention it. The post game, I heard him say, I think he was talking about Dylan Harper. He goes, yeah, the rookie knew I would have dunked on him if I had my full legs, but it's all good. So, like, He's still not 100%, at least in his admission. I think he's close. And I think the debate we had after game one was, would Anthony Edwards get healthier as the series went on? Or is there the chance that he could re-aggravate this injury? I think it's the former now. I mean, it could happen, but I think it's less likely now that we're a couple games in here. He doesn't seem to be getting worse. He's getting better. And so Anthony Edwards, the way he played last night and took this freaking game over, he's the best player on the floor. I know Wemby might make that claim in a year from now, but right now I still think Anthony Edwards is the most impactful player on the floor because of his scoring. He plays pretty damn good defense too. You know, he can grab 8 to 10 rebounds when needed. We know he can dish out the dimes. If the T-Wolves and if Ant-Man stays healthy the final 2-3 games of this series, Minnesota will win it because we didn't know if he would be 100%. I tend to think he will be close to it now as this series progresses. That's why I like Minnesota, and they usually play up to the competition. You know, because you can make the argument, Brad, that, well, they nearly lost last night once Wemby left the floor. And I think that's just as much as we can praise the T-Wolves, you can crush them. They play down to their competition. San Antonio played pretty free without Wemby, right? They kind of embraced that. All right, screw it. We're not supposed to win this game. And then all of a sudden they start hitting threes, and Harrison Barnes is coming off the bench and making plays. But I think now that Minnesota knows they've got a big task ahead, where you should get a motivated Wemby game 5 on the road in San Antonio, I think that's when you can expect the best out of Minnesota because they have to rise to the occasion. I think they will. And I won't be shocked if they win game 5 outright. I know you think it's going 7. I think maybe Minnesota can win 3 games in a row and knock this series off in 6 here.
Wow. That's Team Huevos take right there, but I like it. And you know, just to add cherry on top of the Sunday, you're 100% correct in your assessment. Anthony Edwards, again, 40 minutes last night, 36 points, peak efficient. Dude has guts. Dude has huevos. Dude has huevos. He got this.
And yeah, he does. And he showed him last night. He damn sure does. You're listening to BetMGM tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans, and we're sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. We want to hear from you. You can call, you can text. Do you think Wemby should be suspended or should have been suspended for Game 5? Because he's not. He's going to play. And do you think Minnesota can win this series now with the way Anthony Edwards looks? Phone number to join, 310-840-4910. When we come back, we'll talk Pistons-Cavs Game 4 tonight and Thunder-Lakers. Is LeBron about to get swept for the 4th time in his career? He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. We're just getting rolling here on a Monday. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
You can't elbow a guy in the throat. He literally elbowed Naz Reid in the throat. Naz Reid gets elbowed and goes down like Glass Joe in Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, doing like a pirouetting before hitting the ground. All that's missing is the sound effects. Bump. He got elbowed in the throat. This was like something like you'd see in a Jason Bourne movie or in like New Japan Pro Wrestling. This was Chris Jericho's AEW finisher, the Judas Effect. Spinning elbow to the face or the neck. We can all, and I am among these people. I am in this camp of people. And this camp should be 100% of people, even if you're a fan of a Western Conference team that has to tango with Wemby for the next decade plus. You should all really like him. He's very likable. He's ridiculously smart. He says exceptionally interesting things at press conferences and in media availability. He seems, I don't know him personally, I don't know. He seems like he's a very nice guy, right? So all of that can be true. Also, you can't elbow somebody in the throat. So Spurs take a listen here. This was Spurs head coach Mitch Johnson after the game last night, defending Victor Wembanyama.
Officiate him.
I just think that the amount of physicality that people play with him, at some level, you have to protect yourself. Every single play on every single part of the floor, people are trying to impose their physicality on him. I get it. We get it. And that's part of the game.
Yeah, okay. So it's like, you get bullied in school, show up with a baseball bat and beat someone's brains in. Beat them into oblivion. Like, okay, we all understand what's happening here. How do you defend Wemby? You try and beat the piss out of him. His body hasn't filled out yet, and when it does, the league, it's over for the rest of the league when Wemby figures it out, really figures it out. But until then, this is how you do it. You get his, and I'll tell you what, this is when I say last week, the Wolves are a crazy person. The Wolves. They do what they do. They got in Wemby's head. And what he did is indefensible. Is it kind of cool that he elbowed Naz Reid in the throat? It's a little cool, right? It's kind of cool. Also, you can't do it. And to defend, it's ridiculous. Like Mitch Johnson, because you know what? Because when it's all said and done, this could cost the Spurs an NBA championship. This could cost them. Because now we don't know if Wemby's going to be suspended or not for Game 5. I don't think he's going to be. He has no history of anything like this happening. My sense is that he won't be suspended. You can make a strong argument that they paid the price, they lost a playoff game, and the series is now tied at 2. My guess is he does not get suspended. That's my guess. If he gets suspended, is anyone going to be shocked? Again, I'm just going to keep saying it. And I really like him. And again, seems like a nice guy. He elbowed Naz Reid in the throat. He elbowed him in the throat. This is going to be the most famous elbow since Macho Man Randy Savage. He elbowed Naz Reid in the throat, and people are defending it. No one's saying he needs to go to Guantanamo Bay for this. That's not what I'm saying at all. I don't think he's going to get suspended. If it were me, I wouldn't suspend him. I feel like he paid the price already. But what I'm saying is, if he gets suspended, can you really, really be that surprised? Can you really, really be that shocked? If he gets suspended. Unacceptable from Wemby. And to call it anything else is disingenuous. And now we wait. Because if he gets suspended for Game 5, who knows what's going to happen in this series? This is now something that elbow could impact who wins the NBA championship this season. Not an exaggeration. Not an exaggeration at all.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM tonight is back.
Harden on Robinson. Harden wants it. The cross. He lost them. Harden for Beard with the bucket. Cunningham, 3-ball. Cade is cold. And letting the Beard cook. 30 seconds left. Harden dancing on Harris. Harden step back 3. Splash!
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. When the games get bigger, the crowds get louder, and the excitement reaches a new level. Be part of the playoff action when you bet with boosted odds. Activate your odds boost token for any bet on the NBA playoffs, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. Get ready for tip-off with BetMGM. Credit to the great Noah Eagle and NBC and Peacock there for that final minute mashup of the fourth quarter, Game 3 back on Saturday, where the Cavaliers got themselves on the board with a much-needed 116-109 victory It's a 2-1 series lead for Detroit. Game 4 is coming up tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern. And Brad, the Pistons had an opportunity to put Cleveland away on Saturday. And this was these games have all kind of had a similar flow to them. Whoever has won the first 3 games has gotten out to a pretty big lead early. The Cavaliers led this thing by as many as 17 points at one point. And just like Detroit had at least a 14-point lead early in games 1 and 2, those leads evaporated, much like the Cavaliers' lead evaporated. Not once, but twice. They led by 17 in the third quarter. Then we found ourselves with the Pistons leading early third. Then Cleveland jumped out to a 9-point lead in the fourth quarter, only to see that become a one-possession game in the final 2 minutes. But as you heard Noah Eagle say, he faltered in games 1 and 2, and I let him have it. James Harden finally stepped up and was clutch, delivering, 9 points in the final minute and a half? 9 of his 19 points in the entire game came in the final minute and a half. The Beard finally delivers for the Cavs, and they get themselves on the board. Now, here's the question, Brad. Can they do it again? Can Cleveland do it again? And is it as simple as this is just a different team at home when they're on the road? What do you think as we're getting ready for Game 4 tonight?
I like Detroit. That's what I immediately think. And great for James Harden. Getting off the schneid, a guy that's been ice cold in, some clutch situations and just, floated like a house of cards historically, but at a high leverage situation actually delivered the damn mail and drove a few nails into the coffin. And the reason why, Cleveland won 116-109 in that last game. I mean, you look at the box score of that game, and Cam Cunningham goes out, messes around, gets a triple-double. Now, I did not play great down the stretch, and he actually got support for once from some of the ancillary players around him. Now, Tobias Harris has been a king of consistency this entire series. He scored at least 20 points every single game. He had 21 in the last game. Duncan Robinson, for the most part, has shot the ball well. His calling card, of course, is the almighty 3. He was 4 of 7 from way downtown in that last effort. Jalen Duren, he didn't really crash the glass considerably well, but did chip in 11 points. And Paul Reed, even at just 10 minutes off the pine, scored 11 points. But the major difference was, despite Cleveland shooting 64% at the charity stripe, they missed 10 freebies in that game. Meanwhile, Detroit went 18-23 on their free throw attempts. The great equalizers came into focus, making some of those clutch shots. A lot of those come from James Harden. They were 12 of 32 from distance. 3 better made threes in Detroit. And it's subtleties like that. Just small differences that can get a team over the top and have somebody on the outside looking in. But tonight, I think Detroit steps up. The Pistons are going to be pumping, baby. I still feel this is going to be a 7-game series, and I still feel Detroit is going to survive and advance. So I'm going to stick to my guns. I think the Pistons get it done. And Kate Cunningham, maybe mess around, gets another triple-double. I think Tobias Harris going to score another 20 points. By the way, if you are buying what I'm selling on Tobias Harris to score at least 20 points, it's plus 120 right now on BetMGM. That's a steal of a deal, so much so that Daddy won. Daddy, Daddy, gotta have it. Come on, Brandon, bring it. Oh, man. Yeah, Peter Gabriel demands it. A little sledgehammer action. I think Harris, again, is going to be that key cog in this game, be that key complementary part in this offense for Detroit. He's going to score another 20 points. Kate Cunningham is going to do his thing, but who is going to be the third scorer, the tertiary scorer? Is it going to be Jalen Duren? Is it going to be Duncan Robinson? Is it going to be somebody else? It needs somebody else to bring the damn noise and contribute at least 15 to 20 points. Detroit gets that. They're going to make me look like a Nostradamus of sorts, as I believe, again, they're going to win tonight. But again, my wider perspective, this is going to be a 7-game series. It's going to come down to, the final act and maybe the final minute of Game 7, and it's going to take your breath away. But I think Detroit gets it done tonight, largely because of Tobias Harris.
Wow. Okay, so let me just check here. So you think Detroit wins this game tonight, but then it goes 7. That means Cleveland would win Game 5 in Detroit and win Game
Correct.
6 back at
Correct.
home to force a 7-game series. Okay, I like it. That's
Correct.
bold. I think this series might play the exact same script as it did for Cleveland in the first round. They might not win a single game on the road. They might not lose at home. I mean, that's literally been who they are. They're 0-5 on the road. They're 5-0 at home in the postseason. Right, won every home game against Toronto, lost every road game. They were the higher seed. They had Game 7 at home. They took care of business. They're going to have to buck that trend. Obviously, they don't want to buck it tonight. They want to win at home. Then they're going to have to buck the trend in Game 5 or Game 7. This team's just a different team at home than they are on the road. I don't know how to explain it. And wasn't necessarily the case last year in Kenny Atkinson's first year. Not necessarily the case for this Cleveland team. I was looking back over the last couple of years that they've been in the postseason with this current core of Donovan Mitchell and Jared Allen and Evan Mobley. And I think they had one other series. It was it 2 years ago when they played Orlando in the first round? I think it was. Yeah, because Orlando played Boston in the first round last year. 2 years ago, they played Orlando in the first round, and it was the same thing. The home team won every single game. So, look, their first 2 games combined against Detroit, they shot 40% from the field and 30% from deep. Game 3 on Saturday, 58% from the field, 38% from deep. So I think the home court advantage is going to be enough for them tonight. I think on top of that, they made some adjustments last game, right? James Harden being clutch finally was a big thing for them. Max Strus coming off the bench and not even scoring. Like, we know Max Strus is kind of like the Duncan Robinson of the Pistons, right? Not just because it's a white guy, but like because it's a guy that is normally known for his three-point shooting. Max Strus hasn't been making threes, but they were giving him some run because he's coming off the bench. He's playing good defense. He's getting rebounds. He had that crucial tip pass on the Cade inbound that led to a turnover. And saying Dennis Schroeder also getting some good run, hitting 3 threes. So, for me, Cleveland, they're going to continue to have to rely on Spida, though. Donovan Mitchell, who went for 35 and a double-double with 10 rebounds. Like, he's doing everything he can, and I give him credit. That's what Donovan Mitchell is. He underperformed the first couple games of this series. The first game, the last 2, he's been the Spida that we know. James Harden, again, he's going to have to be clutch. He might not have to score 25. He's not going to have to score 30. He's not even going to have to give out like 13 assists. He just has to be efficient and not turn the freaking ball over. Can he do it tonight? We'll see. I still think they need way more from Evan Mobley. I mean, again, he has been next to nothing offensively. And again, you mentioned the free throws. He's he was the biggest culprit of that. Got to the free throw line 10 times last game. He only had 5 of them. That's unacceptable. Completely unacceptable. He's chipping in with 2 or 3 blocks a game. He needs to continue to give him defense, but he's got to do more offensively. And Jared Allen, I mean, he's been like the epitome of what the Cavaliers have been in the playoffs. You don't know what the hell you're going to get from him one game or the next. One of these games in this series, he scored 2 points because he basically got 4 fouls in like the early second quarter. And the other 2 games, he's averaged 20. So I don't know what the hell you're going to get from him. But for Detroit, you mentioned Jalen Duren. I mean, it's gotten bad to the point where B-ball Paul Reed is getting he's taking minutes away from him, and rightfully so. Because Jalen Duren, he's not doing anything on offense. Both of the very good defensive bigs, Duren and Mobley, they can score. They're not scoring right now offensively. They're both hurting their teams. I like Cleveland here, Brad. I just think, again, they're comfortable shooting the ball at home versus the road where they look like they can't hit water if they fell out of a boat sometimes. I really think at least for one more game, maybe the whole series, the home team will win. I like the Cavs to get it done here tonight. And if that's going to happen, expect more all-out grind, hustle, and guts from Spida. Donovan Mitchell, over 31.5 points plus rebounds. I like the rebounding aspect here because, again, he pulled down 10 of them last game. And so he's playing 40 minutes. He should be playing like the entire game. And if there's a ball that he can go and get off the rim, he's going for it. So let's say maybe he only scores 25, but he gets 7 rebounds. Bang, that gets you over there. So Donovan Mitchell over the points plus rebounds is what I like in this one. Okay, really quickly, we'll get a chance to dive into it deeper tonight, Brad, because the game's not till 10:30 Eastern. Like, yikes.
Oh, good Lord.
The show ends at 11. Well, we're not going to get through the first quarter by the time we sign off, but that's fine. Our night show, Westwood One Sports Night, will be able to handle a lot of that live here. Basically, is this series over tonight? Did the Thunder pull out the brooms? Does LeBron get swept for the fourth time in his playoff career, or do the Lakers put up a fight? What kind of Laker effort you think we get tonight?
Sweep! 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 This thing's over. I think they're going to get their butts kicked. I think they're going to get their asses handed to them. Maybe the Lakers got to try to make this interesting with their backs firmly pressed against the wall. Shout out to LeBron James. As an advanced age, he's really played quite well in this series.
Mm-hmm.
So last game, 19 points, 6 rebounds and 8 assists. And that's kind of a consistent stat line for him. Get around 20 points every single game. Contributing meaningful numbers in the rebound department, going out there and being an orchestrator of the offense and doing it mostly efficiently. He's not really turning over the rock too many times. He had 3 turnovers in the last game. And Rui Hachimura played outstandingly well in the last game as well with 21. But, Austin Reeves probably got to score 20 plus. DeAndre Ayton's got to contribute meaningful minutes. Marcus Smart has got to be more than an on-ball defender, which he's more than capable of doing as one of the better stat sheet stuffers that are out there. And they got to get some key contributions from somebody, anybody coming off the bench. The last game, Luke Kennard had 18. They may need the Kennard to go out and get double figures yet again, and somebody else to get double figures. OKC is a damn wagon. They're just outmatching everything the Lakers are bringing to the table. They're beating them on the glass. They're scoring markedly and efficiently from all points on the floor, and it's more than just SGA. Chad Holmgren's getting it done, not only inside, but of course, a guy that is sealing off the glass quite well. He's averaging right around 9 rebounds in this series. Hartenstein, another guy that is clean up inside as well, along Holmgren there. And I'm really surprised and pleasantly by A.J. Mitchell, the pride of UCSB. Go Gauchos! Loved his play at the collegiate level, and he's really brought it. The second-round pick to OKC had a double-double last game, going for 24 and 10. I think he drops another at least 5 assists tonight, and stunningly, that's minus 105 right now at BetMGM to do it. So A.J. Mitchell is going to continue to shine under the bright lights. Like him, I think he's going to play well, and OKC is going to break out the broom tonight.
Yeah, hello, A.J. Mitchell, Santa Barbara, filling in for Jalen Williams, J-Dub from Santa Clara. So the Santas basically coming down the chimney for Oklahoma City here. Look, I think I think the Lakers' first half money line is worth a play here. That's what I'm rolling with. Like third quarter, these games get out of hand. Early fourth quarter is when they've gotten out of hand. The Lakers have actually led at halftime, Brad, 2 of the 3 games in this series. And they led again on Saturday at half, and then Oklahoma City blew them out of the water, outscoring them by 25 points in the second half. I think backs against the wall. You want to play it like this might be a media play narrative for me. I don't care. LeBron, is LeBron going to go out getting swept and roll over? The Sixers are a team that rolls over and die. We saw my Knicks pound them into oblivion yesterday. I don't think this Lakers team is going to roll over and die. They've been competitive in the first half. The Thunder go into the halftime break. Then they make all their adjustments, and then they really take it to them where the depth and the bench becomes such a huge disparity. But where the Lakers starters have to play heavy minutes in the first half, they've held up quite well. So I think Lakers plus 6.5 in the first half, and a little sprinkle on them to win the first half again, plus 240. They've done it 2 out of 3 times. Backs against the wall. Why can't they come out strong tonight and at least lead at halftime before maybe Oklahoma City pulls away in the second half? That's how I'm playing this one. All right, we got to take a short break. 310-840-4910. When we come back, we're going to go streaking. The rare collar for the crew on Friday. Yikes. We got a big bounce back in store here when we return. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
I mean, they got to come up with something. Do you
buy
don't know
it?
if this is true or not. Not entirely, just because I dealt with the dad throughout the year and the agent, and it was like the worst PR job of all time. I mean, all they had to do was put the kid out there throughout the year and let people understand that this kid was going through some stuff and it was difficult for him. They screwed this whole thing up all year. It was a PR disaster, a disaster led by the father. So they got to come up with something here. They got to come up with something. And again, I do think I love the kid. Can I say that? I love the kid because the kid is about all business. He doesn't care about the attention. He's not doing the interviews. He's not yearning for them. I was supposed to sit down with him in Ames, Iowa, before they played Iowa State the night before. On a Friday night, they played Iowa State on Saturday. It was all set up. I was going to sit down with the kid, and they pulled it last minute. And again, all they had to do was have this kid's face out there saying, hey, man, like, this is difficult for me. And I think people would have felt for the kid a little bit. And instead, the only thing you ever saw from Darren was him tapping out and then him on the bench with no expression in his face, which is how he is, right? Like he's expressionless. He's stone-faced, whatever. But this is the one of the last kids I would have expected to happen, because he was competitive as hell when I saw him in AAU ball. He was tough. He was fearless. Again, he doesn't love attention. He admitted he's kind of a loner here. But now the big question that I've gotten from several NBA guys is the competitiveness. Not the creatine. Again, maybe it's true, maybe it's not, and they're just trying to come up with something that doesn't, again, you don't want it to be too big of an issue that these teams obviously are going to pass on them because of it. So it's got to be something that looks legitimate enough but isn't too bad.
I think Dallas is Super Bowl ready, perhaps, and the Giants aren't. This needs to be said about the Giants. And, herein lies some theoretical upside for Big Blue. Are we sure Jackson Dart is good? That doesn't mean he's bad at all. The fact that John Harbaugh, desperately wanted to coach Jackson Dart is probably a good sign. But I'm asking this question sincerely. Are we sure, absolutely positive Jackson Dart's good? I think he's going to be good. I think so. We don't know the answer to that question. I don't know how the season's going to go for the Giants. I'm optimistic. It could go poorly. I'm pretty confident in how the season's going to go for the Cowboys. As long as Dak Prescott's healthy, and obviously you need CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens healthy, they're the engines of this offense, how is Dallas not going to be good? How are they not going to be good? The Cowboys open a 1.5-point road favorite at the Giants, and I think that line's a little short. I think that line needs to be close to 3, if not 3. And my sense is that as we approach kickoff on the opening Sunday night game of the year, the Dallas Cowboys will be the preferred choice in the betting market. Again, assuming health. This New York Knicks team is the best New York
Lines,
sports team.
late games, and breaking angles. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. Back now.
Welcome back, BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans, I'm Pat Boyle. It was a very fitting song to play considering what we were just talking about in the commercial break. But I can't let you know about that. Crack, that's the sound of the bat hitting the baseball and a reward being dropped into your account. Take a swing each day in our free-to-play game. If you get a hit, you'll score a reward depending on whether your hit was a single, double, triple, or home run. This game is exclusively available at our friends at BetMGM. Here's how it works. Number 1, play as the batter and select an area of the strike zone. Number 2, if you get a hit, you win a prize. You could win a $50 bonus bet, an odds boost token, a parlay boost token, or a same game parlay boost token. And again, if you're watching live on YouTube here, you could see the details about that even better. But again, that is available at our friends at BetMGM. All right, it's just before 7 p.m. Eastern. It's time. Let's go streaking.
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're going streaking! Yeah! Yes, sir. All right. The premise of this game, we do it every single day on the show. Everybody on the crew picks one batter just to correctly get a hit. And we were like completely en fuego for a while here, Brad. But the boys had the boys wore the collar on Friday. We went over, all of us. So it's time to start a new streak for everybody here. But like, you know, the worst of us here through at least 18 to 22 picks have only gotten 6 incorrect. So still pretty damn good across the board. I'll get us started here. Give me Chandler Simpson in this Rays Jays game that's coming up here in 15 minutes from now. Chandler Simpson, the leadoff guy for Tampa Bay. He's hitting 305 on the year, and I know it's a small sample size, but how about this? Career against Kevin Gausman. The lefty is 5 for 9 against him. And he's your typical singles hitter, right? He's got 46 hits on the year, and only 4 of them are extra base hits. But he's a lefty, and he mashes against righty. 330 batting average against righties. He's got the career numbers against Gausman. He's leading off. Hopefully we get 5 ABs. Give me Chandler Simpson to start a new streak for me. Brad, who you rocking with?
I'm going to rock the Jock Peterson of the Texas Rangers taking on the Arizona Diamondbacks, and Michael Soroka, who is really struggling against left-handed hitters, which Peterson is. Soroka giving up a 337 batting average, LHHs, along with a 12.46 road ERA this season. Peterson 3 for 5 lifetime against Soroka. Has also gotten a hit in 3 of his last 4. Get me off the schneid, Jock!
All righty, so Brad's going with Jock Peterson. Combsy, producer Brandon Combs, you're up next. Who you going with?
Look, I'm going to go with a guy who hasn't had a great start to the season, but I think he's going to get things going tonight. Corey Seager of the Texas Rangers to get me off the board.
Okay, all right. So we got a couple of Rangers here. Brad's going with Jock Peterson. Combs going with Corey Seager. Let's turn it over to our video producer, Monty, owner and operator of batters-box.com, a.k.a. The Hyphen. Let's see who's got an elite rating in his database tonight. Monty, who you going with?
I'm taking it to L.A. I'm going with Rafael Devers at the Dodgers. I got an elite matchup for him against Roki Sasaki. 4th highest rated matchup on the day. Roki's allowed 5+ hits in 5 straight starts. Roki's been struggling with lefties as well. 5.4 xFIP, nearly 47% hard contact rate, 12% barrel rate. So all those expected stats there are kind of through the roof. We want that. And then over 200 games with an elite rating, Devers is getting a hit 69% of the time. So I like the trend there and hopefully getting back on the board.
Okay. You know, there's that classic home run call. Bartender, Jack. Hopefully Monty and Rafael Devers are saying bartender, Saki, or Sasaki. That was a terrible joke, but it sounded good in my head.
Where that was
Either
going.
way. Yeah. Oh, look, I made it work. Brad, and if you want to play all 4 of those guys to get a knock tonight, because we used to do this like every night where we would all go 4 for 4. You want to play it at our friends at BetMGM, what would the odds be on all 4 of these guys getting a hit?
Cool. Plus 416. Fade or follow. That is up to you.
Bang. All right, when we come back, speaking of bang, I mean, history yesterday, the Knicks. Brad said they were going to sweep. I didn't want to believe him. I'm on cloud nine as a Knicks fan. We'll talk about how the Knicks swept the Sixers on BetMGM tonight.
This New York Knicks team is the best New York sports team in the last 15 years. Period. Since my New York football Giants won Super Bowl 46 and beat the New England Patriots following the 2011 season, this is the best New York sports team in 15 years. And yes, that's not saying much. I understand. Trust me, I get it. I'm a diehard New York sports fan. I love New York sports. We collectively, and I will use we to describe New York sports, we have sucked for almost 2 decades. No championship, and I understand the Liberty won a championship. No championships for the men's teams since the Giants won in 2011. 3 finalists. The Rangers in 2014, getting waylaid by the LA Kings in 5 games. The Mets in 2015, losing to the Kansas City Royals. And the Yankees in 2024 with one of the most embarrassing World Series performances ever against the LA Dodgers. Now, I know the Knicks might not win the Eastern Conference Final. I get it. They might not. I think they will, but they might not. Even if they don't, I think this is the best New York sports team in the last 15 years. The dominance that they have shown, the level that they're playing at, how can you deny it? This is like the scene in Game of Thrones, right? Where we get the dusty finish at the end, to use a wrestling term, where it looks like Sansa and Littlefinger are gonna have sentence Arya to death, and then at the end she goes, "What do you say to your crimes, Lord Baelish?" And then she asks him over and over again, "Do you deny it?" And he eventually goes, "I deny it." Gotta tell you, man. It sounds like every married person. Hey, like, are you wrong about this? No. No, I deny it, even though the facts are right here. So I ask all of you, listening, watching, the New York Knicks, do you deny it? Do you deny it? Do you deny them? I'm not saying they're going to win it all. They could very easily. I mean, I don't. Water gun to my head, I think the Thunder will beat them. But I think they can win it, right? They could lose the Eastern Conference Final to either Cleveland or Detroit. Of course that could happen. But I will ask again, do you deny it? Do you deny them? There is no excuse. No excuse. Because now, like, I'm going to give you some more. I gave you a lot of positive. I'll give you some more positive in a moment. Just a reality check here in the middle of this. There will be no excuse. 0.0% excuse for the Knicks not to go to the NBA Finals. I'm not going to say no excuse for them not to win it all, because I'm assuming they'll play the Thunder, and the Thunder will be favorites, and the Thunder should be favorites, and I think the Thunder are the best team. If they get there and they beat the Thunder, it will be the most unbelievable thing in my life as a sports fan, outside of the Giants beating the undefeated Patriots in Super Bowl 42. No excuse. Zero excuse for the Knicks to not beat the Cavs or the Pistons in the next round. Zero excuse. And you might be listening or watching, and maybe you're a Cavs fan, maybe you're a Pistons fan, maybe you just hate the Knicks. All acceptable. And honestly, like, you could be ambivalent towards the Knicks and have your opinion, and that's fine. My opinion is no excuse for them to not win the next round. None, with the way they're playing. Their upside, they have shown it, that their upside is higher than any team in the NBA except for the Thunder and the Spurs. Those are the 3 teams with the highest upside. And the Knicks are the only one in the Eastern Conference that has that ceiling. No excuse not to get there. So, like, yes, it's been awesome. And yes, I'm in ecstasy. I'm delirious. I'm on cloud 9 as a sports fan. But now we go like do your Bob Seger or your James Hetfield. There I go, turn the page. I didn't need to do the guitar or the saxophone there. Turn the page. Have to win the next round. And if they don't, how can you say the season's anything but a failure?
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
For the second consecutive season, the Knicks will advance to the Eastern Conference Finals. They've won 7 consecutive playoff games. A sweep completed here in Philadelphia.
Hello! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Hour number 2 kicks off right now. We're brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line for you to join the show on any of the topics we covered in hour number 1, 310-840-4910. We talked about Spurs T-Wolves last night. Victor Wembanyama's stunning ejection. Do you think Wemby should have been suspended for Game 5? He's not. He's going to play. No fine either. I thought it was ridiculous. I think he should have been suspended for Game 5. Do you think the T-Wolves can win the series now that they won Game 4 and even this puppy up at 2 games apiece? Or do you think that was the one gift that they were going to be handed the rest of this series? Plus, how do you think Cavs and Pistons goes tonight? That game starts in an hour. Do you think the Lakers avoid the sweep? And we did our Let's Go Streaking segment just before. But to talk some more playoff hoops here, Brad, this segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. I got a lot of thoughts. I want you to tell me how much you were right, though, because as you heard Mike Breen's final call yesterday on ESPN, if Mother's Day wasn't good enough for your family, for all the moms out there, I mean, strapping in right before dinner was ready and just watching a historic beatdown, a pulverizing one more time of the Philadelphia 76ers where the Knicks took over the entire arena, Knicks fans clowning that pathetic Philadelphia fan base that couldn't even be bothered to show up in their own arena. I don't know what else could have made yesterday more sweeter, but Brad, you said they were going to sweep. I didn't want to believe it, and here we are. The Knicks are the first team to book their spot in the conference finals, and they might be waiting a while.
Yeah, look, I actually get something right. It's a rare occurrence here on BetMGM Tonight. I'll pat myself on the back. And my friend, the first question I have is honestly throwing it back to you. A, how did you celebrate? And B, were bits of clothing removed?
They were, because I did take a dip in my sister's pool, but that was the only reason why the clothes were removed. I was with my family. I certainly did not go streaking in her suburban, streets. But how did I celebrate? I don't know, I just sat down with my family, had a good Mother's Day meal. I don't think I even drank any alcohol last night, and I didn't do any drugs because I was just straight up. I was high. I was high off that win, man. I couldn't believe what I was watching in the first quarter. I felt like I was on drugs because every single shot the Knicks took, bottom of the net, bottom of the barrel, nothing but net. They tied an NBA record with 11 threes in the first quarter, and they tied the NBA record with 18 threes made in the first half. Remember, they also tied the record for the largest lead at halftime when they closed out the Hawks, and the Knicks have won 7 straight games, 6 of them by double digits, 4 of them by at least 29 points. I don't want this feeling to ever go away. So I celebrated probably in a less than imperious fashion than I should have, but I mean, my goodness, man. That was unbelievable. That was fun as hell to watch. And again, it felt like the game was once again over in the first quarter, where for the last several years, after 20 years of my young adult life and, childhood life of the Knicks never making the playoffs, except for like 1 year with Carmelo. Then to watch them get into the playoffs, and it felt like every single Knick playoff game over the last 4 years is a slog to the final bitter end. They are now just straight up punking teams and ending the game after 12 minutes, which is something I've never thought would be possible. And yeah, I mean, my chest fully puffed out right now because I'll tell you this much, Brad, as a Knicks fan, screw the Pistons, screw the Thunder, screw the Spurs. The way the Knicks are playing, there is nobody that can beat them in a best-of-7 series right now. I don't care how good or how historic Oklahoma City is. If that's your finals matchup, I said before the playoffs began, the Thunder would actually win that convincingly. I have seen the light. I have seen the light of the basketball gods, Brad. It's a Knicks title. It's a Knicks ticker tape parade going down the Canyon of Heroes. And about a month and a half from now, the New York Knicks are going to be NBA champions. And there's nobody that can stop them the way they're playing right now.
Dude, that's really pure euphoria. And we're talking like Sydney Sweeney level pure euphoria, where you're going to be scantily
these
clad
last couple
if that
episodes.
and yeah, indeed occur. Look, I'm going to say this just to kind of echo your sentiment. They're doing just outrageous things. Statistically speaking, you look at some of the advanced data that's out there, their net efficiency rating right now is a flat 20.0. That's sky high. That's world class. That's almost unsustainable level, but they just continuously go out and consistently beat the brakes off the competition. Now we're going to see, what the next round has in store. I have felt since Boston got ousted in the Eastern Conference Finals, the team to beat, without question, were your beloved New York Knicks. And they're certainly delivering right now on that front. Now, just to put it in perspective, that in terms of that net efficiency rating, again, 20.0, the second highest right now in this NBA postseason is the Oklahoma City Thunder. The otherworldly Oklahoma City Thunder at 18.8. So that's a decent margin of separation between the Knicks and the Thunder in that category. Then the Spurs are third, barely on the podium there at 11.9. This is how special of a postseason run this Knicks team has had. They have just been unreal, unbelievable. When you're looking at offense efficiency, defense efficiency, they're just consistently sound and high-level execution across the board. It's more than Jalen Brunson. It's some of the other guys on this team. And even without OG Anunoby on the floor, of course, dealing with that hamstring injury. And we're going to see when he's going to be back, because that's really up in the air. And you and I were talking about it on our prep call early today. When exactly do we anticipate him coming back? He's such a key player offensively and defensively for this squad. And a level of competition as you get deeper in the postseason, sure to ratchet up. At least that's the expectation. But whether it's Detroit, whether it's Cleveland, doesn't matter. I think the Knicks are going to be making the NBA Finals. I think Ben Stiller, I think Chalamet, I think all the celebrities are going to be head over heels. Their minds are blown right now. All of you right now, it's not even on cloud 9. It's like cloud 9,000. The exuberance that you're feeling with this New York Knicks team. And really, there's no better energy in the world of basketball, or at the collegiate level, whether at the NBA level, than the Garden with a packed house and a passionate fan base, whoever it may be in the building at that moment in time. When that place is a rocking, oh boy, a socking could be issued by the Knicks, and they're not remotely done. Again, I think they're going to roll through wherever they get next in this upcoming round. They're going to make the NBA Finals, and we'll see, can they give OKC, assuming the Thunder make it there, and you and I both believe that's going to be the case, can they give them an actual series? And the way they're playing right now, they could give like peak Chicago Bulls from the 90s an actual series.
310-840-4910. Are you blown away by what the Knicks are doing? Are you rethinking who's going to win the NBA Finals this year? Because as a diehard Knicks fan, I thought they'd get there. I didn't think they'd match up well with Oklahoma City. The way they're shooting the ball, the way their offense is operating right now, and how great their bench is playing, which, again, just like look at the Lakers Thunder series and look how big of a disparity the bench is. Once Oklahoma City's bench guys have to come in, when J-Dub's healthy, it's normally A.J. Mitchell. He's in the starting lineup now, but still, Jared McCain, Jalen Williams, the other Jalen Williams, guys that they can just, Isaiah Joe, who's barely even playing, Aaron Wiggins, like, their backups can beat probably half the league's starting lineups. The way the Knicks bench is operating, Mitchell Robinson, Landry Shamet shooting the freaking lights out, Jose Alvarado playing pesky defense, Deuce McBride, who's normally on the bench, he's been starting the last couple of games for OG. Yeah, I think the Knicks can win the title here, Brad. And I know there's probably a certain city in the state of Michigan right now, and maybe a certain city in the state of Ohio that are both saying, I'm sorry, did the Knicks just jump right through the Eastern Conference Finals? They're already in the NBA Finals? No, they're not. And I know what the Detroit Pistons fan is saying right now. Well, we swept the Knicks in the regular season. That's true. That is true. And not only did they sweep, the Pistons obliterated the Knicks in the 3 matchups they played each other. They won in January by 31. They won in February by 38. And then they played the Knicks at the Garden 2 weeks later in middle of February and beat them by 15. They crushed them every single time. Brad, let me just remind you, producer Brandon Combs, anybody else that needs to hear this, the Knicks got swept and crushed by the Celtics in the regular season last year, lost by 23, 27, 13, and then they lost in overtime, and they beat them. So if it is Knicks Pistons coming up in the conference finals, I ain't worried. And if the Cleveland Cavaliers find a way to come back, and if the Cleveland Cavaliers find a way to come back and win that series, it might be another sweep if the Knicks have to play James Harden and the Cavs in the conference finals. So, yeah, I kind of already am putting the Knicks in the NBA finals here because I just don't think anybody's stopping them in the East. But Brad, I will admit, could it be a problem for the Knicks if the Cavs and the Pistons go 6 or 7 games and the Knicks don't end up playing another freaking game until, I don't know, maybe another 10 days from now, 12 days from now, maybe almost 2 weeks, the Knicks are going to suit up and play again? Could the rest versus rust argument here, could rust actually be the Knicks' worst nightmare? What do you think?
I think it's definitely on the table. There's no doubt about it. But the one saving grace for this is, again, OG Anunoby dealing with that hamstring strain. This is a golden opportunity for him to heal up. It's a gift from the basketball gods, honestly. If, Detroit and Cleveland extends to 6 or 7 games, again, I feel it's going to go to 7 games. If that is the case and the New York Knicks get the pleasure of having extended rest, it's going to benefit OG Anunoby, and maybe, just maybe, if he can recover from that pesky hamstring, see Luka Doncic, he might be available in game 1, and you could be at full strength. So that's really the argument here. Are you willing to clack and roll the dice on the rust accumulating, or are you going to clack and roll the dice knowing that OG Anunoby could be back and healthy for game 1? I'd rather, clack and roll the dice on the latter point of view unfolding, because if you can get, a key player on both ends of the floor back and healthy for week 1 or game 1 in time against Detroit or Cleveland, doesn't really matter. You're going to be at 100% or at least 90, 95%, and you're going to put your best foot forward. So, honestly, it may not matter in either, perspective, but I'd rather, wait this thing out, get OG healthy, and come out with guns a-blazing in game 1.
Yeah, and look, here's, I got some good news. My guy, Ian Begley, who's been on our show before, he said on his podcast, The Putback, which is courtesy of SNY, it's their TV home of the Mets, but they do a lot, obviously, they cover all New York sports. Ian Begley said he covers the Knicks. He said, quote, OG Anunoby will play in game 1. I feel very comfortable saying that just because of where this thing was in the day or 2 days after it happened. Ian Begley saying, barring any setbacks, the Knicks should expect to have OG Anunoby ready to go for game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals. And that is, again, even if game one was in 2-3 days from now, I'd feel good about that. But again, the fact that, I guess the Pistons could win tonight and win on Wednesday and they close this series out. But we were also talking about this, Brad. How much sooner would you want the Eastern Conference Finals to start before the Western Conference Finals? Because the NBA Finals has a set start date. It's what, June 3rd, I believe? Yeah, June 3rd. So you don't want to have too big of a chunk off in time between the conference finals. But if the Pistons and the Cavs end on Wednesday, and we maybe get a game 7 between the T-Wolves and the Spurs all the way on coming up on Sunday, how early would you want to start game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals? So I think either way, I think the earliest Knicks Pistons is starting is this upcoming Saturday in 5 days from now. And I feel, I'm going off of my guy Ian Begley, what he's saying. I think the Knicks will have OG Anunoby. And I got to be honest, Brad, maybe it's just pure euphoria. Maybe it's arrogance right now. I don't think rest versus rust is going to hurt the Knicks. I think the rest is the best thing because, like you said, you got 100% OG Anunoby. And look, could you say, well, the Knicks, again, rust is going to hurt them. They haven't shot the ball like this in a couple of days. It might, if they have a couple of days off here, they get out of rhythm, they get out of flow, they get out of system. Honestly, I can say on the flip side here that the Cavs and Pistons going 7 or 6, although it's not like a physically intense, like grind you out, maybe risk of some injury series, I'd rather have those teams continue to just beat each other up. I think that can help the Knicks as much as any potential rust would hurt them. And I mean, look, man, you practice all the sets, all the motions going through an offense. I know you can't replicate what a game can do. It's just where they play, if it's the Detroit Pistons or the Cavs, it's either their defense is going to be ready to stop the Knicks based off the footage that they've watched throughout the regular season and the playoffs, or they're not going to be ready to stop them. I don't think anything that the Knicks are going to do is going to impact, how they shoot the ball. It's going to be about the defense that lines up against them and whether or not they can contest a lot of those shots, because Philly just completely had zero chance of defending the three. It was wide open threes after wide open threes, but even the contested ones were going down. Maybe you get some sort of variation or regression to the mean, but holy smokes, Brad. With the way the Knicks are shooting the basketball right now and the way that just they're operating efficiently, they're all making the right pass. They're all making the right decisions. Since they lost those back-to-back games against Atlanta, it's one thing for the ball to go in the hoop. It's another thing to consistently take the right shot and have the right possession. And the Knicks have consistently been doing that. So that's why I'm not really worried about the rust versus rest.
Yeah, again, they're a definition of efficiency right now. To give it, again, the advanced analytics point of view here, folks, 1.248 points per possession is what they have scored in this NBA playoffs run. That's second highest among all playoff teams, second only to OKC. Defensively, equally brilliant, 1.048 points per possession allowed. That's the third highest, trailing only San Antonio was number 1, and the Detroit Pistons, who are number 2, giving up 1.047 points per possession. Again, Knicks 1.048. I agree, man. Look, a lot of people are going to argue until they're blue in the face about rust versus rest. But if you're getting rest at this point of year, you are taking that all diggity day long. It's a taxing season. It's a gruel. It's a grind in 82 games. Now you're deep in the postseason. If you get these respites, whether it's 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, possibly 5 days to the Knicks, you take the money and you run. It's not like they're going to be sitting on their ass doing nothing, eating like bonbons and shoving burritos in their pie holes. They're going to be still working on stuff at practice, staying in shape, staying, at the top of their game. But mentally, having that unwind time, I think is extremely beneficial. They can recalibrate, they can refresh, and they get back out there in game number 1 and bring the thump, because that's what the Knicks have done consistently this NBA postseason.
Yeah, one more quick question here. By the way, 310-840-4910. If you want to get in here on the show, you can call, you can text. Do you think the Knicks are going to win the NBA Finals now? Like, forget about just winning the conference. Pistons going to be a tough, very tough matchup. Cavs, I know I'm arrogant about it. Cavs would be a good matchup as well. They got the experience. But forget about that. Like, are the Knicks good enough to win the freaking title now? A lot of people thought they'd lose to the Celtics. Not a lot of people picked them to win the East. Nobody was picking them to win the title. I know that for damn sure. Are they good enough to win the title now? And if they're going to do it, Brad, who do you think the Knicks need more? Is it Jalen Brunson or Karl Anthony Towns? Because this is still a hot debate amongst Knicks fans. And I think that it's still Karl Anthony Towns. If the Knicks want to get to that finals, if the Knicks want to win that title, they will still need Karl Anthony Towns to step up when it really matters most. In the conference finals, and if the Knicks get to the finals, it's got to be Cat. And maybe that's just because I know that Brunson has such a high floor that I know he's like, Brunson's capable of exploding for 35, 40, but I also think he's got a very high floor where it's like if he underperforms, then it's like, okay, he still at least gives the Knicks a chance. If Karl Anthony Towns underperforms, he kills him. But if Karl Anthony Towns plays to his A+ game, he takes the Knicks to a championship level team. That's why I still think it's Cat, because he's got maybe not the higher ceiling than Brunson, but the Knicks have a way higher ceiling when Karl Anthony Towns is playing great versus the normal consistency you get from JB.
And I completely concur with you, Captain. On your point of view, it's got to be Cat. He's got to meow, he's got to purr, he's got to earn the fancy feast. There is no question about that. And in order for him to earn that wonderful bowl of grub, he's got to probably average between 18 to 20 points a game. He's got to go on and get a consistent 8+ rebounds per game, dish out a few dimes as well, which he's been more than capable of doing, in every game. So far, last 5 games, I should say, of the postseason, he's doled out at least 6 assists. So he's got to stuff the stat sheet. And, let's assume that it is OKC in the NBA Finals. For them to compete against Chet Holmgren and Hartenstein, he has got to go out there and he has got to be ultra physical in the post. He's got to be able to stretch the defense out to the perimeter, knock down a couple of those triples as well, which, of course, he's more than capable of doing, a former NBA three-point shooting champ. He's taken around 5 threes per game so far this NBA postseason. He knocks out 2 or 3 in a game. The offense is really off and humming. So, yeah, I think Cat is vital for this team, and he's got to put together consistent, steady Eddie results across the board. That gives them the best shot to win an NBA title. That gives them the best shot, yes, to knock off who would be heavily favored, I believe, in an NBA championship matchup, that being OKC.
All right, phone number to join, 310-840-4910. So add that into the mix on the Knicks discussion here. Not only do you think they can win the title, but if they're going to, who is more important? Is it Jalen Brunson or is it Karl Anthony Towns? By the way, we were not up and running live on Twitter where you can normally watch the show. We had some technical difficulties, but shout out to our producer, Brandon Combs, and a major shout out to Chloe. Major shout out to Chloe Pratt for getting it up and running, working through the technical difficulties. So you can, as normal, watch the show live on YouTube, and you can watch the show live on Twitter. We're going to take a short break. The phone number to join, 310-840-4910. When we come back, we'll talk some baseball here. Big weekend that was. We're going to get in all the details, hit you with all the headlines when we come back. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
The San Francisco 49ers are the most slept-on team in the NFL as far as the Super Bowl is concerned. Like, we're just going to hand-wave away Kyle Shanahan's track record of success because you didn't think they should take Deshaun Stribling with the first pick of the second round, and they took Kalen Black 2 rounds too early at running back. Like, you don't like what they did in the NFL draft because of the quote-unquote consensus big board, so now you think they're going to stink. Really? Really? You can bet against Kyle Shanahan. I would very much like to take 3 points with Kyle Shanahan in week 1 for the 49ers against the Los Angeles Rams. Another year without making the conference final for Joel Embiid, who, by the way, is still the only NBA MVP in the history of the NBA to not make a conference final. Joel Embiid. Everyone wants to kill Joel Embiid for what he said. How can the season be a success? I really feel like are we just conditioned as, forget about sports fans, as people, to just hate everything? That you can't, I don't know if it's a lack of empathy. Empathy is maybe too strong a word here, but it's like the inability that we have to put ourselves in the shoes of somebody else, to understand how they might be feeling in the moment when they say something. That it's not just like you sitting on your couch with your hand in your pants like Al Bundy, Cheeto dust on your fingers like a college freshman, saying, well, they lost. How can he say it's a success? How about this? He never plays. He knows he never plays. Everybody knows he never plays. And now he feels like they figured it out. And he probably feels like he can start playing now. And it remains to be seen if that's going to be the case. But if you were Joel Embiid, let's say it's you. You're Joel Embiid. And your body lets you down again and again, time after time. And you've now reached a point, right, wrong, or indifferent. I have no idea what's going on. Honestly, you'd bet against him staying healthy, unfortunately, right, given the past data. But you've reached a point now where you feel good about your health? What do you want him to say? Yeah, the season's a failure. I feel great, and I normally don't, but the season's a failure? Come on. He knows that the season didn't go the way they wanted it to go. But if you can't put yourself in his shoes and understand his perspective there, what are we doing? Not just as sports fans, but as humans, if you can't understand that, what he's saying. Of course it's a success for him. And I'll tell you what, if it were you and you were him, you'd consider it a success also. Because, it's really funny, right? In our lives, all of us are selfish. We all are, to varying degrees. Now, it's for me, I'm a husband and a dad. I was way more selfish in my younger years. But I can still be selfish now. We all are selfish. But when someone else is selfish, we have no problem saying, how could you say that? When you would feel the same exact way. You would feel the same exact way as Joel Embiid if you were Joel Embiid. You can be pissed that they lost, and I'm sure he is, but also say, you know what? I actually feel good about this now, about my health moving forward. Come on. Give it a rest, everybody.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Looking to take your MLB action to the next level this season? Boosted odds are here to crank up every pitch, swing, and home run. BetMGM is hooking you up with your very own MLB Odds Boost token. Just add any MLB bet to your bet slip, activate your Odds Boost token, and lock it in. If your bet hits, you're cashing out with an even bigger payout. Brett, since we were just talking about it, I feel like I'll bring it to the airwaves here. The good thing about working at our home studios here for the show is that my girlfriend, who I now live with as of the last month here in the city of brotherly love, I get a tremendous chef, basically not at my service. I don't want it to make it seem like that, but when she cooks, I do a lot of the meal prepping. Before I get myself into trouble here, I do a lot of the meal prepping. I make the chicken. We eat 90% of our main protein is chicken. I meal prep all the chicken. I meal prep a ton of sweet potatoes, and I do some veggies during the week. And then she'll put it all together, and I'll basically go down during one or two of the breaks during the show, and I'll make my bowl. She handled most of it tonight. I mean, dude, I'll show it. It's probably not going to look that great on camera, But
it's going to look good.
This is
This
what I got for me tonight.
Hell yeah. That looks outstanding.
We got some chicken thighs. I'll read you off the ingredients for anybody that wants to make it. That's
the hell cares?
People that worry
that looks good.
Yeah, people that care about their well-being and their health, Combs, but those are the people that care. All right, so you shut up with your Peter Griffin drops. So again, we got a little chicken thighs, we got a little sweet potatoes, purple sweet potatoes. We got a quinoa base. We got some kimchi.
Oh hell yeah!
We got some carrots. You got some purple cabbage.
Ooh.
Did I mention kimchi? You've got
keep talking dirty.
You got green onion and cilantro, and then the gochujang, which is like the spicy Korean like barbecue paste.
Oh.
I'm gonna take my mouth on a freaking journey. One bite at a time throughout these next couple of commercial breaks. So that's what I got whipped up here on this Monday night, and I'm getting ready. You got and look, we got a great night. Great night of playoff games here coming up. We got Avalanche Wild at the top of the hour. We got Cavs Pistons at the top of the hour. We got Thunder Lakers later tonight. Maybe if you're staying up late, maybe the Lakers will keep your interest in that one through until the third quarter or the fourth quarter. But we had a great weekend of baseball here, Brad. And I think probably the number one thing to talk about coming out of the weekend, out of the Mother's Day weekend, which is like a lot of people really start to lock in on baseball. If you haven't already, we've been talking about it every single day, but we're basically 40 games in for just about every single team here. And I think the thing that stands out the most, there are only 4 teams in the American League that are 500 or better, and only 3 are above 500. That would be the New York Yankees at 26-15. That would be the Tampa Bay Rays, who are red hot and are 26-13. And the A's, who are atop the AL West at 21-19. Those are the only 3 teams above 500. Is the American League that much worse than the National League talent-wise, or are just so many of these good teams that we expected to get off to great starts? The Blue Jays, the Detroit Tigers, the Seattle Mariners. Are they just off to slow starts, or should we expect a pretty mediocre American League for most of the season here? This is crazy.
I think it's more of the latter, man. I think this is going to live in like vanilla land all over the board for the American League. Because you look at the run differential right now, there's only 4 teams, believe it or not, that have a plus run differential in the American League. It's the aforementioned Tampa Bay Rays. They're at plus 20. Number one's your beloved New York Yankees at plus 73. That's sky high. And then you got Detroit at plus 4 and Seattle at plus 2. End of list. That's it. In positive run differential. Meanwhile, you compare that to the National League. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams with a plus run differential right now. The Atlanta Braves, who I believe still have the best record of baseball at 28-13. They're a plus 87. My Chicago Cubs, a plus 47. They've cooled off the last couple of games, haven't scored a run in their last 18 innings, but they've been living on another plane for the most part for the better part of the last month and a half. Milwaukee, a plus 54. They're starting to catch fire right now, trailing the Cubs by 3.5. The shockingly good St. Louis Cardinals at plus 3. And the Pittsburgh Pirates at plus 31. And they got 2 teams out west, the Padres at plus 3. Then later in action tonight, the LA Dodgers at plus 69. Nice. So I think overall right now, the strong argument resides with the fact that NL's just flat out better. I think you have more balanced teams, you have better pitching, you have better hitting that's going on. The run differential is a prominent stat, and it's very telling on where these teams are currently living. And, for the most part, the American League is living in a land of suckage. They've just been wildly mediocre outside of, the 4 teams that I mentioned. Even the Seattle Mariners have been a pretty massive disappointment. A team a lot of people thought were going to be in World Series contention. And they're 3 games below 500 despite having a plus 2 run differential. So, again, final word here, the National League, light years better, in my estimation, at this juncture of the count. I got a long ways to go than the AL.
Yeah, and that's fair. And again, I mean, the records stand up. The entire National League Central is still above 500, and the worst team in that division is the Reds at 22-19, and the Pirates are both 22-19. By the way, it did come at the expense of my Yankees, but I told you guys the Brewers are going to win the division. Don't look now. 3.5 games back of your Cubbies. Not even Memorial Day weekend.
They are knocking.
Just saying. Just saying. You guys called the Rays the gold standard for small market teams the other day. You might want to think twice about that statement, Combs. But yeah, I mean, in the American League Central, nobody's above 500. So I still think when we look, if we were to do a quick little power rankings here of all the baseball teams, I would still have the Yankees probably at number 2, considering they're 26-15, and Carlos Rodon only made his season debut yesterday. Garrett Cole still hasn't made his season debut. Giancarlo Stanton's been on the IL for weeks now. I would still probably have, I know they're off to a slow start. We know how good this team is capable of being in October, both the Blue Jays and the Mariners. I would still probably have them inside the top 8 teams in baseball. So I'd still probably have 3 out of 8. In terms of the best teams in baseball, 3 out of 8 are still in the American League. I'd have your Cubbies. I'd have the Dodgers at 1 until proven otherwise. I'd probably have the Cubbies at 3, or I'd have the Braves at 3. I'd probably have the Cubbies at 4, and then I'd probably throw the Padres in there as well because they're atop the division with the Dodgers. So I still think top to bottom, yes, the National League is better, but in terms of the teams we expect to be there in October, I think the American League can flex as much firepower as the National League. But I mean, it is crazy. All these negative run differentials for teams in the American League, whereas, I mean, shoot, just looking at it here, 7 teams in the National League have a positive run differential. Only 4 do in the American League. There's just flat across the board, there's been a lot of mediocre baseball. It's really incredible to try to explain here. But anyway, let's move on, Brad, because we broke down all of last week Tarek Skubal's injury and the surgery to have a loose body removed in his elbow. Initially thought it was going to be at least 2 to 3 months. Then all of a sudden we get news that the surgery went so well, he can work out almost immediately. 2 months is seen as conservative. And of course, you get Scott Boras is now saying that the rehab time for Skubal, quote, could be much, much shorter than originally thought. So let's say he might be good to return here in a month or 5 weeks. Should the Tigers rush to get him back, given that nobody in their division is over 500, and right now the White Sox have the second best record in the division? Or do you think that Tarek Skubal has so much to prove for himself going towards the trade deadline and going into this season that if he wants to pitch and he thinks he's ready to go, the Tigers should maybe not rush him back, but be a little bit more liberal and say, get him in there earlier than expected? How do you think the Tigers should play this?
Be liberal. Look, they're in the thick of it. That division is going to be wildly mediocre for much of the season. I mean, the fact that Chicago White Sox are very much a contention and breathing down people's necks kind of summarizes and says it all. I think this is going to be it. I've already compared it to the NFC South of Major League Baseball, a division where a 500 team or one slightly above 500 could ultimately win the division and make the postseason. Detroit is right there in the mix. And we know that Skubal is extraordinarily valuable, a guy that had a 6.8 WAR last season, former Cy Young winner, outlandishly good K per 9, doesn't walk a whole lot of guys, misses a lot of bats. He had a 2.3 or 2.1 ERA last season. So far this year, before he was unplugged in 43 and a third innings pitched, a 2.70 ERA. The expected ERA a little bit higher, 3.16. But it's not like it'd be a really harsh correction if he had one. There has been a lot of milling about, some rumors circulating that, if Skubal comes back, Detroit is, let's say, 5 games below 500. Do they entertain trading him, knowing the contract stuff that's at play? I guess that's entirely still on the table. But again, man, I'm telling you, like 2 games, 3 games, 4 games above 500 may ultimately win you that division this year. And Tarek Skubal, obviously a guy that's absolutely key for the Detroit Tigers in that rotation. He just brings the noise and gets it done every 5th day.
I think they should be conservative. I think they should still try to weigh this out here for another 2 months. I mean, because look, it's not like he's playing every day. He pitches every 5 days. So at most, again, the difference between an extra 2 weeks is maybe 3 starts, maybe. give you 3 starts. If it's an extra 3 weeks, okay, we're looking at then maybe 4 starts here, right? Every 5 days, 21 days, 4 starts that he misses. Is that really going to cost the Tigers a playoff spot? And is that going to be the big difference of whether or not the Tigers trade him or not at the trade deadline? I think Detroit still needs to have their eyes on October. They still need to have their eyes on what matters, and that is having Skubal healthy in October. And I don't care what the doctors say. Hey, there's no more risk. There's no more jeopardy of having him pitch right now than if you wait another 4 weeks here. I don't care, man. He obviously, it was enough to give him some discomfort that he tried to pitch through it and ultimately couldn't. So is this something that could come back? I don't know. I've never had loose bodies. I have a half-torn UCL. I didn't have a loose body or bone chips or any of these crazy sounding things floating around in my elbow. And is it something that could pop back up? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. I just think, why rush him back? Why not just give him as much time to refresh, let him ramp back up, and then you've got just that much less mileage on Tarik Skubal for October when you really need it. And I just don't think it's going to make or break the Tigers making the postseason. And I know maybe I'm going to sound like a fool for this in September if the Tigers miss the division or miss the playoffs by literally 1 game or 2 games. And Brad, you can shove it down my throat then and say, see, Skubal should have pitched. I just think I'd rather play conservatively when you've got his future up in the air. You've got the playoffs that you really need him for. And yes, right now, the circumstances of the division, there's a lot of mediocre teams. It's not like you're already falling 7-8 games behind here. You got some time to make it up. That's how I feel.
So let me ask you this. Detroit right now is just kind of a mediocre offense. Over the last 2 weeks, they're just number 18 in WRC plus in Major League Baseball. Again, let's just say, for the sake of argument, they're slightly below 500 team come the All-Star break. Let's say Skubal is given a green light and he's able to come back maybe just before, right around the All-Star break. Do you let him go all systems go then in the second half of the season, or you just get to ease him back into the rotation? Because, man, that's such a valuable arm every 5th day. And if they're scratching and clawing for every single victory, they're going to need him.
Yeah, once he returns to the rotation, it's not like the first 3 weeks of the season where you're ramping. Like, I want him ramped up in the minor leagues in his rehab starts, so that if he makes 2 of them or 3 rehab starts, like that last one, he throws 75 pitches. So then his first start with Detroit is 85, 90 pitches. He's ready to go. Like, there's no easing him back in once he's already back. You want to ease him back, but once he's in, like, bang, you get 7 innings, 95 pitches. Yeah, go eat, brother. Go eat. 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. When we return, a little true or false. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
The Cowboys are better than the Giants. Dallas has a legitimate opportunity this year to play on Championship Sunday for the first time since the mid-90s. Dallas has tremendous upside this season. And you know, because I said it the Friday after night 1 of the NFL draft, Caleb Downs, Malachi Lawrence. I think Dallas is winning the NFC East. I think the Cowboys are just better than the Giants. And I think the point spread of this game needs to be, like, if it's not going to be Cowboys -3, we need to be like a juiced 2.5 for Dallas. It gives me no pleasure to say it as a Giants fan. Do I want my team to win? Yes. But I have to keep it realistic. Keep it a buck, as the kids would say, with all of you. I think the Cowboys are going to beat the Giants and beat them fairly easily coming up week 1, Sunday Night Football. The Brooklyn Nets and the Sacramento Kings. I'm not trying to be, sincerely, I'm not trying to be dramatic here. I'm not trying to be hyperbolic at all. I think these two franchises are probably screwed for quite some time. Think about what I'm saying about lottery reform and what's about to happen, right? Where's the path for these teams to be good? Where is it for the Nets and the Kings? They put, especially Brooklyn, and I'm not going to go through all the details, but like what Brooklyn basically did was not mortgage the entire future, but traded a lot to gain control of their picks in 25 and 26 and busted on both of them. The Sacramento Kings endured another brutal season to end up with the 7th pick, and the Nets have the 6th pick. Now, it's a deep draft. It's not to say that they can't get stars at 6 and 7. It's not to say that. But if you're a Nets fan and you're a Kings fan, insert joke here about those two fan bases. But you're saying, right? If you're a Nets fan or a Kings fan, I mean, this is the height of misery. This is pit of misery level stuff if you're a Brooklyn Nets fan or a Sacramento Kings fan. Especially if you're a Nets. Because, like, the Kings, I actually feel like in their own weird way are trying to be good. They're terrible at it, but they're trying. The Nets were trying to be bad. This is like you get in shape, you dedicate yourself for a year straight, 2 years straight in this instance. No cheat meals. You're eating grilled chicken and broccoli and washing it down with liter after liter of water, gallon after gallon of H2O. You're in the gym 6 days a week. You don't go out. You're trying to get in great shape to impress your crush. You spend all this time working on it, in the dark, losing in your personal life with the hopes that one day you'll be a big winner. And you get your shot, and you shoot your shot. And you get rejected instantly. Like on that old MTV show, Next, when you walk off the bus and the person just yells, next. The NBA and the basketball gods looked at the Brooklyn Nets and looked at the Sacramento Kings, and they walked off the bus, ready for their moment. And the gods yelled, next.
Live lines, late games, and breaking angles. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. Back now.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. At the top of the hour, in just over 10 minutes from now, the great Brian Geltzeiler of SiriusXM NBA Radio will join us to talk NBA playoffs. He'll give us a quick breakdown of Cavs-Pistons Game 4 because it tips off in about 20 minutes. But let's do a little true or false here. And let's get producer Brandon Combs in the mix to delegate. Combs, what's going on, brother? How you doing?
What's going on, boys? A little bit of true or false here. All you got to do, I'll give you a statement. You tell me whether it's true or false. And remember, if one part of the statement is false, the entire statement is false. Aaron Judge finishes the season as the league's home run king. Currently leads Munetaka Murakami by 1 and is tied with Kyle Schwarber for the Major League Baseball lead in home runs with 16. Pat, true or false?
True. Again, as long as he stays healthy, which I know that's part of the question, but I'm going to say true. Again, it's Aaron Judge. Like, he just effortlessly parks balls. He's pretty consistent with when he hits them. He doesn't rely on like a 10-game span to do it. Judge, basically, he's good for like a home run every, 4 games. So if not more than that, if not like every 3 games. So he's already got 16, right? And how many games has he played so far this season? Just about every one of them. He's played 42, so he's going deep between every 2 and 3 games here. So yeah, he's going to hit 50 because you look at Judge's numbers and he's hit 53, 58, and 62 in 3 of the last 4 years. And the only time he didn't do that was 2023 when he missed a chunk of playing time. Yeah, he's going to be the home run king because he's Aaron freaking Judge. So true.
I'm not going to slam the gavel. I'm going to say false. I think Murakami's got a great shot of catching Aaron Judge and passing him. He's a real deal. Holyfield, the ISO mark say so at 324. Yeah, Judge is at 370 in that category. But Murakami, a little bit higher in exit velocity right now. Number 3 in all Major League Baseball. Judge at number 10. I think Murakami may best him. Hell, I think Kyle Schwarber could best him playing in that bandbox in Philadelphia, and the temperature is really rising out east. So I say false. Judge falls short. Sorry, mi amigo.
Hey, look, Murakami's done a great job of adjusting. The league adjusted to him, stopped throwing him fastballs for a little while, and then he adjusted and started hitting breaking balls out. So I think Murakami does have a great chance, but he's still Aaron Judge, and he still plays at Yankee Stadium. So I would still say Aaron Judge is going to be the home run king. All right, the brooms come out tonight in Los Angeles as the Thunder dispose of the Lakers and then return to the NBA Finals by dispatching the winner of San Antonio versus Minnesota. True or false, Brad?
True. They're going to handle business tonight. Brooms are coming out. They're going to be sweeping the LA Lakers, going to do so in convincing fashion. They're going to turn around, and they're going to beat either San Antonio or Minnesota. I know you're a believer in the Spurs. I am to a certain extent, but I think Minnesota is going to, push them to the utmost limit. But OKC is just, they're walking on water right now, man. Again, number 2 in net efficiency. It seems like destiny. It's going to be Thunder, Knicks in the NBA Finals, and sign me up. I'd love to watch every single tick of that one.
I'm going to go false because I think the first half is false. I actually think the Lakers win this game tonight. Maybe it's just I want to see it happen because I want to see a game 5. I want another game at LeBron in a Lakers jersey before he probably goes into free agency and maybe goes back to Cleveland or God knows where else. But yes, the Thunder will return to the NBA Finals. I don't know if they sweep tonight. I did say the Lakers first half money line is a great play. So let's see if they can actually win the second half for once in their lives.
Yeah, look, this is false because they're not getting to the NBA Finals. San Antonio is going to beat them in the conference finals. All right, last one. The Cowboys versus Giants will open up the season week 1 on Sunday Night Football. The Cowboys will continue their week 1 dominance over the G-Men. They're 11-1 all-time in week 1 matchups. True or false, Pat?
False. I don't care about what history says, about what their all-time week 1 means. This is a different squad. You got the John Harbaugh era kicking off. Jackson Dart is back. Malik Neighbors will be back, and the G-Men will roll in week 1. It'll be the beginning of what is going to be a very fruitful 2026 for Big Blue.
I totally agree. I'm going to go false as well. I think Big Blue takes care of business. I think they're going to be a little bit better defensively than Dallas. I know Dallas has made some investments in that category. Caleb Downs, obviously a major shot in the arm, but that Giants offense can certainly match the caliber of the Cowboys offense. So I agree. The G-Men win week 1.
Combs in 5 seconds. True or false? All right, never mind. We're running out of time. We're running out of time. We'll get Combs' answer in a little bit. We got Brian Geltzeiler coming up next from Sirius XM NBA Radio. He joins us on BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
You can't elbow a guy in the throat. He literally elbowed Naz Reid in the throat. Naz Reid gets elbowed and goes down like Glass Joe in Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, doing like a pirouetting before hitting the ground. All that's missing is the sound effects. Bump. He got elbowed in the throat. This was like something like you'd see in a Jason Bourne movie or in like New Japan Pro Wrestling. This was Chris Jericho's AEW finisher, the Judas Effect. Spinning elbow to the face or the neck. We can all, and I am among these people. I am in this camp of people. And this camp should be 100% of people, even if you're a fan of a Western Conference team that has to tango with Wemby for the next decade plus. You should all really like him. He's very likable. He's ridiculously smart. He says exceptionally interesting things at press conferences and in media availability. He seems, I don't know him personally, I don't know. He seems like he's a very nice guy, right? So all of that can be true. Also, you can't elbow somebody in the throat. So Spurs had, I'm like, take a listen here. This was Spurs head coach Mitch Johnson after the game last night, defending Victor Wembanyama.
Officiate him.
I just think that the amount of physicality that people play with him, at some level, you have to protect yourself. Every single play on every single part of the floor, people are trying to impose their physicality on him. I get it. We get it. And that's part of the game.
Yeah, okay. So it's like, you get bullied in school, show up with a baseball bat and beat someone's brains in. Beat them into oblivion. Okay, again, we all understand what's happening here. How do you defend Wemby? You try and beat the piss out of him. His body hasn't filled out yet, and when it does, the league, it's over for the rest of the league when Wemby figures it out, really figures it out. But until then, this is how you do it. You get his, and I'll tell you what, this is when I say last week, the Wolves are a crazy person. The Wolves. They do what they do. They got in Wemby's head. And what he did is indefensible. Is it kind of cool that he elbowed Naz Reid in the throat? It's a little cool, right? It's kind of cool. Also, you can't do it. And to defend, it's ridiculous. Like Mitch Johnson, because you know what? Because when it's all said and done, this could cost the Spurs an NBA championship. This could cost them. Because now we don't know if Wemby's going to be suspended or not for Game 5. I don't think he's going to be. He has no history of anything like this happening. My sense is that he won't be suspended. You can make a strong argument that they paid the price, they lost a playoff game, and the series is now tied at 2. My guess is he does not get suspended. That's my guess. If he gets suspended, is anyone going to be shocked? Again, I'm just going to keep saying it. And I really like him. And again, seems like a nice guy. He elbowed Naz Reid in the throat. He elbowed him in the throat. This is going to be the most famous elbow since Macho Man Randy Savage. He elbowed Naz Reid in the throat. And people are defending it. No one's saying he needs to go to Guantanamo Bay for this. That's not what I'm saying at all. I don't think he's going to get suspended. If it were me, I wouldn't suspend him. I feel like he paid the price already. But what I'm saying is, if he gets suspended, can you really, really be that surprised? Can you really, really be that shocked? If he gets suspended. Unacceptable from Wemby. And to call it anything else is disingenuous. And now we wait. Because if he gets suspended for Game 5, who knows what's going to happen in this series? This is now something that elbow could impact who wins the NBA championship this season. Not an exaggeration. Not an exaggeration at all.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And hour number 3 starts right now, and we're brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates on throughout North America. Let's talk some NBA playoffs here. We got Cavs Pistons game 4 tipping off in about 10 minutes from now. Pistons lead that series 2-1, so pivotal game here for Cleveland. Can they keep it rolling at home like they did on Saturday? To talk about it and all the NBA playoffs, let's bring in our guy Brian Geltzeiler, host on SiriusXM NBA Radio, also a contributor on NBA TV. And as his Twitter bio mentions, which you can follow him, by the way, at BGeltzNBA, Grant Hill once called him Tony Soprano. Brian, it's Pat and Brad. Hope your weekend was good, man. How you been?
I'm doing great, guys. How we doing?
Awesome. Brian, Pistons and Cavs about to tip off here. So let's get you. Let's start with that one. Detroit holding a 2-1 series lead. They looked like the superior team to Cleveland in the first 2 games of this series. And when the series shifted to Cleveland on Saturday, the Cavs stepped up. And that's what they've become this postseason. They can't win away from home. They can't lose at home. 5-0 in front of the Cavs faithful, 0-5 on the road. They're going to want to buck that trend soon if they can win at home again here tonight. But, Brian, what was the biggest change you saw in Game 3 for Cleveland, and what do they have to do well the rest of this series to avoid another second-round exit?
Listen, I'll say this. I thought that, for the most part, Detroit played terrible for most of the game. So it was somewhat surprising that you turn around late and Detroit's back in the game. And Cleveland really needed a heck of a good last 5 minutes of that game out of James Harden to be able to finish it. And so the problems with Cleveland are the same as they've been. There's a physical toughness problem, and you wouldn't think you'd have it with 2 7-footers in the front court. But there are times that Jared Allen is not physically strong enough, and times that Evan Mobley just doesn't want to engage physically in the way that he has to. The thing is, the Pistons are a physically tough team, which is not a wonderful matchup for the Cavs, but they're not overly talented offensively. And you would think Cleveland would kind of have an easier time shutting them down. Now, listen, Cade Cunningham is a tough cover for anybody anywhere, and they've tried Dean Wade on him, and that hasn't worked. Strus has probably been their best Cunningham defender, but that says a lot in and of itself, that sense. With all that said, Tobias Harris has been incredibly consistent for the Pistons here as well, and I'm surprised the Cavs haven't guarded him better. I'm very disappointed in the way the Cavs have defended here against Detroit because the answers against Detroit are not hard. Let Asar Thompson shoot 3-point shots. Unless he's going to the basket, he is not a threat on the perimeter. And the thing is, they're letting Duncan Robinson get a lot of shots off. And Duncan Robinson's been a massive weapon here for the Pistons. The Cavs should be able to guard all of these guys better. But for whatever reason, they are not doing that. They lead into Dean Wade a lot as a defensive player. And I think in this series, 3 games in, he's been a massive disappointment.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Brian, the second game tonight features a rolling thunder in Los Angeles against the Lakers. With LAL, can they even make this a series like a gentleman's variety of sweep, or is it going to be an outright sweep and break out the brooms for OKC tonight? Is there any team, just in general, still alive and kicking, in your opinion, that matches up well with the Thunder?
Yeah, the Spurs do. But I'll say this about the Lakers very quickly. So the Lakers in Game 3, between Rui Hachimura and Luke Kennard, they were 9 of 14 from 3. And the Lakers lost the game by 23 points. Like, I mean, LeBron played well. The Lakers don't have a gear to go to that keeps them competitive with the Thunder, and that's the Thunder not having Jalen Williams, which is a different conversation for a different time because A.J. Mitchell may actually be a better fit with this group than Jalen Williams is, and he inherits so many of those minutes in that starting spot. But when it comes to the Thunder, I think the Spurs match up just fine with them. You know, the Spurs, in some ways, are in a tougher matchup here against Minnesota because – and the Spurs have done a very good job with Julius Randle, but they have to commit multiple defenders to him because they just don't have someone that matches up well in that power forward spot. They don't play a traditional power forward, and I think it's something the Spurs have had to adjust to. When it comes to the Thunder, it's almost mirror images of each other. And outside for the big, it's when it comes, they have a big Wemby Chet advantage, but even the speed aspect, the Fox and Castle and Harper, that's a struggle for the Thunder. So listen, the Thunder really haven't, obviously, they've played 7 playoff games. They've won 7 playoff games. So they haven't truly been tested. The following series, assuming the Spurs are the ones that get through, and that is not a fait accompli, I think they will be challenged and they will be tested. And I do think, assuming that it's either New York or Detroit that comes out of the East, I think one of those teams will challenge them as well.
All right, Brian, you brought up the Spurs, and, we'll have to see what the in-game fate is in this series against the Timberwolves, but let's focus on Game 5. It goes down inside Frost Bank tomorrow with Wemby dodging suspension, post-elbow ejection. Who gains the upper hand this series with a knotted up at 2-2, and what star, maybe it's Wemby, shines brightest in Game 5?
Interesting part about this game is that De'Aaron Fox is questionable to play with an ankle injury. And this is going to sound crazy. With the way Dylan Harper played in Game 4 of this series, I'm not sure it even matters. That's a $60 million player, gentlemen. I'm telling you, I don't even think it matters. Harper, to me, is coming of age in a way with this playoff experience as a rookie that you rarely see. And it's just interesting when it comes to Wemby, because when it comes to the Spurs, because everybody goes nuts for Wemby, as they should. I mean, the guy is it's a cyborg out there. It's a different kind of player than you're ever going to see, and it's a pleasure to watch. The media loves Steph Castle, and I do too. He's an excellent player. Harper flies under the radar. He is so incredibly talented on both ends. He has a speed aspect he can bring, but he also can slow you down, change speeds, and somehow find his way to go around you, through you, or past you. And so when I look at the Spurs here coming back home, listen, this was one that they absolutely should not have lost in Game 4. And Anthony Edwards had a fantastic effort in the fourth quarter to be able to get Minnesota over the hump. I would have a tough time believing San Antonio doesn't leave tomorrow night's game, Game 5, up 3-2. I just think with Wemby coming back, and listen, the other thing about Wemby is this. Played a whole lot of minutes in Game 1 of this series that Minnesota lost. Only playing 12 minutes is going to be a little bit of a fresher version of Victor Wembanyama in Game 5. Listen, I love Minnesota, and they're very talented. The pieces fit well, and they play with all kinds of heart and all kinds of grit, and I think they can take this series to 7. In the end, I just think the Spurs are just too athletic and too talented to get beat in this series.
Talking to Brian Geltzeiler here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Geltz is a host on SiriusXM NBA Radio, contributor to NBA TV. You can find Geltzeiler on Twitter at BGeltzNBA. Brian, speaking of Wemby, do you think any further punishment was warranted for him after that intentional elbow right to the neck/jaw of Naz Reid? I know you're an old school guy. Should he have been suspended for Game 5?
I thought so. I thought it warranted a one-gamer. Keep in mind, back in the David Stern era, Ron Artest had a very, very similar elbow, and we always talk about the old days and how everybody was so much tougher in the old days. For a very similar elbow, Artest got 7 games. Like I just think you had to give him a game. And listen, they don't want to give him a game because right now he's a ratings machine. They get eyeballs to these games in a big way, and you would have to talk to a TV network, and I'm not sure which one it is tomorrow night. I'll tell you in a minute, but you would have to talk to a TV network to say, "Hey, are you okay with this?" And which kind of stinks, but that's where it is. It's NBC Peacock.
NBC, by the way.
I think NBC. Yeah, how happy you think NBC's going to be tomorrow night if Victor Wembanyama is suspended and the league did that? They're not going to like it. It would, and I thought it was egregious. I thought the ejection was warranted. I thought a suspension was warranted. I guess the surprising part about that was you could have sent a message, at least with a little bit of a fine. But it's no suspension, no fine, as if we're okay with this. With that said, the league's trending this way. Listen, I thought what Isaiah Stewart did earlier in the season in that fight in Charlotte warranted a 15-game suspension. I really did, in the way he broke free, and it was close to the crowd, and it could have been really, really bad. They gave him 7. So Adam Silver's definitely been lighter on this stuff, and certainly this time of year is not a time that you want to go heavy. One other thing, and I've seen this all over social media, and it's very important to note this. There's been a ton of comparisons, including from Draymond Green himself, about the Draymond Green Game 5 suspension in the 2016 NBA Finals and Wemby not getting suspended here. You got to remember, Draymond wasn't suspended for that kick to LeBron James' privates. Draymond was suspended for too many technical fouls. He went over the technical foul threshold, which is why he was suspended. It was not because of the kick itself. This would have been because of the action itself. Here's the other thing that I think factored into the decision, because I know the league considers this stuff. Victor Wembanyama does not have a track record of these types of actions. And although he plays with an edge and he plays angry at times, he rarely is a guy that's going to do something dirty. And I think the league factored that in the decision to not suspend him and definitely not to fine him.
Oh, that's a great breakdown there, Brian. Tremendous breakdown. Okay, we've saved it for 10 minutes. I can't hold it in any longer. Let's get to my New York Knicks, shall we here, Geltz? I mean, What can you even say? I mean, it's basically they're making history every time they hit the floor. 7 straight wins in the playoffs. 6 of them by double digits. 4 of them by at least 29 points. They're breaking or tying records in almost every game. And yesterday, tied an NBA record, 11 threes in the first quarter, 18 threes in the first half. What's been the biggest change in this team from last year? Because it's essentially the same starting squad. But look, Geltz, I'm sorry, and I respect Tibbs and what he got out of this team, and I got a ton of respect for him. They were not capable of this last year under Tibbs. So what are the Knicks doing this postseason that has their fan base, me included, thinking screw the Thunder and Detroit and everybody else, the Knicks can hang a title banner in the Garden for the first time in 53 years? What has changed?
Well, first of all, I don't think that's a fair characterization of Tom Thibodeau. He made changes on the fly when he did see changes that needed to be made. I think what has happened, and Tom, and to be fair, Tom should have unlocked some of this last year, is running your entire offense through Karl Anthony Towns at the elbow. And listen, Mike Brown didn't do it all year. And when they were down 2-1 in the Atlanta series, he decided he had to try. And it has been something where Towns has looked in many ways like Nikola Jokic in terms of just giving him the ball at the elbow and let him just do what he does. The thing about Towns, the one spot where he's susceptible to being pushed off the elbow, he'll get pushed off at times and end up back at the 3-point line. But the Knicks have accounted for that, and they've run a lot of actions to the strong side, whether it's Brunson going backdoor, whether it's bringing Brunson on a screen from the weak side all the way over to Towns to be open. There's been so many different Anunoby on the back doors, finding some fake backdoors and some open threes for Bridges. They've been able to offensively do that with Karl Anthony Towns to find open shots for everybody. One thing that Knicks fans forget very quickly, and listen, Knicks fans are insufferable at times when it comes to Jalen Brunson, who's a fantastic player, okay? But he doesn't walk on water, guys, all right? With all that, and that was part of the problem, is Brunson wanted the ball in his hands at all times. Tom Thibodeau acquiesced to him and his father and let that happen. Mike Brown, who I give him all the credit in the world, because you know what? If you're going to get fired from this job, get fired and go down your way. And Mike Brown's way was to say, we're taking the ball out of Brunson's hands. But Knicks fans forget, Jalen Brunson made his bones in this league as an off-ball player next to Luka Doncic. That got him a 4-year, $100 million contract from the Knicks because he was that good off the ball. Why not take him off the ball here when you have a passer as gifted as Karl Towns? We have 7 assists in the first quarter. And again, part of the reason the Knicks are making so many shots is because there's so many open shots. Here's the other thing that I've loved about the Knicks in this series, the discipline to attack Joel Embiid. Philly's best game was when Embiid wasn't playing. And they attacked him. I mean, they brought him to the ball every time. And if you're going to play drop coverage with Jalen Brunson running pick and roll, he is going to pick you apart. He's going to eat you alive. He loves the mid-range, and he's great at it. So, listen, that's what's happening. The other thing with the Knicks is this, and I think this is important to note, is that Karl Towns, and this is also where it's an unfair characterization of Tom Thibodeau, Karl Towns last year was a much less disciplined defensive player. He has been so much more disciplined by and large. And again, still early in the series, he found some foul trouble with stupidity on the perimeter. But Towns, when he has kind of stayed anchored to the paint, has really been effective. He stepped out to the mid-range a little bit to defend guys, and he's one of the best defensive rebounders in the sport. So when you want to look at what's happened here and what's been the big difference in the Knicks, it's been the fact that, listen, as much as everybody prays to the church of Jalen Brunson, Karl Towns is the most important player on the Knicks, and Mike Brown has turned around and made him the center of the universe, and the Knicks are now humming along like a team that's a threat to win the entire NBA championship.
Oh, Brian, we're very symbiotic because Pat and I were just talking about how valuable Cat was in the last segment. He is absolutely the key to this team's ultimate success. So we're very much on the same page. Brian, let's talk NBA lottery because it went down yesterday. The Washington Wizards earned the #1 overall pick. If you're the Wizards, you're in that front office. What do? Do you go A.J. Debonsa out of BYU at #1 overall? Do you go with somebody else, or do you trade down? If a deal is made, who do you see maybe making a mammoth move and moving up to grab the top pick?
Well, first of all, keeping the pick is a very good option, and I would take A.J. Debonsa with the first pick because I just don't know that you see a 6'9" player with his build who can do what he can do offensively with the profile, the physical and athletic profile to be a high-end defensive player. Hard worker, great kid. To me, you can't go wrong doing that. But I also would say this, because he is so coveted, because there's teams that also covet Darren Peterson, who's an incredibly talented player who really has gotten a lot of bad press for the player that he is when you actually break down what happened. He's averaged 20 a game for Kansas this year in a Big 12, guys. I mean, I know he missed a third of the games, and there was a lot of the stuff with the in and out of the lineup, with the cramping. He's still as smooth a guy as you're going to find, and one of the most NBA-ready guards you'll ever see come into this league at the age of 19 years old. But with Washington, I definitely shop the pick a little bit and just see what someone's willing to do. My point being is that if someone wants to trade up for Debonsa and give you some future first and maybe a good player, I think you have to listen. You're crazy if you don't listen. Now, again, if they're not willing to step up big, listen, who knows what Utah's willing to give you to move up one spot. Okay, Utah's got a very interesting situation because, again, Debonsa went to BYU. They'd love to have him. He'd be very comfortable there. They have Walker Kessler as a restricted free agent. They turned down a couple different times first-round picks in trades for Walker Kessler. Walker Kessler has not played a lot in the last 2 years. He's been hurt a ton, and somebody out there, because he's highly regarded, is going to offer him a ridiculous contract in restricted free agency. So you wonder, if you're the Jazz, are you a little proactive about that? See if you can move him in a package if someone's interested in paying him, and see if you can, pull a third team in or make him part of that kind of deal and move him to see if you can move up, take the Debonsa. You'd have to put a couple future picks in, but keep in mind, listen. They have a situation where they got a lot of picks from the Donovan Mitchell deal and a lot of picks from the Gobert deal. They just threw a couple of picks around to grab Jaren Jackson Jr. from Memphis. Utah's not afraid to throw a couple of picks around if it's going to put them in the right spot. And if you're the Washington Wizards and it's Darren Peterson plus a couple of first-round picks and maybe another decent player there, you have to listen to that if you're the Wizards. You have to kind of keep your eyes and ears open there because as much as they want to compete next year with Anthony Davis and Trae Young, who knows how long they're keeping Anthony Davis. They haven't signed, he wants a contract extension. He was unhappy in Dallas because they wouldn't give him one. Now he's already unhappy in Washington. Hasn't played a game for the team. He's unhappy in Washington because they haven't given him one. So the Wizards still can't, as much as they made these short-term moves, they still have to think long-term for their future. And if somebody is willing to give you a Godfather type of offer and you trade down one spot or two spots, because again, guys like Darren Peterson and Caleb Wilson and Cam Boozer, these aren't bad consolation prizes. These are wonderful players to have.
Yeah.
And if you can load up the coffers and still get one of those guys, you'd be silly not to at least entertain it a little bit.
Yeah,
good
Kelts,
call.
you're on a heater. You're on a heater right now, man. I mean, holy smokes. I'm loving everything you're saying. We're talking to Brian Geltzeiler here, BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports, for another 2 to 3 minutes. Speaking of maybe a Godfather-like deal, Brian, what do you think of the latest Giannis rumors and reports here today that the Bucks are now seeking trades for the two-time MVP and that they'd like to get a deal done before the draft? How likely do you think it would be for any of these lottery teams to give up a pick that they're scheduled to make here in the next 6 weeks so that they can grab Giannis? Or do you think this trade is likely to go down in early July, if at all, this summer?
No, I don't think the trade's going to last to July. I don't think anybody wants the trade to last to July. I think the trade's probably going to be draft week, but I think they want to line up suitors now because they're nervous. They're nervous they're not going to get the volume of suitors that they need. And they're trying to strike now while the iron's hot. Listen, Houston needs to be in this for Milwaukee. Even if he doesn't end up in Houston, you need Houston to be part of the bidding because of the treasure chest of assets that they have. No matter what happens with the Spurs and the Thunder in these playoffs, neither of them are bidding on Giannis. They're not going to do it. So the thing is, you have Houston off a really disappointing year. You have them involved. This is a really good time to do that. The other thing I think they're keeping an eye on is the loser of this Detroit-Cleveland series. Could have an interest there, and there's certainly packages and players. Listen, for the Bucks here, two teams I'm going to tell you who were in the mix or have been rumored to be in the mix and had Giannis aspirations are not going to be in the mix. Number one is you're not going to see the Knicks in the mix even if they lose in the next round because they don't have picks. Milwaukee has no draft picks. They need to load up on draft picks. If you don't have draft picks, you're not getting Giannis, period. Okay, so I don't think you see Minnesota, even if they lose in this round, they don't have draft picks either. You have to be able to turn around and give Milwaukee 4 to 5 first-round picks and be able to give them swaps on the off years. If you don't have all those picks to give them, they're going to go to somewhere else. Now, the big fear for them, for Milwaukee, is that you're not going to be able to engage somebody on that level. But I do think Miami is a team that will help them a ton, even if Miami doesn't get him, because Miami wants to be in the mix for Giannis. They're going to give everything they have. Pat Riley is in his 80s, and he wants to win yesterday. And there is a universe and a package that Miami can do here where they could still keep Bam Adebayo, have enough around Giannis, use this year's pick to be able to definitely bring him in. And I think so that's a place you have to consider. Before Portland was sold to this cheap owner, I thought maybe they'd be a team that certainly would have enough because they have some of the Bucks picks from the Lillard Holiday deal, and I thought they'd maybe be attractive to Milwaukee. But I don't know that you see any of these teams that just won the lottery saying, hey, you know what, I'm going to turn around and give my first-round pick for Giannis. You may get teams towards the back of the lottery. You know, the Warriors may look to bid and use this pick. The Hawks certainly may look to bid and use this pick. So I think you'll see some kind of bidding process. Bidding war, I think, goes a little far. Giannis comes with a buyer beware tag. This is a 31-year-old player that has now struggled to stay healthy 3 years in a row. The last 2 times his team was in the playoffs, he could not finish the playoffs because he couldn't stay healthy enough. He's got a major history of lower leg injuries. He's a physical player in the first place at the age of 31. And it's fair to say, not sure how much his game is going to age because of his physical style of play. So I think teams are looking at that, and maybe good teams that think they're one player away from being over the hump, being able to contend, a Houston, a Miami, maybe they look to do something like that. But I don't think you get Atlanta too, just went out in the first round of the playoffs, but I don't think you get somebody that thinks, you're not going to turn around and have Utah make a big offer to think they can somehow transform their organization in some meaningful way. The one team that I think, because of what happened yesterday in the lottery, that kind of is laying in the weeds a little with a Giannis package is the Clippers. Because this 26th pick that goes to OKC is the last pick being conveyed from the Paul George trade. Now, they still have, I think, a pick or two that went out for James Harden, but they have some draft capital here. And let's face it, maybe they're better off trading it before the league takes it away when they resolve this aspiration investigation.
People forgot about that. Kawhi Leonard. Oh no, that's a legit company. No, that definitely. All right, Brian, we got time for we got another minute or so here. So if you can give me an answer in 60 seconds, that would be great. I know it might be a little bit more complicated than that, but finally, do you think it was the right decision for the Warriors to extend Steve Kerr for another 2 years? Is this simply to align him with the end of Steph Curry's career, or at least Curry's time in the Bay Area? Because you got Jimmy Butler coming back next year. Who knows what they're going to do with Draymond? But is this basically just Kerr and Curry until they're both ready to leave the Bay Area?
And Draymond, I think all three guys want to come back, and I think they look at it this way. They have an expensive building to fill and some expensive luxury suites there. And people come to see these guys play basketball regardless of result. And I think Kerr enjoys being around Steph Curry. I think as hard as Draymond is, I think there's a lot of affection there with them. And I think these guys like being together, and that there's a competitive aspect to it. Come back and give it another shot. And that Butler's probably not back till halfway through the year. And I've heard and seen a bunch of reports that his salary is out there. It's an expiring deal. It's a 1 year, over $50 million salary. And it may be very useful to the Warriors to upgrade this roster, especially with them having a late lottery pick here. So I like the decision. I think for the Warriors right now, unless they're willing to break this whole thing down, why not keep Kerr and Curry and Draymond Green together? There is a universe that Butler does come back, they re-sign Porzingis, and they try to do this old guy thing and see what they can do. But I think all three of those guys have earned the opportunity to go out of Golden State on their own terms, and that's what Joe Lacob is doing.
Yeah, I mean, I get it, and they'll sell tickets, Brian. I think it's a disaster. I think they're a 40-win team or a 38-win team waiting to happen again, even if Curry stays healthy for the whole year. And I think they're probably a first-round exit. I just don't see them sniffing anywhere near the competition needed.
Listen, first of all, they can remake the roster. But more than that, you won 4 titles in the last 10 years and make 6 finals appearances. There's no such thing as a disaster. Like, you get to hang your hat on that a little bit. And I think that's kind of, if they can try to figure something out for one more shot. It's hard to say they're a 40-win team when you have no idea what they're going to do with the roster. They have a draft pick. They could trade Butler. Podziemski's a guy that's got some value out there that I think it's possible to get moved. Like, I would kind of wait and see what Mike Dunleavy does before we start to pass judgment on who the Warriors are going to be next year.
Okay, that's fair. I think Mike Dunleavy's made a lot of bad decisions already, and it feels like keeping this thing together just for the sake of selling tickets might be another bad idea. But Brian, I love that you're always willing to fight me and give your opinion. I appreciate that.
That's not his decision. That's an ownership decision. Remember that.
Okay, that's fair. Brian, we appreciate the time as always, man. Love all the insight, all the opinions. We really do appreciate it. It makes the show a lot better. So can't wait to catch up with you soon, my man.
You got it. Thanks so much. Take care. Bye-bye.
See you, Brian.
There you go. Brian Geldzeiler on a heater. He was in flow state for some of those answers. Host on SiriusXM NBA Radio. Yeah, a contributor to NBA TV. And again, Grant Hill once called him Tony Soprano. And, some of those answers. He made sure he goes, no. Put some respect on Tom Thibodeau's name when I tried to bash Tibbs a little bit there. So we love Geltz. We appreciate him joining the show. All right, we got to take a break. 310-840-4910. When we come back, we'll get you a first scoreboard update here on the Cavs and the Pistons and also the Avalanche and the Wild. And we'll talk a little football because we got some very interesting news and notes that came out over the weekend that we'll get to. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight at Westwood One Sports.
They got to come up with something. I
Do you
don't
buy
know
it?
if this is true or not. Not entirely, just because I dealt with the dad throughout the year and the agent, and it was like the worst PR job of all time. All they had to do was put the kid out there throughout the year and let people understand that this kid was going through some stuff and it was difficult for him. They screwed this whole thing up all year. It was a PR disaster led by the father. So they got to come up with something here. They got to come up with something. And again, I do think I love the kid. Can I say that? I love the kid because the kid is about all business. He doesn't care about the attention. He's not doing the interviews. He's not yearning for them. I was supposed to sit down with him in Ames, Iowa, before they played Iowa State the night before. On a Friday night, they played Iowa State on Saturday. It was all set up. I was going to sit down with the kid, and they pulled it last minute. And again, all they had to do was have this kid's face out there saying, hey, man, like, this is difficult for me. And I think people would have felt for the kid a little bit. And instead, the only thing you ever saw from Darren was him tapping out and then him on the bench with no expression in his face, which is how he is, right? Like he's expressionless. He's stone-faced, whatever. But this is the one of the last kids I would have expected to happen, because he was competitive as hell when I saw him in AAU ball. He was tough. He was fearless. Again, he doesn't love attention. He admitted he's kind of a loner here. But now the big question that I've gotten from several NBA guys is the competitiveness. Not the creatine. Again, maybe it's true, maybe it's not, and they're just trying to come up with something that doesn't, again, you don't want it to be too big of an issue that these teams obviously are going to pass on them because of it. So it's got to be something that looks legitimate enough but isn't too bad.
I think Dallas is Super Bowl ready, perhaps, and the Giants aren't. This needs to be said about the Giants. And, herein lies some theoretical upside for Big Blue. Are we sure Jackson Dart is good? That doesn't mean he's bad at all. The fact that John Harbaugh, desperately wanted to coach Jackson Dart is probably a good sign. But I'm asking this question sincerely. Are we sure, absolutely positive Jackson Dart's good? I think he's going to be good. I think so. We don't know the answer to that question. I don't know how the season's going to go for the Giants. I'm optimistic. It could go poorly. I'm pretty confident in how the season's going to go for the Cowboys. As long as Dak Prescott's healthy, and obviously you need CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens healthy, they're the engines of this offense, how is Dallas not going to be good? How are they not going to be good? The Cowboys open a 1.5-point road favorite at the Giants, and I think that line's a little short. I think that line needs to be close to 3, if not 3. And my sense is that as we approach kickoff on the opening Sunday night game of the year, the Dallas Cowboys will be the preferred choice in the betting market. Again, assuming health.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Huge shout out to Brian Geldzeiler for joining us last segment. Now, Brad, you said it. He's encyclopedic with all of his knowledge of the NBA, both current players, front offices, the picks that the teams have going back years ago. Predictions, opinions. It was awesome. So if you missed it, make sure you check it out. You can rewind on the Odyssey app. You can also download the BetMGM Tonight podcast wherever you get your podcast. BetMGM players will receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. To use the Parlay Boost token, add a parlay wager made up of any sport wagers to your bet slip and activate the token. If you win your wager that was made with that token, you will receive extra winnings. All right, we're going to talk a little football here, some news and notes from the weekend, but just really quickly, let's get you a scoreboard update. We got 2 playoff games in action right now. Cavaliers jumped out to a very early big lead, leading by as many as 11 in this first quarter, and it's already gone. The Pistons have already erased an 11-point deficit in the first quarter. They lead at 19-18 here in Game 4. The Pistons have 11 points off of Cavaliers turnovers, who have already turned the ball over. Excuse me. I read that wrong. The Cavs have 11 points off of 6 Pistons turnovers in the first quarter, and yet Detroit has already climbed back to take the lead. Tobias Harris doing it again, Brad. He's got 7 points and 4 rebounds to lead the way for Detroit. Meanwhile, for Cleveland, how about Jim Harden? I call him Jim when he plays well because, James is just like, which James do you know that people call James and not Jim? So when James Harden is playing well, I call him Jim Harden. Jim Harden's got 11 points already in the first quarter. He might finish with 11 when the game's all said and done, but he's got 11 right now in the first quarter for Cleveland. So they're off to a great start from that regard, but they already did see an 11-point lead slip away. Okay, Brad. Over the weekend, our buddy David Njoku, who I'm a big fan of. I think the Browns kind of prematurely just dumped him to the side. Harold Fanta was great in his rookie season, but I still think this guy's a great tight end. And the Chargers, they picked him up here. Chargers signed David Njoku to a 1-year, $8 million deal. So do we get a lot of heavy 12 personnel usage, running back and 2 tight ends? Mike McDaniel, the new OC here for the LA Chargers. They've got Oronde Gadsden, who's coming off a pretty damn good rookie season. With Njoku, what do you expect to see from this Chargers offense, or do you think maybe this is just an insurance option?
No, I think they're going to run more 12 personnel. I mean, they were dead last in that category last year. Just around 5% of their personnel packages were of the 12 personnel variety. Now, Mike McDaniel didn't run a whole lot of 2 tight end sets in his own right on South Beach as Miami was number 28 and 12 personnel last season, trying that out around 10% of the time. But, I mean, I know Harbaugh has openly expressed his desire to feature the tight end a little bit more. We mentioned Oronde Gadsden, a guy that certainly was a breakout sensation for the first half of the season, really tailed off in the second half of the season before having a slight resurgence very late in the year. They need him to put together a consistent 17 weeks, assuming he's going to be on the field the entire time. But David Njoku, A, gives them a variety in their personnel packages. B, gives you that insurance policy, as you mentioned, Oronde Gadsden. As Njoku only had a 95.2 passer rating when targeted last season, rather subpar. That was tight end 29. He's got the separation skills, sticks out like a sore thumb, especially in the red zone, where he gets some of those Njoku stomps and celebration. It's going to be his age 30 year. Get a little bit older, but still a savvy and proven veteran. Mike Clay at ESPN's got a projected for, just 42 targets, 29 receptions, 298 yards, and 3 touchdowns. That's tight end 35 in fantasy. I think he's going to be a top 30 tight end. And I think he's got to flirt with around 450, 500 yards, handful of touchdowns as well. Again, given his ability to get that separation and just how physical the competition, and assuming too more of those 12 personnel packages. So a win for Justin Herbert, a win for this offense. Man, I like what the Chargers have been putting together. And they're going to have to really fire on all cylinders anyway offensively if they're going to want to compete in what is sure to be a rough and rugged AFC West, possibly including, but more likely excluding the Las Vegas Raiders.
Yeah, look, I think Mike McDaniel might have to kind of reinvent his offense this upcoming season. You mentioned he doesn't use a lot of 12 personnel. He also has a much different kind of offensive subset of talent here with the Chargers than he did with Miami. He doesn't have the speedster. He didn't have the burners. Again, Ladd McConkey and Quentin Johnston, 2 pretty good receivers. Ladd McConkey's got some speed, but these aren't like the speed of Jalen Waddle and when he had Tyreek Hill. running the crossing routes and all that stuff and all these crazy pre-snap motion. Like, I don't know how well that's going to work with the Chargers. Now, again, everybody uses pre-snap motion now, so I'll expect the Chargers to use it in some regard. But, again, you just look at these, and again, the other receivers, Trey Harris, Brendan Thompson, there's not a lot of names that'll scare you. So, yeah, I think just kind of out of necessity, they're going to use tight ends, bigger offensive line, and more so, what's the most important thing, Brad? Protecting Justin Herbert. So I think they're really going to kind of lean into being a run-first team. They got Amari Hampton, who had a really good rookie season. They signed Keaton Mitchell in the offseason, 2-year deal for him. They still have Kamani Vidal to, add a third mix in there as well. So I think they're going to be run-first, and I think they're going to try to use some play action off that, where they're looking to keep Herbert protected and then give him some time to throw the ball down the field on the times that they do want to. But I think that, again, it's going to be interesting to see the first couple of weeks with this Chargers offense, now with Mike McDaniel calling it and with some different looks in here. But yeah, I think we can definitely expect to see more beefy offensive lines from the Bolts indeed. Speaking of which, Chargers offense coordinator Mike McDaniel reportedly has a plan to improve Justin Herbert's footwork, his timing, in his anticipation, and what could be, quote, the best football of his career. So over or under, Brad, 25.5 passing touchdowns this season for Justin Herbert.
I think it's barely going to be over. This is a very healthy offensive environment. And, regardless of what your feelings are about Mike McDaniel as a head coach, he's a brilliant offensive mind. He is one of the best OCs the entire the NFL, in my opinion. He is going to rebuild this offense, and he is going to make it more efficient, more effective overall. And I think Herbert's going to really stand to benefit. Number 15 last season in adjusted completion percentage. You look at some of the other key categories. Number 16 deep ball completion percentage. But he was only number 23 in red zone completion percentage. So that's where McDaniel has got to improve his game, and having the likes of Njoku to go along with a Quentin Johnson, go along with a McConkey Donkey and Lad McConkey. Martin Hampton's got some tacky hands on the backfield as well. He may catch 4 or 5 touchdowns this season. I think Herbert's going to be in that 26 to 28 touchdown range. And if you want to spend it for fantasy purposes, he's a guy right now, quarterback 9 is his average draft position at 74.30 overall. I think that's fairly priced. I wouldn't go much higher than that. But I certainly say he's not going to be worth, more of a discount from there. A guy should be a back-end quarterback 1 in 12-team format. So mark me down for 27 passing touchdowns exactly for Justin Herbert.
I'm going to put him under, even if he's healthy and plays every single game this year. I mean, again, the last 4 years, here's Herbert's passing touchdowns: 26, 23, 20, and 25. Now, in 2023, he was injured and only played 13 games, but still, I think since the first couple of years of his career, where they had Shane Steichen as his OC in 2020, then they went to Joe Lombardi. That was the, let Herbert throw the ball 50 times. He's got a rocket arm. We're going to air raid this thing. Since then, they went to Kellen Moore, and then the last 2 years, it was Greg Roman. And it was, again, along with Jim Harbaugh coming to town, it was like, let's protect. Let's be efficient. Let's not turn the ball over. Let's play kind of conservative. And I just don't expect, Herbert to be throwing the ball 50 times. Like we said, with the personnel that they now have on this team, I expect it to be kind of run-first approach. I don't think Herbert's going to be slinging it a ton. So I'm going under. I think he maybe only throws for 24, 25 touchdowns again. And that's even if he plays every single game. I don't think we can't expect the stats he put up in his first couple of years. It's a different offense with a different head coach and a different strategy. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. We'll talk some more football when we come back, including when we might expect a Bo Nix return, along with Daniel Jones. 2 guys coming off of season-ending injuries. One happened way sooner than the other. What should we expect from those quarterbacks and those teams? He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight at Westwood One Sports.
New York Knicks team is the best New York sports team in the last 15 years. Period. Since my New York football Giants won Super Bowl 46 and beat the New England Patriots following the 2011 season, this is the best New York sports team in 15 years. And yes, that's not saying much. I understand. Trust me, I get it. I'm a diehard New York sports fan. I love New York sports. We collectively, and I will use we to describe New York sports, we have sucked for almost 2 decades. No championship, and I understand the Liberty won a championship. No championships for the men's teams since the Giants won in 2011. 3 finalists. The Rangers in 2014, getting waylaid by the LA Kings in 5 games. The Mets in 2015, losing to the Kansas City Royals. And the Yankees in 2024 with one of the most embarrassing World Series performances ever against the LA Dodgers. Now, I know the Knicks might not win the Eastern Conference Final. I get it. They might not. I think they will, but they might not. Even if they don't, I think this is the best New York sports team in the last 15 years. The dominance that they have shown, the level that they're playing at, how can you deny it? This is like the scene in Game of Thrones, right? Where we get the dusty finish at the end, to use a wrestling term, where it looks like Sansa and Littlefinger are gonna have sentence Arya to death, and then at the end she goes, "What do you say to your crimes, Lord Baelish?" And then she asks him over and over again, "Do you deny it?" And he eventually goes, "I deny it." Gotta tell you, man. It sounds like every married person. Hey, like, are you wrong about this? No, I deny it, even though the facts are right here. So I ask all of you, listening, watching, the New York Knicks, do you deny it? Do you deny it? Do you deny them? I'm not saying they're going to win it all. They could very easily. I mean, I don't. Water gun to my head, I think the Thunder will beat them. But I think they can win it, right? They could lose the Eastern Conference Final to either Cleveland or Detroit. Of course that could happen. But I will ask again, do you deny it? Do you deny them? There is no excuse. No excuse. Because now, like, I'm going to give you some more. I gave you a lot of positive. I'll give you some more positive in a moment. Just a reality check here in the middle of this. There will be no excuse. 0.0% excuse for the Knicks not to go to the NBA Finals. I'm not going to say no excuse for them not to win it all, because I'm assuming they'll play the Thunder, and the Thunder will be favorites, and the Thunder should be favorites, and I think the Thunder are the best team. If they get there and they beat the Thunder, it will be the most unbelievable thing in my life as a sports fan, outside of the Giants beating the undefeated Patriots in Super Bowl 42. No excuse. 0 excuse for the Knicks to not beat the Cavs or the Pistons in the next round. 0 excuse. And you might be listening or watching, and maybe you're a Cavs fan, maybe you're a Pistons fan, maybe you just hate the Knicks. All acceptable. And honestly, like, you could be ambivalent towards the Knicks and have your opinion, and that's fine. My opinion is no excuse for them to not win the next round. None, with the way they're playing. Their upside, they have shown it, that their upside is higher than any team in the NBA except for the Thunder and the Spurs. Those are the 3 teams with the highest upside. And the Knicks are the only one in the Eastern Conference that has that ceiling. No excuse not to get there. So, like, yes, it's been awesome. And yes, I'm in ecstasy. I'm delirious. I'm on cloud 9 as a sports fan. But now we go like do your Bob Seger or your James Hetfield. There I go. Turn the page. I didn't need to do the guitar or the saxophone there. Turn the page. Have to win the next round. And if they don't, how can you say the season's anything but a failure?
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. The Cavaliers have retaken the lead with an 11-3 run against the Detroit Pistons. Game 4 of this series, Cleveland down 2-1. They now lead at 32-31 here. And Donovan Mitchell has yet to score a single point, and they're winning this game. That's pretty remarkable. Spida is 0 for 6 from the field, but Jim Harden's got 11. Evan Mobley's got 7. Max Strus already's got 5 points. And for Detroit, it is Karis LeVert off the bench with a dozen. I mean, I just literally watched him make like 5 shots in a row in the span of 5 minutes. Crazy. But the Cavs lead at 32-31. And then on the ice, I know producer Brandon Combs thought the Avalanche weren't going to lose a single game, maybe at all. Well, not only did they lose Saturday, they're losing again here in Game 4. The Wild have a 1-0 lead under 2 minutes to go in the first period. After getting dominated in the first 2 games, Minnesota returned the favor in Game 3. And now Danila Yurov with a power play goal in the first period has Minnesota up 1-0 in Game 4. Let's continue our football conversation here, though, Brad. 2 quarterbacks coming off of injury. One, torn Achilles and Daniel Jones happened in week, 8, 9, maybe a little bit later than that. Yep. And then the other, Bo Nix, who got hurt right on the one of the final plays, right before the AFC title game.
Play. Yeah.
Yeah, the final play, that nasty broken ankle. Both look like they've got a good shot of coming back before training camp here. Let's start with Bo Nix. NFL reporter James Palmer saying he's got a good chance of returning to the field for June minicamp coming off that broken ankle. So what are the expectations, in your opinion here, Brad, for Bo Nix and the Broncos offense this season? Because it was a lot of ups and downs last year, and then we never really got to truly see what they were going to look like in a big, big game because, they had to go to their backup against the Patriots in the AFC title game.
Yeah, look, I think Bo Nix, he's got a great arsenal around him. Starting your running back, got J.K. Dobbins there, and you got R.J. Harvey. Jonah Coleman is a sleeper special, somebody they got late in the NFL draft who could be a goal line gremlin of sorts. You add Jalen Waddle. Of course, this offseason, you pair him with Cortland Sutton. You got Pat Bryant from the ILL coming back along with Marvin Mims and Troy Franklin. Tight end has been really up and down for them. We'll see what version Evan Ingram shows up. But, I think Nix is going to be damn good. I think he's going to be a borderline quarterback 1 for fantasy football purposes. You look at his ADP right now, about quarterback 16. The downside of my concern with him is mobility. Is he able to go out there and run for 350-plus yards? I mean, last season, he's got them went for 356 and he had 5 rushing touchdowns. Can he match that level of output? I think it's, up in the air. That's a pedal issue, and sometimes, you break your ankle and you just lose a little bit of pep in your step, but he could make up for that loss with the efficiency through the air. I think he's going to throw at least 25 touchdowns, and I think the Broncos are going to be in the running for the AFC title this year. They are really structurally sound across the board.
Yeah, again, it's hard to pick against Sean Payton in this offense. I just think that, I don't know, man. I think they could be due for some regression here. With all the slow starts they got out to in the first half last year, and then they, kind of relied on their defense and some late game heroics from Bo Nix in that offense last year. They better have a solid run game this year. That's all I'm saying. Because if you're asking Bo Nix to do a lot of it, again, I know they made the big trade for Jalen Waddle. That should give this team another layer of threat through the air. But for the most part, I'm not so sold on Bo Nix and this Broncos offense being a top 10 unit this year. What about the Colts here really quickly in like 30 seconds, Brad? Daniel Jones, This is from head coach Shane Steichen of the Colts, quote, could participate in 7-on-7 drills during organized team activities later this month, although he noted the team's going to be cautious. Modern medicine's a hell of a thing. He tore his Achilles in November and not only ready for training camp, he'll be ready for 7-on-7 drills in May. I mean, holy smokes. Daniel Jones looks like he's going to be ready for week 1.
Yeah, he's a modern day Wolverine, one in real life, using the fictional cartoon character, comic book character. It's crazy his healing power, and just how fast he'd be able to recuperate from a nasty, gnarly injury. I think he's going to be there week one. I think he's a guy that's going to throw for at least 3,700 yards. I think he's going to throw for at least 20 touchdowns. Now, he's not going to run a whole lot. He's going to be more pocket tied, but that offense can certainly move the chains. Got Jonathan Taylor. I got Daniel Jones for $1 in a super flex league. Ooh, baby. He's going to be kept.
All right, Brad, we'll bid you adieu, brother. Can't wait to chat more hoops, puck, football, baseball tomorrow, man. Enjoy the rest of your Monday.
Adios, amigos.
Coming up next, my 5 top takeaways from the weekend. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
The San Francisco 49ers are the most slept-on team in the NFL as far as the Super Bowl is concerned. Like, we're just going to hand-wave away Kyle Shanahan's track record of success because you didn't think they should take Deshaun Stribling with the first pick of the second round, and they took Kalen Black 2 rounds too early at running back. Like, you don't like what they did in the NFL draft because of the quote-unquote consensus big board, so now you think they're going to stink. Really? Really? You can bet against Kyle Shanahan. I would very much like to take 3 points with Kyle Shanahan in week 1 for the 49ers against the Los Angeles Rams. Another year without making the conference final for Joel Embiid, who, by the way, is still the only NBA MVP in the history of the NBA to not make a conference final. Joel Embiid. Everyone wants to kill Joel Embiid for what he said. How can the season be a success? I really feel like are we just conditioned forget about sports fans, as people, to just hate everything? That you can't. Like, I don't know if it's a lack of empathy. Empathy's maybe too strong a word here, but it's like the inability that we have to put ourselves in the shoes of somebody else, to understand how they might be feeling in the moment when they say something. That it's not just like you sitting on your couch with your hand in your pants like Al Bundy, Cheeto dust on your fingers like a college freshman, saying, well, they lost. How can he say it's a success? How about this? Like, he never plays. He knows he never plays. Everybody knows he never plays. And now he feels like they figured it out. And he probably feels like he can start playing now. And it remains to be seen if that's going to be the case. But if you were Joel Embiid, like, let's say it's you. You're Joel Embiid. And your body lets you down again and again, time after time. And you've now reached a point. Right, wrong, or indifferent. I have no idea what's going on. Honestly, you'd bet against him staying healthy, unfortunately, right? Given the past data. But you've reached a point now where you feel good about your health? What do you want him to say? Yeah, the season's a failure. Like, I feel great, and I normally don't, but the season's a failure? Like, come on. Like, he knows that the season didn't go the way they wanted it to go. But if you can't put yourself in his shoes and understand his perspective there, like, what are we doing? Like, not just as sports fans, but as humans, if you can't understand that, what he's saying. Of course it's a success for him. And I'll tell you what, if it were you and you were him, you'd consider it a success also. Because, it's really funny, right? In our lives, all of us are selfish. We all are, to varying degrees. Now, it's like, for me, I'm a husband and a dad. I was way more selfish in my younger years. But I can still be selfish now. We all are selfish. But when someone else is selfish, we have no problem saying, well, how could you say that? When you would feel the same exact way. You would feel the same exact way as Joel Embiid if you were Joel Embiid. You can be pissed that they lost, and I'm sure he is, but also say, you know what? I actually feel good about this now, about my health moving forward. Like, come on. Give it a rest, everybody.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. We bid adieu to Brad Evans, and that means we've now got 2 solo hours coming at you here as I'll take you to 11 p.m. Eastern. As we do every Monday through Friday, I'm Pat Boyle, and we're brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You could watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, Sirius XM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line, 310-840-4910. You can call or simply just text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics we dive into, 310-840-4910. All right, to kick off the solo portion here of the show, my top 5 takeaways from the weekend. Let's get right into it because I got a lot to say. Number 1 for me, the primetime game last night, the Spurs and the T-Wolves. Minnesota comes back to win and even the series up at 2 games apiece. Victor Wembanyama cost the Spurs the game and maybe the series. And he also should be suspended for game 5. The more I watch that elbow to the throat of Naz Reid last night early in the second quarter that got Wemby ejected from the game, it's an insane decision. An insane move. I mean, he wound up. There was a wind up. And he swung his elbow with the intent to make contact. And he gets Naz Reid literally right in the jugular. Right in the jugular. At first, when I first saw it live last night, I thought it was the jaw. And then you watch back and you see it right in his throat. Right in his throat. I don't care that you're 7'5". So what? If he wasn't, then what? It would have landed on Naz Reid's head or like that. There was a windup with an intent to make contact. Not only was the ejection warranted, he should be suspended for game 5. There is a precedent that was set by the league. Ron Artest, Meta World Peace, getting 7 games for basically doing the same exact thing to James Harden. Draymond Green gets a game suspension for stomping on Domantas Sabonis' chest a couple of years ago in that Warriors-Kings series. Hassan Whiteside gets a 1-game suspension for elbowing Boban Marjanovic. So if you want to say with the first 2, oh, well, it's Ron Artest. What do you expect? Oh, it's Draymond Green. What do you expect? The NBA needed to make an example. Those guys had a track record. Hassan Whiteside didn't have a track record. And you want to talk about the letter of the law? It's in the rule book. A punch. Somebody throws a punch at somebody else and connects. Not only is it an ejection, it is at least a 1-game suspension. So how is an elbow any different? How? And don't tell me he's aggressively trying to clear space because the T-Wolves are hacking him or they're playing physical or they're bullying him. No. He was trying to make contact. There was a wind-up and he crushed him right in the jugular. So, but if he used his fist, then it's a 1-game suspension. Because he used his elbow, it's not. You know what this is? I mean, it's as clear as day. This is Adam Silver in the NBA making sure that Victor Wembanyama plays the game. That he plays the game tomorrow night. That's what that is. It's making sure Wemby, a ratings jackpot for the NBA, 7'5" alien that can score 40 points, can grab 20 rebounds, can tie an NBA record with 12 blocks in a playoff game. It's to make sure that guy plays. And I think that's a joke. I think we're now putting, this is where people that want to complain about sports and, sports are rigged and all this stuff, or, the NBA's got an agenda. I got to be honest, man. This is where they look like they have a coherent argument. This is where the NBA has crossed into entertainment rather than a governing body for sports that has rules and laws that need to be followed. Because it's an elbow and it wasn't his fist, he's clear of a suspension. Come on. I mean, we had Brian Geltzeiler on the show an hour ago. Geltz, Sirius XM NBA radio host, long time respected voice of the game. And he said he should have been suspended for Game 5. It ain't just me. That's a guy that has seen the old school bully ball of the 90s and the bad boys of the Pistons and the rough and tough days in the 90s and the 80s and how basketball, where it used to be in its glory days. And Ryan Geltzeiler said he should be suspended for Game 5. So he's not going to be suspended. He's not even going to get fined. That's the craziest part. You don't want to give out a suspension. Slap him with a $100,000 fine, $50,000 fine. You didn't get nothing. Didn't get anything. Because what? The stupid argument that, his ejection, that's punishment enough. No, it's literally not. Because if it was a punch, according to the rules, he would have also gotten a 1-game suspension. It's not enough just to be kicked out of that game. It would be enough if he gets suspended for the next game. You can't do that to somebody. I don't care what you think the NBA should or should not look like anymore with the physicality. And I like when it's rough. I like when it's physical. You see the way that the Stanley Cup playoffs are being played. They're allowed to fight after the whistle. That's a physical sport. Guys are playing with broken bones and whatnot. I would wish the NBA would be more physical like that. And the playoffs have been physical. And I don't mind a little pushing and shoving. You can't elbow somebody in the freaking throat, man. There's a certain line you just can't cross. And he crossed it. But he's getting off basically scot-free. He was never going to avoid getting kicked out of that game last night once he did that. That's forcible contact above the neck. So I'm glad that they at least followed the rule and didn't keep him in the game. But Wemby should not be playing tomorrow night. It's as simple as that. 310-840-4910. And I think, he obviously cost him the game. Even though the Spurs had an 8-point lead in the fourth quarter, you make the argument, Wemby's in the game, they win it. And I know Minnesota, they had the lead for most of the first half. When Victor Wembanyama's on the floor, you can't tell me the Spurs are not at their best or that they're better without Wemby. I know they played better for the second half without him. Then you get into the whole mindset of okay, are they playing, a little bit, they're not playing tight, they're playing loose because they feel like maybe they got nothing to lose, right? They talk at the halftime and they tell each other, hey, we got nothing to lose, guys. And, these are grown-ass men. These are pro adults. Let's not act like they're not human, that they don't have human emotions. And I think that's what happened. I think Mitch Johnson, their head coach, brought them together at halftime and said, hey, we don't have Wemby. We shouldn't win this game. Go out and play like it. Play loose. And that's exactly what they did. And I think a lot of it is also Minnesota plays down to their competition. And Anthony Edwards said that in the postgame. He goes, shout out to those guys. They play great without Wemby. And I think we thought maybe it might be easy. And they came out in the third quarter and they kicked our butts. And that's the Timberwolves. That's who they are, man. They play up to their competition. They play down to the competition. And I think they came out in the third quarter and thought, all right, no Wemby, no problem. We're at home. We'll win this game. We've won shorthanded against the Nuggets, against Jokic and Denver. We can't win against the Spurs without Wembanyama. And they almost learned a hard lesson that put their season on the brink. But then the reason I think Minnesota can still win this series, and I think it's the reason they will win this series, I'm still sticking with the T-Wolves, is because of Anthony Edwards. It's because of Ant-Man, who in last night's game, 36 points, 6 rebounds, hit so many tough shots. I mean, in the fourth quarter, he had a series where he hits a tough layup, then he hits a step back three, and that gave that pulled the T-Wolves within 2 with about 5 minutes left, 6 minutes left. And from that point on, you saw the game change. You saw the game turn right there. Because of Anthony Edwards, who I don't think I need to remind you, but I'll do it anyway. Suffered a hyperextended left knee and a bone bruise in Game 4 against Denver, and initially was supposed to be out multiple weeks. And he came back 9 days later in Game 1 of this series and scored 18 points in 25 minutes off the bench. And we debated this last week on the show. And we said, is this an injury where maybe Anthony Edwards gets worse as the series goes on because he's playing injured and the risk of re-injuring that is so high that it's inevitable? Or is this something where Anthony Edwards is only going to get better as the series goes on because time will heal his wounds? And with each passing game, yeah, the physicality of this series is going to be, it'll wear on you. But as long as he doesn't re-aggravate the injury, that knee is going to continue to heal with each passing day. I think it's the latter. I think that's what's happening. I mean, last night he played 40 minutes. And in the fourth quarter of the first couple of games, you could see there was that trickle off. That, his performance was kind of trickling as the game went on. Because he probably shouldn't have been playing, and he's out there playing 25, 30 minutes with a busted up knee. But now here in the span of 7-8 days, 9-10 days now, that's healed. And I think Anthony Edwards, maybe he was 70% at the start of this series health-wise. I think he's probably close to 90% now. And you're telling me Anthony Edwards, game tomorrow, and then game 6, which they're already guaranteed to have on Friday, I think he's 100% by Friday. A healthy Anthony Edwards is beating the San Antonio Spurs. The way he's playing right now, and they're getting contributions enough from the other guys on the team. Jaden McDaniels did a great job defending De'Aaron Fox last night, forcing him to just 8 for 23 from the field. Stephon Castle needs to have the ball more in his hands. Dylan Harper needs to have the ball in his hands more. But Jaden McDaniels is doing his normal elite defending. And he had 14 points. Rudy Gobert, when they've got the double big lineup on the floor with Gobert and Naz Reid, that's a way to attack Wemby. It's a way to attack San Antonio. And last night, I said it earlier in the show, without Wemby, Chris Finch played with some more coaching freedom. He took Gobert off the floor, put Ayo Dosunmu on the floor, and that gave the T-Wolves an extra added layer of athleticism, especially on that one inbound play with less than a minute to go where you thought for a second, oh my God, they might choke this game away. And they literally launched a full court pass because they had to get it in before an 8-second violation. And Ayo Dosunmu makes a Roddy White. Anthony Edwards literally said, shout out Roddy White. Makes a Roddy White catch. And the ball bounces off his foot to keep it in bounds. They've got enough athleticism to match San Antonio's. They've got enough speed. They've got enough length. And I still think San Antonio's lack of playoff experience, it didn't hurt them at all against Portland because that was another mostly inexperienced team, and the series was short. Game 6, Game 7. The fact that Minnesota's been to the conference finals each of the last 2 years, it's going to show. It's going to show in those 2 games. Even if I think they can win tomorrow, but even if they lose, I'm confident they'll win at home on Game 6. And I think then they can take it in San Antonio in Game 7. And San Antonio had a tremendous opportunity to go up 3-1 last night. And Wemby got himself kicked out of the game. He cost him the game, and he might cost him this series. 310-840-4910. Second biggest takeaway from the weekend. The Knicks are winning the NBA title. And the Oklahoma City Thunder be damned. And the Pistons and the Cavs and everybody else be damned. Because the Knicks have finally found the formula. They have found the formula. And I'll say it as somebody that has a lifelong's worth of love and respect and appreciation for what Tom Thibodeau did for this Knicks franchise, taking them from the dirt, from the dumpster, the butt of everybody's jokes, and rising them up, building them up, molding them into a playoff contender. It can never be forgotten because the Knicks wouldn't be where they are right now without the last 4 or 5 years that they had Tibbs coaching this team. But as a diehard Knicks fan, I said it before the season ended last year when they lost the first 2 games at home to the Pacers. And the day they got eliminated, I said, I think it's time to move on from Tibbs. I had people tell, "Oh, you're nuts. You're an animal. You're not a real fan. You want to go back to the way things were. That grass ain't always greener." I said, okay. Let's find out who's right. And now I got many of my same fellow Knicks fans and a lot of folks that talk ball and a lot of people that would like to see the Knicks lose said, "Hey, you know what, Pat? Mike Brown's a damn good coach. Mike Brown might be the coach that this team needed." And I didn't hear it in the regular season because despite 53 wins, the Knicks finished third in the Eastern Conference behind Boston, behind Detroit. There's plenty of criticism to be found during the regular season. I didn't hear it. I'm only starting to hear it now in the last couple days here. Wow, Mike Brown, what a coach. Look at this offense. And so they needed to make that move. And look, they got to get to the finals first. You can't lose in the conference finals and say that Mike Brown was better than Tom Thibodeau, but I mean, come on, look at this offense. Look at this offense, and it's subtle adjustments, right? Because it's the same Knicks team for the most part. It's the same starting lineup. Brunson, Cat, OG, Josh Hart, Mikal Bridges. It's the same starting lineup. This starting lineup was not capable of doing what the Knicks have done last year. And it had nothing to do with the matchup because they struggled to put away a very young, inexperienced Pistons team a year ago. And yeah, they had the great feat of beating the Celtics. I still think the Knicks would have beaten the Celtics no matter what in the second round. I mean, and Tatum wasn't 100% anyway, so good luck getting through another series like that. He would have risked re-injuring his Achilles or something else. They sweep the Sixers. And you could say, oh, Philly wasn't that good of a team. Philly beat Boston in the first round. And before Tatum even got hurt and had to miss Game 7, they got that to a Game 7. The Knicks are breaking or tying NBA records. The league hasn't been around for 20 years. The league hasn't been around for 60 years. The league's been around for about 80 years. The Knicks are breaking or tying playoff records on a nightly basis now. Since they were down 2-1 against the Atlanta Hawks, a switch flipped. This offense is operating at peak efficiency. All their screens are done with purpose, not just going through the motions. Jalen Brunson has been a willing facilitator. And yes, we know that Brunson can score when needed, but taking some of the pressure off of him, putting a lot more on Karl Anthony Towns, and I still think they could put more on the shoulders of Karl Anthony Towns. He needs to do more scoring. He needs to be more aggressive. He's becoming kind of the point center, right? Like a second point guard for this team. Because they're giving him the ball and they're letting him attack, and they're saying, all right, if somebody doubles you, pass it, kick it out to the corner. If not, take that freaking thing to the hoop, big man. And I still think Karl Anthony Towns has more to be unlocked in his game. But he had 9 assists in the first half yesterday. 9. Like you're from Germany. 9. He had 9 assists. I mean, the Knicks beat the Atlanta Hawks by 60 points, basically. That was an NBA. They tied an NBA record for the largest lead at halftime in a postseason game. Yesterday against the Sixers, they hit 11 threes in the first quarter. That tied an NBA playoff record. They had 18 threes in the first half. That tied an NBA playoff record. They've won 7 straight games, 6 of them by double digits, 4 of them by at least 29 points. They are decimating the opposition. And I hope it's Detroit. I hope the Pistons win this series because as a Knicks fan, I want to see them do the exact same thing they did to the Celtics last year. Boston swept the Knicks in the regular season, and they smoked them on 3 of the 4 occasions. And the Knicks knocked them out. This year, the Pistons swept the Knicks in the regular season. 3 games, they crushed them every single time. And I want the Knicks to knock them out. And I think they will. And if it's Cleveland, I'll be laughing my way to the NBA Finals. Okay, Pat, sure. The Knicks get to the finals. So what? You're not winning a title. Well, if it's Oklahoma City, which I expect it to be, because they're the best team, they got the best defense. The Knicks offense can break down Oklahoma City's defense. The Knicks have the size, right? Oklahoma City's got Hartenstein and Chet Holmgren. The Knicks have Karl Anthony Towns and Mitchell Robinson. And you want to try the hack-a-Mitch. The Sixers tried it yesterday. Mitchell Robinson's starting to hit some free throws now. You better look out. Mitchell Robinson's starting to hit his free throws. That's a real dangerous proposition. Oh, let's just foul Mitchell Robinson. He can't make free throws. Guess again. Both of them in your eye hole on a couple of the possessions yesterday. And the best thing about sweeping the Sixers is that most likely OG Anunoby's good to go for game 1 now. It's not even like there's a risk of injury here. It's not even like, oh, well, the Knicks might be down a guy. And they played those last 2 games without OG Anunoby, and you couldn't even tell the difference. And the second biggest reason why I think the Knicks will beat the Thunder, or if I'm, God forbid, wrong, and it is the Spurs, it's because of the Knicks bench. Something that they didn't have under Tom Thibodeau, they have now. They have guys that can come off the bench and score 20. Deuce McBride yesterday, hitting threes in his sleep. Landry Shamet in game 3, hitting threes in his sleep. Mitchell Robinson, who's still one of the best on and off ball defending bigs that can defend point guards and 2s and 3s, in addition to centers, coming off the bench. The Knicks have a bunch of dogs on this roster. And sometimes you have to learn how to lose before you can win. The Knicks have learned how to lose. In the second round 2 years in a row, last year in the conference finals. Not anymore. Not anymore. Not without. And look, Mikal Bridges is, up until literally a couple of weeks ago, I was still I would wake up screaming out of my sleep. I can't believe the Knicks traded 5 first-round picks when they could have held on to that and had Giannis. Mikal Bridges, maybe he was just saving it for the playoffs. Because he's looked pretty damn good lately. Efficient. Hitting his mid-range shots. Hitting his threes now. Not just completely useless like he was in the first couple of games of that Atlanta series. I shouldn't say maybe he was saving it for the playoffs because he was dreadful in that series, the first couple against Atlanta. But since game 4 of that Hawks series, the last 7 games, Mikal Bridges has been phenomenal. He's been phenomenal. In the last 5 games, Mikal Bridges, 24 points, 17 points, 18 points, 23 points, 12 points. He shot 64% from the field for the entire series against Philadelphia. This isn't a guy that just dunks and hits layups. Mikal Bridges is basically shoots a mid-range jumper almost every time he gets the ball, or it's a catch-and-shoot 3. And he shot 64% from the field against the Sixers. And if you go back the last 5 games, he is shooting nearly 70%. That doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense. The last couple of years, injuries have played a big factor in the Knicks' demise. Doesn't seem to be that way anymore. So I think the Knicks are winning an NBA title this year for the first time in 53 years. And I don't care if they have to go up against the Thunder or anybody else in the NBA Finals. 310-840-4910 is the phone number to join the show. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, why karma is a very real thing, as we saw it unfold in the NBA draft lottery yesterday. Plus, my thoughts on the Canadian Sabres series, and what a way to start Sunday Night Football this year in the NFL. We got some schedule leaks coming out here ahead of the Big Daddy on Thursday. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
Cowboys are better than the Giants. Dallas has a legitimate opportunity this year to play on Championship Sunday for the first time since the mid-90s. Dallas has tremendous upside this season. And you know, because I said it the Friday after night one of the NFL draft, Caleb Downs, Malachi Lawrence. I think Dallas is winning the NFC East. I think the Cowboys are just better than the Giants. And I think the point spread of this game needs to be, like, if it's not going to be Cowboys -3, we need to be like a juiced 2.5 for Dallas. It gives me no pleasure to say it as a Giants fan. Do I want my team to win? Yes. But I have to keep it realistic. Keep it a buck, as the kids would say, with all of you. I think the Cowboys are going to beat the Giants and beat them fairly easily coming up week 1, Sunday Night Football. The Brooklyn Nets and the Sacramento Kings. I'm not trying to be, sincerely, I'm not trying to be dramatic here. I'm not trying to be hyperbolic at all. I think these two franchises are probably screwed for quite some time. Think about what I'm saying about lottery reform and what's about to happen, right? Where's the path for these teams to be good? Where is it for the Nets and the Kings? They put, especially Brooklyn, and I'm not going to go through all the details, but like what Brooklyn basically did was not mortgage the entire future, but traded a lot to gain control of their picks in 25 and 26 and busted on both of them. The Sacramento Kings endured another brutal season to end up with the 7th pick, and the Nets have the 6th pick. Now, it's a deep draft. It's not to say that they can't get stars at 6 and 7. It's not to say that. But if you're a Nets fan and you're a Kings fan, insert joke here about those two fan bases. But you're saying, right? If you're a Nets fan or a Kings fan, I mean, this is the height of misery. This is pit of misery level stuff if you're a Brooklyn Nets fan or a Sacramento Kings fan. Especially if you're a Knicks. Because, like, the Kings, I actually feel like in their own weird way are trying to be good. They're terrible at it, but they're trying. The Nets were trying to be bad. This is like you get in shape, you dedicate yourself for a year straight, 2 years straight in this instance. No cheat meals. You're eating grilled chicken and broccoli and washing it down with liter after liter of water, gallon after gallon of H2O. You're in the gym 6 days a week. You don't go out. You're trying to get in great shape to impress your crush. You spend all this time working on it, in the dark, losing in your personal life with the hopes that one day you'll be a big winner. And you get your shot, and you shoot your shot. And you get rejected instantly. Like on that old MTV show, Next, when you walk off the bus and the person just yells, "Next!" The NBA and the basketball gods looked at the Brooklyn Nets and looked at the Sacramento Kings, and they walked off the bus, ready for their moment. And the gods yelled, "Next!"
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and the phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Again, that's 310-840-4910. BetMGM players will receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. To use the Parlay Boost token, add a parlay wager made up of any sport wagers to your bet slip and activate the token. If you win your wager that was made with that token, you will receive extra winnings. All right, let's get you a scoreboard update here. Then we'll get to some of your texts. We'll get to some of your tweets. If you want to call the show, it's 310-840-4910. They just started the third quarter. Game 4 between the Pistons and the Cavaliers. Pistons up 2-1 in this series. They win this tonight. They can try to close it out at home on Wednesday. It's 56-54 now. Cleveland just scored the opening bucket of the second half here. It was 56-52 at half. I mean, Tobias Harris continues to be the Robin to Cade Cunningham's Batman. And Tobias Harris is having a tremendous game again here tonight. 14 points, 8 rebounds, and 2 steals at half for Detroit. And he scored 20-plus in 8 straight games. That might be 9 after tonight. Cade Cunningham does have 12 points and 5 assists. Maybe most importantly, only 1 turnover so far for Detroit. And then how about the performance off the bench for Karis LeVert? 17 points. Here's what Karis LeVert has done the entire postseason so far. I'm just going to read you off his points by game. And we'll go recent and backtrack to the beginning of the playoffs. Here's his points. 6, 8, 0, 0, 2, 2, 2, 4, 3. Karis LeVert, 17 at the half. What a time to step up. Meanwhile, for Cleveland, Jim Harden, 15 points in the first half to go with 7 assists. He is stepping up. Now, can he step up in the clutch like he did in Game 3 on Saturday? And then Donovan Mitchell, who had just 4 points at halftime. He didn't score until about 5 minutes left to go in the second quarter. Well, Spida quickly getting into the act here. He just hit another 3. It's a quick, I think Donovan Mitchell has all 8 points here in the third quarter for the Cavaliers. He's got 12 now for the game. It's an 8-0 run to start the second half for Cleveland. They now lead 60-56. They were down by 4 at the half. They're now up by 4 here after a chaotic first 90 seconds. Puts them in front. Timeout Detroit. So there you go. There's your up-to-the-minute analysis and update here of Cavaliers Pistons. Spida has woken up Donovan Mitchell with a quick 8 points to start the second half. All right, on the ice, the Minnesota Wild are saying, oh, hold on just a minute. Everybody's picked to win the Stanley Cup. Not so fast. It was 1-0 Wild after they dominated Game 3 against the Avalanche to make it a 2-1 series deficit. They're trying to tie the series up at 2. They did lead 1-0, but just minutes ago, Nazem Kadri, who the Avalanche got back in a trade at the deadline this year, scored on the power play to tie it up at 1. That's where we stand. 1-1 right now, 9 minutes to go in the second period. All right, let's get to some of your texts and tweets here. You can tweet me at PatBoyle44. And we had Brian Geltzeiler on the show earlier tonight. And we were talking about what the Wizards should do with the number 1 pick. And Brad, my co-host, asked him if maybe the Wizards should think about trading it. And Geltzeiler did a great job. Basically, he'll take any scenario, throw at him, and he'll go through the possibilities. And, he did say, that something you got to listen to. You have to pick up the phone and listen to see what kind of offer you're going to get. Because if it's a Godfather deal, you might not be able to turn it down. And so, Sports God tweets in, nope, Pat Boyle 44. Geltz sounds good, but Wizards have one option. Take AJ, meaning AJ DeBonza. Everyone needs to stop trying to ruin the Wizards moment. They have the opportunity to take their MJ, Kobe, D-Wade, Ant-Man, franchise-altering player that'll lead them to rings. You don't trade that for Walker effing Kessler or picks. You keep that guy who will likely be 25 to 30 points per game generational talent. Unless the Bucks want to give Giannis or the Nuggets want to give Joker. Yeah, again, I don't think Brian Geltzeiler was actually saying that the Wizards should trade the number 1 pick. They probably should keep it and take AJ DeBonsa, but he did say, again, that's something you have to listen to. And after the Washington Wizards have done so many things wrong here over the last several years, why would you not at least pick up the phone and see what teams want to give you? If it's anything less than a trade that you simply can't say, maybe it is Giannis. You're telling me then you have Giannis, Anthony Davis, Trae Young? I still think Trae Young's a losing basketball player. I still think Anthony Davis is always damaged. But if you can get Giannis, I'll tell you what, Giannis is a more sure thing than AJ DeBonsa, at least right now. At least for a couple of years. You would have to listen. Anyway, we got some text coming through. Chuck from Alabama says, you guys were 0 on Friday. He's referencing to our Let's Go Streaking segment where everybody on the crew picks a batter to get a hit. Yes, we did go 0. I think it was the first time in the 5 weeks of doing the segment that we did. And Chuck from Alabama says, well, I hit. Langoliers came through. Tonight, Ildemaris Vargas gets a hit. And by the way, suspend Wemby's, well, he said Wendy. I think he meant to say Wemby. By the way, suspend Wemby's ass 1 game and a fine. Yeah, I said last segment, I think Victor Wembanyama should be suspended for Game 5, but he's not going to be, and he's not even getting a fine. As for Chuck from Alabama's pick for a player to get a hit, Ildemaris Vargas, let's see if he is on the right track there, because I know the Diamondbacks game has already started, and Ildemaris Vargas is 0 for 2. So he might only have one at the top of the 7th. He might only have... He's leading off the next inning, so he'll probably get 2 more cracks here. But Chuck, nothing like sending, he did that the other night with Langoliers too. Nothing like making your pick for a game that's already started. But he's 0 for 2, so again, you're getting better value. And yes, Shea Langoliers did get a hit on Friday, and all of us went 0 for. I will say this, Chandler Simpson got a hit in his first at-bat for the Rays. That was my pick. Monty's going with Rafael Devers, going up against the Dodgers tonight. And let's see how Brad and Combs are doing, because I think they both picked a couple of Rangers here. Let's see. Combs had Corey Seager, and Brad had Jock Peterson. And so far, Corey Seager's 0 for 3, and Jock Peterson's 0 for 1. Damn. And again, that's a 1-0 game in the top of the 7th. So we'll see if Combs and Brad can get it going here. But I hit with Chandler Simpson, and then again, Rafa Devers for Monty later tonight in the show. We got a text from a 774 number that says Knicks own the Sixers and turn their building into MSG South. Yeah, look, I mean, they really did. It was embarrassing. Embarrassing. It was pathetic to watch, really. People, and I live in this city now. Right? I'm a New Jersey guy at heart. New York City sports teams at heart. I live with my girlfriend in Philly. I still do shows, by the way, on WFAN in New York. I'm still doing Yankee postgame shows this year. My loyalty will never switch. But I do reside, for the time being, in Philadelphia. And people say this is a sports town, best sports town. I mean, your building got completely invaded and taken over. And that was, forget about Game 4 yesterday. Oh, it was Mother's Day and it was 0-3. You really wanted people to hang on to those tickets? Well, if you're real sports fans, yeah, you would. And Game 3, the Knicks fans ran that building over. That's what happens. You tried to geo-restrict Knicks fans from buying tickets. That didn't work. You tried donating tickets. Good cause. Didn't work. Joel Embiid begged people not to give up their tickets, said, if you need money, I got you. Yeah, I want to see how many Venmos Joel Embiid sent out. I want to see how much money Joel Embiid actually gave to anybody, any Philadelphia sports fan. I'm not talking about charities that he donates to. I'm talking about just straight up anybody that reached out to him and said, hey, I don't want to sell my, you're telling me not to sell my ticket. Can you help me out? Can you wire me $500, $1,000? I'd like to see how many people that actually happened. I mean, you take a quick look at social media. Go to Awful Announcing, who posted some clips. Knicks fans not only taking over the building, afterwards, out on the pavilion, outside the arena, just clowning Sixers fans. And I don't condone any kind of violence or saying, obviously anything you're not supposed to be saying beyond the lines of just some good old fashioned heckling. But like, imagine being a Sixers fan that goes to that game, watching your team get destroyed. And the game's over at the first quarter, and the Knicks are like tying NBA playoff records, and then walking outside and just having Knicks fans like swarm. It's all just blue and orange, and you're just getting like Knicks in 4, or like trust the process. I saw a lot of clips like Knicks fans going trust the like just nonstop. It was phenomenal. We got a 708 number tweeting in, Pat, we need more of Combs yelling at you. Well, good news. We'll do hot or cold in about 40 minutes from now, so you'll probably get some of that. So don't you worry. 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. All right, you want to get in some more texts, tweets, and calls? Tweet me at PatBoyle44. You could text or call the show at 310-840-4910. We'll get to more of your stuff when we come back, and I'll also give you more of my takes from the weekend. I'll pay off that tease, why karma is real. You saw it yesterday. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports.
You can't elbow a guy in the throat. He literally elbowed Naz Reid in the throat. Naz Reid gets elbowed and goes down like Glass Joe in Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, doing like a pirouetting before hitting the ground. All that's missing is the sound effects. Bump. He got elbowed in the throat. This was like something like you'd see in a Jason Bourne movie or in like New Japan Pro Wrestling. This was Chris Jericho's AEW finisher, the Judas Effect. Spinning elbow to the face or the neck. We can all, and I am among these people. I am in this camp of people. And this camp should be 100% of people, even if you're a fan of a Western Conference team that has to tango with Wemby for the next decade plus. You should all really like him. He's very likable. He's ridiculously smart. He says exceptionally interesting things at press conferences and in media availability. He seems, I don't know him personally, I don't know. He seems like he's a very nice guy, right? So all of that can be true. Also, you can't elbow somebody in the throat. So Spurs take a listen here. This was Spurs head coach Mitch Johnson after the game last night, defending Victor Wembanyama.
Officiate him.
I just think that the amount of physicality that people play with him, at some level, you have to protect yourself. Every single play on every single part of the floor, people are trying to impose their physicality on him. I get it. We get it. And that's part of the game.
Yeah, okay. So it's like, you get bullied in school, show up with a baseball bat and beat someone's brains in. Beat them into oblivion. Again, we all understand what's happening here. How do you defend Wemby? You try and beat the piss out of him. His body hasn't filled out yet, and when it does, the league, it's over for the rest of the league when Wemby figures it out, really figures it out. But until then, this is how you do it. You get his, and I'll tell you what, this is when I say last week, the Wolves are a crazy person. The Wolves. They do what they do. They got in Wemby's head. And what he did is indefensible. Is it kind of cool that he elbowed Naz Reid in the throat? It's a little cool, right? It's kind of cool. Also, you can't do it. And to defend, it's ridiculous. Like Mitch Johnson, because you know what? Because when it's all said and done, this could cost the Spurs an NBA championship. This could cost them. Because now we don't know if Wemby's going to be suspended or not for Game 5. I don't think he's going to be. He has no history of anything like this happening. My sense is that he won't be suspended. You can make a strong argument that they paid the price, they lost a playoff game, and the series is now tied at 2. My guess is he does not get suspended. That's my guess. If he gets suspended, is anyone going to be shocked? Again, I'm just going to keep saying it. and I really like him, and again, seems like a nice guy, he elbowed Naz Reid in the throat. He elbowed him in the throat. This is going to be the most famous elbow since Macho Man Randy Savage. He elbowed Naz Reid in the throat, and people are defending it. No one's saying he needs to go to Guantanamo Bay for this. That's not what I'm saying at all. I don't think he's going to get suspended. If it were me, I wouldn't suspend him. I feel like he paid the price already. But what I'm saying is, if he gets suspended, can you really, really be that surprised? Can you really, really be that shocked? If he gets suspended. Unacceptable from Wemby. And to call it anything else is disingenuous. And now we wait. Because if he gets suspended for Game 5, who knows what's going to happen in this series? This is now something that elbow could impact who wins the NBA championship this season. Not an exaggeration. Not an exaggeration at all.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Well, the Pistons have finally scored a bucket. They just snapped a Cleveland Cavaliers franchise record 23-0 run to start the second half. The Pistons led 56-50 at halftime. And then from 56-50 turned into 56-73. 23-0 run for the Cavs, a franchise record, longest run in postseason in franchise history. I mean, you want to talk about saving your season. And Donovan Mitchell, who didn't have a single point with maybe, it was like 5 minutes left to go in the second quarter, and he had 4 points at halftime. Spider's got 22 points. And he's at the free throw line for more. He's got 18 points and counting in the first 6 minutes of this third quarter. I mean, this is flow state like I've never seen before. Holy smokes. Again, the dude didn't have a point with about 5 minutes left to go in the half. He's now got 23. And he hits both free throws. He's got 24. Wow. Cavs up big. Just like that. Now, can they hold on? You've seen big leads dwindle down in this series very easily. But the Cavs pulling away big time here, trying to tie this series up at 2. And then on the ice, it's still 1-1 between the Avalanche and the Wild. That is a critical Game 4 going on right now. Minnesota wins. All of a sudden, Colorado, the Avalanche were 6-0 to start the playoffs. Now all of a sudden they'll lose back-to-back games. It feels like this series is there for the taking. But if Colorado can win it, then all of a sudden it's 3-1 going back home, and they look well on their way to the Western Conference Finals. So yeah, it's going to be real interesting to see. Real interesting to see indeed how the rest of that game shakes out. We'll keep you posted on both. And then again, we got Thunder Lakers coming up in about 45 minutes from now. All right. I want to tell you why karma is a real thing. And if you didn't follow the NBA draft lottery yesterday, because it was Mother's Day. I mean, what a crazy day to put it on. Crazy day to put it. Mother's Day, Sunday afternoon, the NBA lottery. What? Why are we doing that? Anyway, the Washington Wizards, they get the number 1 pick, and they did have one of the top 3 odds of getting the worst pick. And it's the last year it's going to do this, by the way. Tanking crackdown from the big guy that's got a big spine, Adam Silver. Finally, we're going to crack down on tanking. We're going to flatten out the lottery odds so that basically if you're one of the worst 3 teams, you don't have the best odds. Teams that finished between the 4th and 8th worst records will have the best odds. So this is the last year of this current format. So the Wizards, they had the worst record in the NBA this year. They get the number 1 pick. The Utah Jazz get number 2. The Grizzlies get the 3rd. The Bulls, they luck out. They get the 4th. The Clippers get the 5th. And if you're thinking, well, how did the Clippers have the 5th pick? Weren't they in the play-in tournament? They were. They get the Indiana Pacers pick. The Indiana Pacers lose their first-round draft pick. They decided to tank. Disgustingly tank. Basically from the start of this season. Because they didn't have Tyrese Halliburton. So they thought they could just get away with tanking the season. We don't have Halliburton. We can't realistically compete for a title. We're just going to tank the whole year. And we'll see if we can get a top 4 pick. And then we'll be right back to competing for a championship next year. Look at this loaded draft class. It's got A.J. DeBonta. It's got Darren Peterson. It's got Cam Boozer, excuse me. Caleb Boozer's Cam's brother. I don't think he ain't going in the top 5. He ain't going in the first round. I don't think he's entering the draft. He shouldn't. Cam Boozer. We got all these. I mean, hell, even if we slip to the 5th pick, we'll still have great chances. But then the Indiana Pacers did something. They flirted with danger. They rolled the dice at the trade deadline. They decided to take 2 first-round picks, along with Benedict Mathurin, and they decided to trade him to the Clippers. Instead, and in return, they get reigning All-Pro center Ivica Zubac, who's tremendous. Now, this year, Ivica Zubac didn't have nearly as good of a season. 14 points, 10 rebounds. He also only played 48 games with a fractured rib. But still, having Ivica Zubac on your roster after they lost Miles Turner in free agency last year, you see the Pacers squad, there was basically everybody but Miles Turner coming, and Benedict Mathurin, because they traded him away, coming back next year along with the healthy Halliburton. Now you throw Ivica Zubac into the mix. Hey, this can be a dangerous team. One of those first-round picks the Pacers gave to the Clippers was unprotected unless it fell between 1 and 4 or if it fell between 10 and 30. So the Clippers get that pick. If the Pacers end up in the lottery, finishing anywhere between number 5 and number 9. And the Pacers had the 2nd worst record in the NBA this year. So they had they were tied, the top 3 odds with the Nets and the Wizards. Highest chances of getting that number 1 pick. It would have taken some real bad luck to fall outside the top 4. And remember, as long as they were in the top 4, the Pacers keep that first-round pick. It would go to the Clippers in a couple of years from now, and they have Ivica Zubac, and they'll have a loaded freshman class to pick from in the top 4. Oh, the Pacers, they played this perfectly. Well, those ping pong balls, sometimes they bounce in some funny ways. And so again, Pacers finished 5th. That pick not in the top 4. That first-round draft pick goes to the Clippers. And the Pacers miss out on drafting a generational talent in which there is plenty to pick from in this draft class. You tank disgustingly, pathetic, fold up the entire season from the get-go. You get what you deserve. Eat it, Indianapolis. Eat it, Kevin Pritchard, the team's president, who said, "Oh, I'm so sorry to the fans. We still don't regret the decision to trade for Zubac." Okay, well, you tanked the entire season. And I know that those fans that probably have, a lot of them have low IQ, that are Pacers fans. They'll come back with season tickets next year, even though they just put them through hell and misery this season. But you don't get that draft pick. Feels good when karma actually operates in the real world. All right, we'll talk to Alex Cohen, play-by-play voice for the Cubs and other sports as well on Marquee Sports Network. When we come back, you're on BetMGM tonight.
I mean, they got to come up with something. They got to come up with something.
Do you
don't
buy
know
it?
if this is true or not. Not entirely, just because I dealt with the dad throughout the year and the agent, and it was like the worst PR job of all time. I mean, all they had to do was put the kid out there throughout the year and let people understand that this kid was going through some stuff and it was difficult for him. They screwed this whole thing up all year. It was a PR disaster led by the father. So they got to come up with something here. They got to come up with something. And again, I do think I love the kid. Can I say that? I love the kid because the kid is about all business. He doesn't care about the attention. He's not doing the interviews. He's not yearning for them. I was supposed to sit down with him in Ames, Iowa, before they played Iowa State the night before. On a Friday night, they played Iowa State on Saturday. It was all set up. I was going to sit down with the kid, and they pulled it last minute. And again, all they had to do was have this kid's face out there saying, hey, man, like, this is difficult for me. And I think people would have felt for the kid a little bit. And instead, the only thing you ever saw from Darren was him tapping out and then him on the bench with no expression in his face, which is how he is, right? Like he's expressionless. He's stone-faced, whatever. But this is the one of the last kids I would have expected to happen, because he was competitive as hell when I saw him in AAU ball. He was tough. He was fearless. Again, he doesn't love attention. He admitted he's kind of a loner here. But now the big question that I've gotten from several NBA guys is the competitiveness. Not the creatine. Again, maybe it's true, maybe it's not, and they're just trying to come up with something that doesn't, again, you don't want it to be too big of an issue that these teams obviously are going to pass on them because of it. So it's got to be something that looks legitimate enough but isn't too bad.
I think Dallas is Super Bowl ready, perhaps, and the Giants aren't. This needs to be said about the Giants. And, herein lies some theoretical upside for Big Blue. Are we sure Jackson Dart is good? That doesn't mean he's bad at all. The fact that John Harbaugh, desperately wanted to coach Jackson Dart is probably a good sign. But I'm asking this question sincerely. Are we sure, absolutely positive Jackson Dart's good? I think he's going to be good. I think so. We don't know the answer to that question. I don't know how the season's going to go for the Giants. I'm optimistic. It could go poorly. I'm pretty confident in how the season's going to go for the Cowboys. As long as Dak Prescott's healthy, and obviously you need CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens healthy, they're the engines of this offense, how is Dallas not going to be good? How are they not going to be good? The Cowboys open a 1.5-point road favorite at the Giants, and I think that line's a little short. I think that line needs to be close to 3, if not 3. And my sense is that as we approach kickoff on the opening Sunday night game of the year, the Dallas Cowboys will be the preferred choice in the betting market. Again, assuming health.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
The pitch. Pete skies it, right field. Benson at the track, the wall. If it's fair, it's gone. It is! Grand slam, Pete Crow Armstrong. And PCA playing like MVP. Amaya into center field. Edmonds back at the wall. Jumps up, it's into the basket. We are tied. Hat ground ball into right field for a base hit. Throw home. It's late. Cubs win.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 5 starts right now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Let's talk some Chicago Cubs baseball, shall we? You heard the mashup there done by producer Brandon Combs. That was the voice of Alex Cohen, who is a play-by-play announcer for the Cubs and other sports as well on Marquee Sports Network. He's the host of Cubs Now on Marquee. You can find him on Twitter at voiceofcohen2. And he just called this past weekend series between the Cubs and the Rangers in Arlington. Alex, it's Pat Boyle. Thanks for joining us, man. How you doing?
Doing well. Thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it. Just enjoying the off day and getting ready for a series against the Braves and the Cubs. So it should be fun.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, two of the best teams in all baseball this year. That's going to be great. And then you got the Northsiders against the Southsiders coming up later this week, Cubbies, White Sox. And then they return home to put that historic home winning streak against the Brew Crew, their bitter rivals, next week. So it's going to be a lot of fun baseball coming up for the Cubbies here. Alex, what have we watched through the first 41 games of the Cubs season? It's been pretty special, to say the least. What can you tell us about this Cubs team and their success despite all the injuries that have befell this pitching staff?
Yeah, I mean, they're just so solid, especially from an offensive perspective. I know that they've been shut out the last 2 games against the Rangers, but prior to that, top 10 in baseball in pretty much every single statistical category from an offensive perspective. And that's just because, 1 through 9 in the order, there's no easy outs. I mean, when you have your 9-hole hitter, Dansby Swanson, among the league leaders in walk percentage and, driving in, top 10 runs. And then you have Seiya Suzuki coming back off of a knee injury and hitting like one of the best right-handed hitters in all of baseball. So, I mean, you have those guys. You have Nico Horner, who's been one of the most valuable players in baseball over the first 40-so-odd games. And Pete Crow Armstrong, I mean, despite some of his offensive struggles, I think his WAR's like 1.7 or 1.5. His B-WAR's in the 2s. So, I mean, he's playing a really nice brand of baseball. Michael Busch swinging like Michael Busch in 2025 over the last 15 games. So I just named 5 guys in the Cubs order. They only have 9 guys when it comes to their starting lineup. So over half their lineup's been really, really productive. Their starting pitching has been solid. And Daniel Palenci's been one of the better relievers in baseball since the second half of the year. So they're pretty good. They're pretty solid. They're fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, to say the least. Now let's spin it forward here, because I know that my producer, Brandon Combs, who got you to come on the show here tonight, and he's a diehard Cubs fan. It's all he talks about. But rumors are flying with every major arm that might be available. Logan Webb, Sandy Alcantara, Freddie Peralta, to name a few. Jed Hoyer hasn't been really willing to part with major prospects in recent years, but do you think this season could be different?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we're still really, really early when it comes to making a big trade like that. I know that some of the arms that were rumored, I mean, Sandy Alcantara for the Marlins, they were winning as of a week ago. Nathan Eovaldi for Texas, I mean, they're still right in the thick of things when it comes to the AL West, when they could win a series or two and probably be in first place. So I still think there's a lot of time to determine who is going to be traded, who isn't going to be traded. But I would imagine that with the loss of Cade Horton, with Matthew Boyd being out for an extended period of time, and Justin Steele, his return being a little delayed, that they would be active, having conversations when it comes to the starting pitching market. So I wouldn't be surprised that if we talk on July 30th that there's a trade made, but right now it's still a little bit too early.
Okay, that's fair enough. Talking to Alex Cohen here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Alex is one of the play-by-play announcers for the Cubs and other sports as well on Marquee Sports Network. He's the host of Cubs Now on Marquee, and just called their series with the Rangers this past weekend in Arlington. Who do you think? And I know it's early, Alex, so you could always preface that, but knowing what we know already about some of those other teams and the pitchers that play for them, who do you think out of those names, or maybe it's a name I didn't mention, who do you think would be the most realistic target out of those arms that the Cubs could target at the trade deadline?
Yeah, I mean, I think they would look for a right-handed pitcher, strikeout pitcher with above-average velo. Freddie Peralta makes some sense to me just because of his past relationship with Craig Counsell when they were on the Milwaukee Brewers, with Freddie being on an expiring deal and the Mets really struggling. There are some teams that have been back and forth with how well they played, then they struggled, and they play well, then they struggle. The Mets have been consistently poor for a long period of time, so if that extends into June, into the middle of June, I wouldn't be shocked to see them, trade some of their expendable assets, Freddie being one of them, and I wouldn't be shocked if the Cubs were interested. So he's the guy who really sticks out to me.
I mean, that'd be something. Freddie Peralta in a Cubs uniform. That sends some chills down your back, I would expect. Alex, I played very briefly, not to toot my own horn. This is just because I'll just say it. I played very briefly with Nico Horner in the Northwoods League back in 2016. I never imagined he'd be one of the best second basemen in the league, but here we are. And yet I feel like Nico is still underrated and undermarketed across baseball. What do you think is the best part of his game, in your opinion? Is it his bat, his glove, or his base stealing ability? Because he's been elite at all three this year.
I would go all of the above. I would go that he just doesn't strike out much. I mean, every at-bat is a difficult one. And you go back to the last 2 or 3 years, like the strikeout rate has dropped considerably. It's always been above average, but now it's elite. Now he's drawing more walks. He's hitting for a little bit more power. I mean, it's just all coming together. His game is a full product now. You look at last year, and he was, a top 10, top 12 valuable player in baseball. And he's been significantly better than that this year. Gold Glove defense, plays every game, steals a bag or two, now hitting for power, and obviously doesn't strike out and walk. So he just does so many things right, and not many people do that in baseball nowadays. So I think just checking all the boxes of being a good baseball player, and then the power surge definitely elevates him to another level. I think he's one of the best players in the game right now.
And that's really not hyperbole when you when you look at what he's doing. A 278 batting average with a 777 OPS, 4 home runs, 28 RBIs. But again, you also throw 8 stolen bases in there and one of the best gloves in the entire National League. Alex, I know the pitching staff is depleted, but the guys that are chucking have obviously been impressive for this team to rip off 2 separate 10-game win streaks already this year. So, in your opinion, who have been the most impressive arms on this team? And it can be starters or relievers. And it also it could be guys that you didn't expect to be having the years that they're having.
Yeah, it's Shota for me. I think Shota Imanaga pitching like Shota Imanaga in 2024 and the first half of 25 and not the second half of 2025. The fastball velocity is increasing. He's getting so many swings and misses. Remember, he's a left-handed pitcher that last year was sitting, his fastball was 90 miles per hour. He's getting hit really hard. Now he's throwing 92. The splitter's working great. His last start, he struck out 10 with 22 swings and misses. He's got legitimate Cy Young caliber stuff so far this year. Small sample size, is still a little bit early, but he's looking better than he did in 2024. He is a legitimate ace right now for this Cubs rotation at a time where they really need a legitimate ace.
We're talking with Alex Cohen here on BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Alex is one of the play-by-play voices of the Chicago Cubs, who are 27-14, one of the best records in all of baseball. They're off today, but big week ahead, taking on the Atlanta Braves in Atlanta the rest of this week. Then they're their South Side rival Chicago White Sox, and then they return home to try to protect that historic home winning streak. Alex, you are an Indiana Hoosier alum, I've been told. How fun was it for you to watch what Kurt Cignetti and the boys did this past season? Did you get a chance to be a part of history in person and catch any of those games?
I did. I was actually at the national championship, which was incredible. I mean, like when I went to Indiana University, it was during their worst 4 years in sports history when, my freshman year was the Kelvin Sampson impermissible phone call year when they were number 7 in the country and he leaves and then they lose in the first round. And then I think they won like 12 combined games over the last, 3 years of my college career when it came to Big Ten play. So, yeah, it kind of put a sour taste in my mouth. But if you would have asked all my friends and close people when I was there, we would have never thought in our, deepest imagination and dreams that the Indiana Hoosiers would win a national championship in football over basketball in our lifetimes. But they did. And, I mean, Kurt Cignetti ran really like a pro program. They've got a bunch of linemen who were disciplined and then committed a lot of penalties. Obviously, when you have the first overall pick in the draft, that certainly helps. But, you have 2 wide receivers who were drafted in the top 4 rounds. Omar Cooper was a first rounder. Surratt then goes to the Ravens. You have 2 NFL running backs. It's just, they were so much fun to watch. They were treated, practiced, played, covered like a pro program. And, when you can go down into Miami and beat the Hurricanes in the national championship, that's the icing on top of the cake. So it was special.
Yeah, big time. Finally, Alex, before we let you go, I am told you are a huge fan of Wawa gas stations. You put the people on to Wawa. Why is Wawa the go-to? Before you answer, I'm in New Jersey. I grew up in New Jersey. I know a thing or two about Wawa, and you're not wrong. But why is that the go-to?
I mean, I grew up in Philadelphia. It's nostalgic for me. I mean, I go to Wawa anytime, any day, morning, night. I go in there, I get my big jug of Wawa peach iced tea. I go on the kiosk, get myself a honey smoked turkey hoagie with sweet peppers and mayonnaise. And, that's just like my lunch of choice that I can go back to Philadelphia and just feel at home. So, yeah, Wawa is something that I grew up on. I will defend it to the death. Is it like the best from a culinary standpoint? Probably not, but it's something that always puts me in the right place. So I'm Team Wawa forever.
Yeah, and then finally, Alex, talking with Alex Cohn here for another minute here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports, one of the voices of the Cubs on TV on Marquee Sports Network. Just to go back to Cignetti, you mentioned you went through the rough times with Indiana. Yeah, and it's like, why? Like this couldn't have happened like another 10 years, 12 years later. Like, are you freaking kidding me? But with Cignetti and what he was able to do, it was incomprehensible, I feel like, to our human brains a couple of months ago while it was happening. Do you think if he ever wanted to, do you think he could go to the NFL and be a successful pro coach?
I mean, I think if he wanted to, he could. But it's one of those things where he's really seemed to get all the resources that he wants at IU. And he's not at the age where he's like up-leveling for certain jobs. Like if Kirk Cignetti was my age, 37, or even in his 40s, yeah, I would say probably his sights would be on the NFL and on the head coaching vacancies and the Black Friday coaching fires. But at his age and what he's doing and the resources that he's getting and the money that he's getting at IU, I wouldn't be shocked if he stays there for a long time. So I think that at the time of life that he's in and the program that he's been able to build, that'll probably stay at IU.
Okay. Sweet. Alex, appreciate the time, man. I know the off days are very few and far between, so appreciate you hopping on with us here and spending some time and talking some Cubs baseball. It's an exciting season. Feels like 2016 all over again, I feel like, for a lot of folks. So we appreciate it, man. Hope to catch up with you soon.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Thanks for having me on.
You got it. There you go. Alex Cohen, one of the play-by-play voices for the Cubs. He also does other sports as well on Marquee Sports Network. He's the host of Cubs Now on Marquee, and you can find him on Twitter at Voice of Cohen and the number 2. And he called the Cubs series this past weekend against the Rangers. All right, we'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll get you a playoff scoreboard update from a historic third quarter in Cleveland. Can the Cavs tie the series up at 2 games apiece? And then, can the Wild tie the series up at 2 games apiece against the Avalanche? We'll have some playoff scores for you when we come back, and your phone calls and your texts at 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
This New York Knicks team is the best New York sports team in the last 15 years. Period. Since my New York football Giants won Super Bowl 46 and beat the New England Patriots following the 2011 season, this is the best New York sports team in 15 years. And yes, that's not saying much. I understand. Trust me, I get it. I'm a diehard New York sports fan. I love New York sports. We collectively, and I will use we to describe New York sports, we have sucked for almost 2 decades. No championship, and I understand the Liberty won a championship. No championships for the men's teams since the Giants won in 2011. 3 finalists. The Rangers in 2014, getting waylaid by the LA Kings in 5 games. The Mets in 2015, losing to the Kansas City Royals. And the Yankees in 2024 with one of the most embarrassing World Series performances ever against the LA Dodgers. Now, I know the Knicks might not win the Eastern Conference Final. I get it. They might not. I think they will, but they might not. Even if they don't, I think this is the best New York sports team in the last 15 years. The dominance that they have shown, the level that they're playing at, how can you deny it? This is like the scene in Game of Thrones, right? Where we get the dusty finish at the end, to use a wrestling term, where it looks like Sansa and Littlefinger are gonna have sentence Arya to death, and then at the end she goes, "What do you say to your crimes, Lord Baelish?" And then she asks him over and over again, "Do you deny it?" And he eventually goes, "I deny it." Gotta tell you, man. It sounds like every married person. Hey, like, are you wrong about this? No, I deny it, even though the facts are right here. So I ask all of you, listening, watching, the New York Knicks, do you deny it? Do you deny it? Do you deny them? I'm not saying they're going to win it all. They could very easily. I mean, I don't. Water gun to my head, I think the Thunder will beat them. But I think they can win it, right? They could lose the Eastern Conference Final to either Cleveland or Detroit. Of course that could happen. But I will ask again, do you deny it? Do you deny them? There is no excuse. No excuse. Because now, like, I'm going to give you some more. I gave you a lot of positive. I'll give you some more positive in a moment. Just a reality check here in the middle of this. There will be no excuse. 0.0% excuse for the Knicks not to go to the NBA Finals. I'm not going to say no excuse for them not to win it all, because I'm assuming they'll play the Thunder, and the Thunder will be favorites, and the Thunder should be favorites, and I think the Thunder are the best team. If they get there and they beat the Thunder, it will be the most unbelievable thing in my life as a sports fan, outside of the Giants beating the undefeated Patriots in Super Bowl 42. No excuse. 0 excuse for the Knicks to not beat the Cavs or the Pistons in the next round. 0 excuse. And you might be listening or watching, and maybe you're a Cavs fan, maybe you're a Pistons fan, maybe you just hate the Knicks. All acceptable. And honestly, like, you could be ambivalent towards the Knicks and have your opinion, and that's fine. My opinion is no excuse for them to not win the next round. None, with the way they're playing. Their upside, they have shown it, that their upside is higher than any team in the NBA except for the Thunder and the Spurs. Those are the 3 teams with the highest upside. And the Knicks are the only one in the Eastern Conference that has that ceiling. No excuse not to get there. So, like, yes, it's been awesome. And yes, I'm in ecstasy. I'm delirious. I'm on cloud 9 as a sports fan. But now we go like do your Bob Seger or your James Hetfield. There I go, turn the page. I didn't need to do the guitar or the saxophone there. Turn the page. Have to win the next round. And if they don't, how can you say the season's anything but a failure?
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Huge shout out to Alex Cohen, who joined us last segment. One of the play-by-play voices of the Cubs, mostly when Boog Shambi is off. Alex does a tremendous job, though, whenever he is calling games on Marquee Sports Network. He called this past weekend for Cubs Rangers. You can find him on Twitter at Voice of Cohen, too. So if you missed that and you want to hear more about how the Cubs have already went on 2 separate 10-game winning streaks, plus a currently active, historic 15-game home winning streak, which we'll see get put to the test in a week from now when they welcome the Brewers to Wrigley Field, and that could be for first place in the NL Central. You can rewind on the Odyssey app. You can also download the BetMGM Tonight podcast wherever you get your podcasts. Just search BetMGM Tonight. But again, I'm Pat Boyle, host of this show for the final 2 hours solo every night for 5 hours alongside Brad Evans, Monday through Friday. That made it sound weird, probably. The show is 5 hours. I do all 5 hours. Brad does the first 3 with me. I do the last 2 solo. In case you're wondering, you're listening, where's that other loudmouth moron? Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Speaking of loudmouth morons, we do have another one that works on this show, and he's the producer. He's Brandon Combs. Combs, you want to do a little hot or cold, brother?
Did you just call me a loudmouth moron?
I did. That's a term of endearment. You know I love you. As much as we go at it. Again, we did have somebody, we had somebody text into the show about an hour ago. Pat, we need more of Combs yelling at you. So we might get it here.
And I appreciate that, texter, because we do need more of me yelling at you, because you need to be yelled at a little bit more sometimes. Although they can see it, they can't always see all the other times that I yell at you when we're not on the air. I text you and yell at you, or yell at you in the chat, or, yell at you through social media. I'm always yelling at you. It's kind of what we do.
You don't yell at me that much.
Nah, kind of do.
Nah, you love me.
You are one of my favorite people. You are. I will tell you that. You're one of my favorite people.
Thank you, Combs. That means a lot.
Hey, anything I can do to make your day better, buddy.
All right. You make it better by doing some hot or cold with me.
All right. Well, let's do it. All right. Look, so I'll tell you the story after. I want you to answer this first, because then I'll tell you the story after, because it might change the way you answer this.
Okay.
So just because you have 2 teams in your city does not mean you have to hate the one that you do not root for. Hot or cold?
I can see an instance where this is hot, but I think for me, and you basically have it too. Oh, not really. I think it's only the Cubs and the White Sox, right? Where there's 2 teams in the city of Chicago.
Correct.
But for New York City, it's every sport. Football, you have the Jets and the Giants. Baseball, you have the Yankees and the Mets. Hockey, you have 3 teams if you count New Jersey: Devils, Islanders, and Rangers. And then basketball, you got the Knicks and the Nets. As a Knicks fan, I can't stand the Nets, but that's mostly recently with Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving. Football, I don't hate the Jets. I hate some of their fans. There's some obnoxious freaking Jets fans, and they've really been put in their place in the last decade, so we haven't really heard much of them. So I don't necessarily hate the Jets as much. Mets, they're kind of little brother. They've always been little brother. They're getting chirpy the last couple of years with Steve Cohen, but so yeah, you know what? Unfortunately, I feel like I do hate the other teams that I don't root for the most part, but I could see a scenario where you don't have to.
Yeah, look, and the reason why this came about is because I was talking with our boss, Mitch Rosen, and Mitch asked me, he said, "Hey, are you a Cubs or Sox fan?" And I said, "Well, I'm a Cubs fan." I said, "But I don't hate the Sox." And his immediate answer is like, "Well, you don't have to lead with this. You don't have to go with the second sentence. You could just lead with the first one." I said, "Well, but I don't hate the Sox. Like, I want the White Sox to be good." And he's like, "No, I don't think you could root for both." I disagree. I respectfully disagree with our boss, Mitch Rosen, because I do think that you can root for both sides. Like, I want the White Sox to be good at the same time as the Cubs are good. Look, when the White Sox are playing the Cubs, will I ever be like, all right, let's go White Sox? Oh, good, they won today? No. I want the Cubs to win every single game they play against the White Sox, just like I want the Cubs to beat every other team that they play against. But when it comes to the White Sox, I want them to be good at the same time, because I think a Cubs-White Sox World Series would be awesome for this city. I think having both of those teams good at the same time would be awesome for the city, minus the fact that it might burn down afterwards. But I think that it would be great for the fans in this city. So I don't hate that. Like, I hate the Cardinals. I hate the Brewers. Like, those two teams and those two fan bases, like, I will never get along with. But when it comes to the White Sox, now look, I've got friends who are Cubs fans that will always trash the White Sox, and I got friends that are White Sox fans that will always trash the Cubs, and it doesn't matter, and they're always going back and forth. It's fun when you're at the bar and you're going back and forth with some friends over White Sox versus Cubs or something like that. But in all reality, in the wintertime, all of us are at Soldier Field cheering on the Bears. All of us are inside the United Center cheering on the Blackhawks and the Bulls. So we have a lot of teams in common, except for during baseball season. And I don't necessarily hate the White Sox. Now, look, is it funny sometimes when they're as bad as they were like 2 years ago, and I think they won literally 40 games in the regular season? Sure, that was fun. That was a good time for Cubs fans to go at their White Sox brethren, right? But I actually want the White Sox to be good.
Wow. And that's mature of you. I give you a lot of credit because of your friends that are White Sox fans. And again, I guess the Cubs, they were the lovable losers for a long time, but like in the last 15 years, the Cubs, they've won a World Series, they've been really good. The White Sox have kind of stunk, right? Since like 2010, the White Sox have stunk. It's the script has completely flipped. But I'm surprised that your White Sox friends haven't made you want to root against the White Sox, because that's what we do as guys. We talk smack to each other, right? I mean, you and I talk smack to each other all the time, and you talk smack about the teams that you like. That's because that's what guys do. That's what guys do. So it's like, but they're like,
but you still want to see, like, for you and me, like, we go back and forth all the time, right? Like, but I would be happy for you, and I hate the Knicks, man. As a Bulls fan growing up in the 90s, like, I hate
all you
Knicks.
did was beat them. You shouldn't hate. You should love the Knicks, because all you did was beat us.
Just like I hate the Mets, man, because it's just one of those things. But I would be happy for you if the Knicks won the NBA title, because I know how big of a fan you are and how much it would mean to you. So, like, when the Sox won in 2005, I was happy for my White Sox friends. I was also happy that they beat the Astros, and I hated the Astros, as well, because they were in the Cubs division. But I've never been that guy who's just like, oh, screw the White Sox because they're on the other side of town. I actually grew up a mile from Comiskey Park, where the White Sox play baseball, which is now called the Rate. And I'm a Cubs fan, a diehard Cubs fan. I just, I don't have hatred for the other side of town. I want them to be successful because I want them to be good, because then I want to beat them in the World Series, so I can always shove that in my White Sox friend's face every time we're at the bar. That's what the trash talk's about. It's just fun banter.
Yeah. Yeah, it is fun banter, but I don't know. Maybe I just have some jerk friends then. So there's maybe 13 Nets fans on this planet, and I know like 3 of them that are Nets fans. Our guy Sean Marash is a Nets fan. It's like every time the Knicks fail, they have to let you know. They're the first ones to let you know. It's just such a little brother mentality. They had this little 3-year window with Kevin Durant and James Harden and Kyrie Irving, and they rubbed it in our faces. Oh, they picked the Nets over the Knicks. And it was just relentless and nonstop. And they literally won 1 playoff series. So it's like, I can't root for the Nets. And I laugh at their failures every time they happen, even though I love Tim Capstraw, the radio analyst. I love Chris Carino, the radio voice. I love Ian Eagle, who's been doing Nets games for years. I love the people that work for the Nets. I don't love the team, and I hate a lot of their fans because, They had one good thing happen to them since they moved from New Jersey, where they were actually a much more likable team. I went to a lot of Nets games growing up when they played at Continental Airlines in New Jersey, Continental Airlines Arena. But it was the Durant-Kyrie thing that kind of changed everything. So I don't know. I mean, again,
that little brother mentality of sure, let them talk, but you know, in the end, you know, at any given point, you could just beat them down. Because at any point, you could just beat down a Nets fan. Like, you could just beat them down with talking about your teams because they have they have nothing to stand on. It's the same thing for me as a Cubs fan when it comes to my White Sox friends who talk trash. It's you don't really have. I mean, 40 wins. I mean, you had in your last 2 seasons, you had the same amount of wins that the Cubs had last year. Like, we're not going to sit here and compare. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I feel like it's that little brother mentality, and I don't mind it. Like I really don't. It's fun to talk trash. I'm in a group with one of my very close friends who's a diehard White Sox fan. But I just I let him talk all the trash he wants because at the end of the day, he's still a Sox fan.
All right. Maybe I need to just be more, I guess, tolerant. Maybe I need to be more tolerant, but I don't know. I can't imagine. I just know, like, if the Jets were to somehow make the playoffs this year, and it's not going to happen, but like in a reality where the Jets make the playoffs and the Giants don't, Jets fans become so obnoxious that it's like, I don't want to root for this team because I know the people that are cheering for them, and they're terrible people. They're terrible people. I don't want to see those people be happy.
That's
maybe I don't know.
Fans.
Yeah. So maybe it's, I don't know. Maybe it's just the fact that New York City has basically 2 teams for every sport. If it was only the one, like it is for you with Chicago with the Cubs and the White Sox, but you unite over the other teams, maybe it'd be different. But I mean, you got a classic fan archetype. There's so many people that are Yankees and Giants fans, and there's so many people that are Mets and Jets. So it's like there's like no uniting. The Knicks are really what unite everybody. That's why this moment is so great right now. All right, let's get one more thing.
Do you guys have the moments that we have here when it comes to Yankees and Mets? Like, is there nothing but fights in the stands during Yankees and Mets series?
I don't know. I don't know about like fights in the stands, but I mean fights on social media, fights on between friends. Yes, for sure.
No, here it's in the stands. They just want to. I will not go to Cubs versus White Sox games as a fan. I'll go if I'm in the press box. I'll go if I'm in the booth. I am not going to sit down and with the.
It's that bad
during White Sox. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad.
Does it normally happen on the south side of Chicago at White Sox games or Wrigley?
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. And you know what? Cubs fans are just as big as aggressors as Sox fans. It's not even like it's only Sox fans that are the aggressor. It's both sides because both sides get drunk and they get stupid. You know. It's kind of a Chicago thing.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. Let's do one more here. Speaking of the Knicks, rest versus rust is a real thing, and it will impact the Knicks one way or another in the Eastern Conference Finals. Hot or cold, Combs?
Yeah, I'm hot. I really believe that it will impact the Knicks. Not to the point where I think that the Knicks are going to lose the series to either Detroit or Cleveland, because I do think that they beat either Detroit or Cleveland. But I do think it's something where they can get smacked in the mouth in game 1. I do think it's something where Cleveland or Detroit, if it goes to 6, it goes 7, whoever wins that series comes out and they're hot because they haven't been sitting on their keisters for a week and a half. Like, that's a long time to be sitting, especially when you're on fire. You know just as well as I do. I mean, you played at a high level, Pat. When you are hot, you want to keep rolling. You don't want to sit. You don't want to take a rest. You don't want to take a break. All the damn times I've played in tournaments and stuff like that, whether it's hockey, whether it's men's league softball, when we're hot, I'd rather just keep playing. Because I don't want to take a chance of taking a couple of games off or doing any of this stuff and letting all of that mojo go away. And so rest versus rust for me is a real thing. I think it's going to affect the Knicks, but even more so, like you talk about hockey, I think it's going to affect the Carolina Hurricanes. I think it can affect any team that sweeps the series and then has to sit for a week and a half while the other teams continue to play. And whoever they're facing continued to play and won. So they're hot.
Yeah, I just think a lot of this nowadays, I think a lot of this comes down to leadership. And I mean that in the sense that leadership in how they practice, leadership in how they prepare for a series that they have a lot of time off for. And so I think, yes, it's not possible to replicate game scenario in practice if the Knicks do have 10 days off between now and game one of the conference finals. But I think the leadership, how much intensity, as much intensity as you can get in practice, as close to 100% as you can run your sets and all your plays and all your situational moments, right? Final 2 minutes, here's the inbound play. What kind of play are we running? How are we defending these inbound plays? Like, you practice those with 100% intensity and not the lackadaisicality of like, we still got 6 days left. Like, we're just kind of bored. Then I think it shows up. And I do think, yeah, I'll go hot because I think rest versus rust is a real thing. I think the rest is a real thing. Just as much as you could be rusty, you could be fresh. And all that time off, you're ready to just kick some ass. Like, you're bottled up and you're ready to just kick some ass. You fly out of the gate. And sure, you could always be too amped up and it could be too emotional, but you could channel that efficiently and just kick a team's ass in a game one where a team is coming off an emotional game 7. If it's Detroit, again, like if the Pistons win a game 7 at home in Detroit and they don't have to fly because they would be the home, they're the 1 seed, they'd have home court advantage, and the Knicks have to fly there and Detroit doesn't have to fly anywhere. And yeah, it might be a 48-hour turnaround, but like at least they're home. Maybe it's not that big of a cushion for the Knicks, but if it's a game 7 and my fingers crossed the Cavaliers win it and then the Cavs have to fly to New York City and play 48 hours later, then I think it's where rest versus then it's like what happened with the Knicks and the Sixers. Sixers played an emotional game 7 against the Celtics. They had to fly to New York, and the Knicks obliterated them. I think that could really play into the Knicks' favor where they're fresh and ready to go versus a team that just played a taxing 7-game series, or even if this series only goes 6 and maybe they get 2 days off, I still think it could play a role in the Knicks' favor. And we've talked about it before on the show. I think the fact that the Knicks have a couple extra days here to rest OG Anunoby, make him 100%, like that's a factor that I want the extra couple of days for the Knicks. I'm glad they have it.
Yeah. And it's going to be a long series. I mean, Cavaliers are 18 seconds away from putting this thing to bed. I mean, it being a 2-2 series. I felt like on Saturday with Cleveland in Detroit, I felt like Detroit had given the game up more than Cleveland had won it. And I thought from that point, that just turned it from a 4 or 5 game series into a 7-game series. And it looks like that's exactly what it's about to be. We're about to be tied 2-2 going back to Detroit.
Yes, sir. We'll have a final score when we come back, and we'll also be coming down to the wire between the Avalanche and the Wild. It's been a wild third period, to say the least. We'll get you a score update when we come back. We'll finish off with some hot or cold. We'll have tip-off between the Lakers and the Thunder as well, so we'll keep rolling, even in the final segment. Jam-packed sports going on. 3 games at once. 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. Producer Brandon Combs along for the ride. This is BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
The San Francisco 49ers are the most slept-on team in the NFL as far as the Super Bowl is concerned. Like, we're just going to hand-wave away Kyle Shanahan's track record of success because you didn't think they should take Deshaun Stribling with the first pick of the second round, and they took Kalen Black 2 rounds too early at running back. Like, you don't like what they did in the NFL draft because of the quote-unquote consensus big board, so now you think they're going to stink. Really? Really? You can bet against Kyle Shanahan. I would very much like to take 3 points with Kyle Shanahan in week 1 for the 49ers against the Los Angeles Rams. Another year without making the conference final for Joel Embiid, who, by the way, is still the only NBA MVP in the history of the NBA to not make a conference final. Joel Embiid. Everyone wants to kill Joel Embiid for what he said. How can the season be a success? I really feel like are we just conditioned as, forget about sports fans, as people, to just hate everything? That you can't, I don't know if it's a lack of empathy. Empathy's maybe too strong a word here, but it's like the inability that we have to put ourselves in the shoes of somebody else, to understand how they might be feeling in the moment when they say something. That it's not just like you sitting on your couch with your hand in your pants like Al Bundy, Cheeto dust on your fingers like a college freshman, saying, well, they lost. How can he say it's a success? How about this? He never plays. He knows he never plays. Everybody knows he never plays. And now he feels like they figured it out. And he probably feels like he can start playing now. And it remains to be seen if that's going to be the case. But if you were Joel Embiid, let's say it's you. You're Joel Embiid. And your body lets you down again and again, time after time. And you've now reached a point. Right, wrong, or indifferent. I have no idea what's going to... Honestly, you'd bet against him staying healthy, unfortunately, right? Given the past data. But you've reached a point now where you feel good about your health? What do you want him to say? Yeah, the season's a failure. I feel great, and I normally don't, but the season's a failure? Come on. He knows that the season didn't go the way they wanted it to go. But if you can't put yourself in his shoes and understand his perspective there, what are we doing? Not just as sports fans, but as humans, if you can't understand that, what he's saying. Of course it's a success for him. And I'll tell you what, if it were you and you were him, you'd consider it a success also. Because, it's really funny, right? In our lives, all of us are selfish. We all are, to varying degrees. Now, it's for me, I'm a husband and a dad. I was way more selfish in my younger years. But I can still be selfish now. We all are selfish. But when someone else is selfish, we have no problem saying, how could you say that? When you would feel the same exact way. You would feel the same exact way as Joel Embiid if you were Joel Embiid. You can be pissed that they lost, and I'm sure he is, but also say, you know what? I actually feel good about this now, about my health moving forward. Come on. Give it a rest, everybody.
Games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Last chance to join the show on the phones. You can call, you can text 310-840-4227. 49-10. Before we get you a final score on the Cavs and the Pistons, let's get you one final update here on our Let's Go Streaking segment, where everybody on the crew picks one batter to correctly get a hit. I came through very early on in the evening. Chandler Simpson got a hit in his first at bat for the Rays. After the boys, all of us wore the collar on Friday. An offer. Chandler Simpson got a hit to get us rolling. And then Monty, our video producer Michael Montgomery, picked Rafael Devers. How about a bomb in his first at-bat? Back in the second inning, goes deep to dead center field in Los Angeles. Giants lead the Dodgers 1-0. So Monty, proving his genius, proving his ball knowledge. He comes through with Devers. And then Combs and Brad both had a couple of Rangers in a game that ended 1-0. One had Seager, one had Jock Peterson. It's a shame for Brad. Jock Peterson walks in the second, grounds out in the fifth, then they pinch hit Andrew McCutchen for him, so only gets 2 plate appearances. He goes 0 for 1. Combs went with Corey Seager. He went 0 for 3. One last chance in the ninth, got hit by a pitch. So I think Brad has lost 4 in a row. First losing streak for Combs, 2 in a row for him. Me and Monty come through today. Combs says Corey Seager is dead to me. Oh, and we had Chuck from Alabama, by the way, our listener who loves getting in on the segment. He picked Ildemaro Vargas from Arizona. Did he end up getting a hit in that game? No, he didn't. 0 for 4. Sorry, Chuck. Coming up, Snake Eyes. All right, it has gone final. We've got a even series. 2 games apiece between the Cavs and the Pistons. Cleveland uses a franchise record 23-0 run to start the third quarter to pull away, and they end up finishing off the Pistons 112-103, the final score. This, even crazier than that 23-0 run, is Donovan Mitchell had 0 points with about 5 minutes left to go in the second quarter. He had 4 points at half. Donovan Mitchell. 4 points at half. You want to take a guess as to how many points Donovan Mitchell finished with? Oh, I don't know, Pat. Did he have a crazy second half and he went from 4 points at half to 25 points for the game? Nope. Oh, was it even crazy? Did he have 30 points for the game? Nope. Not even close. Did he have 35? Did he have 40? Donovan Mitchell had 4 points at half. He finishes with 43 points and 5 rebounds. Spida had him in a freaking web in the second half. Everything he shot went in. Every single thing he took went in. Just about. 39 second half points. 43 for the game to go with 5 rebounds. Jim Harden was great. I call him Jim when he plays well instead of James. James Harden, 24 points and 11 assists. He had a double-double. Evan Mobley, again, I still think they need more out of him offensively. He did score 17. He was efficient. But my goodness, that was one of the great defensive performances I've seen. 5 blocks and 3 steals. And he absolutely ate up the Detroit Pistons in the second half. That was a no-fly zone in the paint. That was a no dribble zone either because he was swiping everything away, blocking everything. Evan Mobley with a defensive masterclass for Cleveland. They hold the Pistons to just 103 points. And those 3 guys led the way. But, again, we've seen it before. We'll see it again. Donovan Mitchell, 43 points and 39 of them in the second half. Unreal. For Detroit, Cade Cunningham struggled after a good first quarter. He finished with 19 points, 6 assists. 5 turnovers. Duncan Robinson, after hitting basically 4 or 5 threes every game in this series, he had just 1. He was ineffective. Tobias Harris got off to a hot start. He only finishes with 16 points and 8 rebounds. Jalen Duren is on a milk carton now, officially. He is. I think the Detroit Pistons have to consider not starting him. He's been that pathetic. Tonight, 8 points, 2 rebounds, 4 turnovers. This is an all-star. And he is routinely putting up these numbers in a playoff game. 2 rebounds from a guy that averaged 11 in the regular season. In the entirety of the playoffs, Jalen Duren is averaging 10 points, and he's averaging about 8.5 rebounds. In the regular season, he averaged 20 and 11. He's basically half of the points and 2 rebounds per game shy of what he's done. In the last 2 games, he's averaged 9 points and 3 rebounds. That's just completely unacceptable. Completely unacceptable. Even worse was Asar Thompson, who had 4 points, and at one point in the game, he had only played 12 minutes, and they just basically had him on the bench because he literally did nothing. He had played 12 minutes, and in 12 minutes, he was a negative 31 in the box score. Asar Thompson was a literal liability tonight for Detroit. Paul Reed stepped up off the bench with 15 points. Karis LeVert stepped up off the bench with 24 points. 24 points for Karis LeVert. They got to seriously rethink those rotations. JB Bickerstaff, you got to rethink those rotations coming back home for Game 5. And the Cleveland Cavaliers continue to be an enigma. They're now 6-0 at home in the postseason, and they're 0-5 on the road. They're going to have to buck that trend one way or another. Maybe they lose at home in Game 6. Maybe they win Game 5 on the road. This series is completely up for grabs, though. But maybe it's still the fact that Detroit would have a Game 7 at home that will be the difference. Will it be the difference? We'll find out. But the Cavs, again, a historic 23-0 run, and Donovan Mitchell dropping 43 points with 39 of them coming in the second half. That's your story for Game 4. Cavs and the Pistons tied up at 2 games apiece. All right, the Lakers and the Thunder are underway. Game 4, OKC going for the sweep. It's 7-6 Thunder, 3 minutes into the ball game. And LeBron James, no points so far. But again, we're only 3 minutes in. Meanwhile, for the Thunder, SGA also at no points so far. 7-6 Thunder. Meanwhile, on the ice, it has just about gone final. The Colorado Avalanche have just put a puck into the empty net. They use a 3-goal third period to take down the Wild. There is about 10 seconds left, but it's just about all over but the shouting. Maybe another empty netter? Yes! All right, they get another one. 2 empty netters in the final minute for the Avs. And look, this game was close. The final scoreline is not going to represent what a close game this was. Nobody had a lead larger than 1 until the last minute when the Avalanche just put 2 empty netters in the back of the net. But the Avalanche are going to win it 5-2, and they're going to take a 3-1 series lead, and I think that effectively has ended this series. The Wild dominated Game 3 back on the weekend, and they had a lead early on in this one, but the Avalanche just too strong at the end of it. It was 1-1 going into the third. Ross Colton scored. Then Nico Sturm scored. It was 2-2. And then Parker Kelly with his first goal of the postseason put Colorado in front for good. They got an empty netter from Nathan McKinnon. And I don't know who scored that last goal on the empty netter. But either way, the Avalanche win it 5-2. They're now up 3-1. And I think you can book their spot in the conference finals. So we'll have the Avalanche and the Hurricanes. Again, we'll see. We'll see if they hang on to a 3-1 lead. But we are 1 round away from having an Avalanche Hurricane Stanley Cup. That's the Stanley Cup everybody deserves to see. All righty, fun show. Thanks to our guests, Alex Cohen, and to Brian Geltzeiler. Thanks to everybody working on the show. My co-host, Brad Evans, producer, Brandon Combs, video producer, Monty, Chloe Pratt. Hell of a job today from her. Zach Kroll and Max Sheedy. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll see you tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern, right here on BetMGM Tonight.
The Cowboys are better than the Giants. Dallas has a legitimate opportunity this year to play on Championship Sunday for the first time since the mid-90s. Dallas has tremendous upside this season. And you know, because I said it the Friday after night one of the NFL draft, Caleb Downs, Malachi Lawrence. I think Dallas is winning the NFC East. I think the Cowboys are just better than the Giants. And I think the point spread of this game needs to be, like, if it's not going to be Cowboys -3, we need to be like a juiced 2.5 for Dallas. It gives me no pleasure to say it as a Giants fan. Do I want my team to win? Yes. But I have to keep it realistic. Keep it a buck, as the kids would say, with all of you. I think the Cowboys are going to beat the Giants and beat them fairly easily coming up week 1, Sunday Night Football. The Brooklyn Nets and the Sacramento Kings. I'm not trying to be, sincerely, I'm not trying to be dramatic here. I'm not trying to be hyperbolic at all. I think these two franchises are probably screwed for quite some time. Think about what I'm saying about lottery reform and what's about to happen, right? Where's the path for these teams to be good? Where is it for the Nets and the Kings? They put, especially Brooklyn, and I'm not going to go through all the details, but like what Brooklyn basically did was not mortgage the entire future, but traded a lot to gain control of their picks in 25 and 26 and busted on both of them. The Sacramento Kings endured another brutal season to end up with the 7th pick, and the Nets have the 6th pick. Now, it's a deep draft. It's not to say that they can't get stars at 6 and 7. It's not to say that. But if you're a Nets fan and you're a Kings fan, insert joke here about those two fan bases. But you're saying, right? If you're a Nets fan or a Kings fan, I mean, this is the height of misery. This is pit of misery level stuff if you're a Brooklyn Nets fan or a Sacramento Kings fan. Especially if you're a Nets. Because like the Kings, I actually feel like in their own weird way are trying to be good. They're terrible at it, but they're trying. The Nets were trying to be bad. This is like you get in shape, you dedicate yourself for a year straight, 2 years straight in this instance. No cheat meals. You're eating grilled chicken and broccoli and washing it down with liter after liter of water, gallon after gallon of H2O. You're in the gym 6 days a week. You don't go out. You're trying to get in great shape to impress your crush. You spend all this time working on it, in the dark, losing in your personal life with the hopes that one day you'll be a big winner.